science research with the polar vortex, collapsing somewhat and changing the airflow and the cooler weather. It's really nice here in California, and we've not had the fires, this year that we've had in the last several years, and the air's been clear. So it's been really nice. A little agonizing to see what's happening on the East Coast and the Eastern Seaboard and in Canada, where we don't typically see that. And ironically, we see a lot of fire on the West Coast and it's highly publicized, but in the southeast of the United States, there's a huge number of fires there that occur typically annually. Although I don't think in scope and size of what we see here with the integration of the population in what we call the wildland urban interface. But the smoke conditions definitely will get people's attention. And when we start seeing entire towns, being razed, like Paradise and Greenville and the towns up in Oregon and now Canada, it definitely starts to get people's attention.
Well, I've seen a big change in, I don't want to say weather patterns, but just because of the way we've been for the last, I'd say 3-4 weeks here in the Northeast, we haven't had rain. I mean, everything's extremely dry. Now, normally for us, June, we usually run that week or 2 or 3 of, we'll run those 85, 90 plus degree temperatures, and they start calling it the heat wave and everything else. We haven't had that, which I'm not complaining about. But the point I'm trying to get to is when these fires produced this smoke that came down on the New York, New Jersey area, we actually got a glimpse of almost the start of what a nuclear winter would look like. And yes, it sounds very dramatic to say that, but we were barely getting to 70 degrees when the normal temperatures are 80, 85 for us here in New Jersey this time of the year. And we were told by the Weather Channel and all the other officials that are talking about it, that there is so much smoke in the air, it's blocking the sun from its normal thermal heating during the day. I mean, I have solar panels on my house, and I see my production was down, at ground level. It was horrible. So this is what you deal with out in California. We're only getting a glimpse of it now. And truthfully, we've been spoiled, out of sight, out of mind. We hear about the fires in California and, okay, on with our business. I mean, this brings it home to us. And I think it's an opportunity for you to explain to us what we should be expecting and, what happens, because this may not be just a short-term thing. It may continue.
No, unfortunately, I would say that for the people on the East Coast, you're in it for the long haul until such time that the weather patterns change and these fires are naturally mitigated. We can make a difference. When I say we, and the fire service can make a difference when these fires are smaller, when they are in their incipient stages, when we get on and we can handle aggressive initial attack, and we've got the weather, in our favor to be able to make that attack successful. Unfortunately, what most people don't realize is once these fires become of that magnitude and size to where they're calling them mega fires, we can black the sky out with aluminum, meaning air tankers and aircraft, and that's all limited. And the bigger they get in scope, the more resources they demand. And we have a finite number of resources internationally and nationally, whether it's in Canada or the United States. No one agency can be fully prepared for this type of event, right? We have agreements that are between local agencies. We have state agreements. We have federal agreements. We have international agreements where we have standardization that takes place for everybody to engage. But, when we lack the capacity to adequately attack these fires when we can, that will cost us, and trying to build capacity during the event is just impossible. And once these events get up and running, they become very, very expensive. So the catch really when they get this big is that we need the capacity to keep fires small when they first start. And when they get this big and they draw this many resources, we have in the fire service what we call drawdown, meaning we've drawn the resources so thin that now our ability to rapidly and successfully initial attack fires becomes compromised because we just don't have the resources there to do it. So for, my small part of life here on Earth and the fires that I've, had to deal with in these quote nuclear winters, and my first experience with that really was in 1987. And the scientists actually came out in the Happy Camp in the Klamath area of Northern California to study what a nuclear winter would be like, where we had these major fires going in August, and we have what are called inversions. So anybody that's been camping and seen a campfire burn, the smoke will rise and then it'll kind of flatten out and form a haze. And that's what you're seeing here, only on a massive scale. And it does get cold. Unfortunately, those fires burn, they continue to burn under those inversions. And then when the inversion gets hot enough, we have what we call an inversion break, where all of a sudden the air will escape up through the inversion and the fire takes off madly for several hours under the inversion. But once they get to that point, it makes it very difficult for aviation resources to be successful to even get in to help the people on the ground, because it's just so smoky. We can't safely operate those aircraft in those spaces. So unfortunately, I think right now it's going to be enduring, right? The population that's being impacted there on the East Coast and the central United States and Canada are at a point, unfortunately, where they're going to have to endure until Mother Nature changes her mind.
What you're talking about resource-wise, is this what's caused some of the problems in Canada, not being able to get a handle on these fires?
Well, I think it's important to put a couple of things in perspective. Fires traditionally need to burn. I mean, that's one way that Mother Nature, takes care of dead and dying material, beetle kill. There's a lot of reasons for fire to burn that's good. Managing fire during peak burning conditions is almost virtually impossible. It only takes a few degrees of relative humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, or a change in wind to really affect what a fire does. So when we talk about resources and capacity, it becomes part of a matter of perspective. It's kind of like insurance, right? Do we want to spend money to build capacity so that when these events happen, we can really go after them? Or do we bet on the come that it's not going to happen? And unfortunately, when we listen to climatologists and scientists around the world and we experience what we're experiencing, where we see years and years and years of dry weather, where we see reservoirs drying up, where we see millions of trees dying, that just all adds to the fuel, no pun intended, for these fires to really take hold and go. And there's two ways fires are put out. A, Mother Nature lets them die out naturally, or B, there are firefighters on the ground that actually go dig those fires out and around to make them go away. So capacity, I think resources and hundreds of firefighters from the United States are battling those blazes. And I'm sure that there are people from Australia and probably many other countries engaging to help, Canada. And it's not just a regional North American problem right now. We're having this problem. We don't see it, in Siberia, in Asia, in Europe, where you see fires, burning in Germany, where they don't typically burn. And when that doesn't happen, people don't think that they need to get prepared because they don't think it's going to impact them. And unfortunately, for those on the eastern seaboard here in the United States, that they don't really realize the impact that they are contributing to, say, tax-wise, right? We have realized and unrealized costs of fire suppression in this country in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year, which really affects the GDP of the United States. So wildfire is a big problem, whether you're experiencing that smoke or not. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to bring it down to a level where people watching this will have something in common with, recently we had the heavy smoke conditions. And that's what I'm going to call the smoke conditions. And they were telling people, stay inside, avoid going outside. Now, we know from the indoor air quality side of our industry that the inside air is normally up to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So we're already now telling people to stay in an environment that we know is more polluted than the normal outside air for them breathing. We have sensitized individuals. There's a whole class of people that suffer because of that. But also because of the building codes, commercial buildings, public apartment complexes need to bring in fresh air on their heating and air conditioning. So now the systems that are ventilating the inside of their buildings are bringing in this air from outside, which is all smoke, VOC laden with chemistries. And that's a whole nother side that nobody's prepared for, because you still have to breathe. You can't hold your breath for 5-6 days. That doesn't happen. And we use an example in some of our teachings about the importance of breathing. And we say some people are able to go 20, 30, 40 days without eating, 3, 5, 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Correct.
So it's not like you can avoid breathing. So you have to do things that are going to help. And that comes back to your point before about preparing ahead of time. We don't spend the money on the resources. I've been involved with the government world for many, many years from my background, and money was not usually spent on preparedness. It was always throw money at it when there was a problem. And to your point, if you don't stop these things when they're very small, they become unmanageable.
Correct. Capacity it's a big deal, right? Being prepared both nationally and internationally is extremely important. My background really, I put myself through school fighting fire, and putting myself through school, I became a critical care nurse. And so I worked as a critical care nurse for several years prior to me becoming a firefighter. So it's concerning to me. I have 2 children, one 16 and one 19. And we were impacted, for instance, by the Camp Fire, which burned the town of Paradise down. And in that fire, I think there were upwards of 20,000 structures that were burned to the ground and 80 some odd lives lost. And that fire burned into my town. That's where it stopped. But my children were exposed to something that I chose to expose myself to as a professional firefighter. And that's unnerving, because it's not just the smoke that you burn, that one breathes in the minute. It's the side effects many years down the road that impact, firefighters. And firefighters are notoriously prone to all different kinds of cancers, and they're called assumptive conditions that the government pays for when we get it, and oftentimes our lives are cut short. So that's what goes through my mind. And personally, when we were inundated with that kind of smoke, I did limit my children going out, because the air, like it or not, was worse outside. I did ensure that they were wearing N95 masks, similar to what people did, and I'm sure have in their possession as a result of COVID. Anything to be able to catch that particulate, changing out the filters, regularly in my home. Those were all things that were, top on my mind, just from my medical background and being conscientious of my firefighters when I was in the station, as it related to, diesel exhaust fumes and the bays when we were pulling engines out or pulling engines in, right? That wasn't a place to idle, because we just didn't want to be breathing that. Same for the public.
There's an educational component that is missing in many industries. And in our industry, again, out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see the microscopic particulate and organisms and everything else that you inhale, people don't think about it. But when you're dealing with the fires, again, when it's in California, here on the East Coast, we don't think about it. We don't see it. It's not affecting us on a daily basis. But the submicron particles that are in these smoke plumes that are going out, they go straight into your lungs, and they pass right into your blood system and all the chemistries that are associated with them.
And there's
that's what's that?
There's thousands of these, even just from a burning pine tree.
Well, and I've heard people even talk about, well, it's a campfire or it's a fire pit. We do this all the time. Well, that's true. But the factory up the street that burned with ethyl methyl nasty stuff in it, that's now aerosolized in the flames, that's the stuff that's involved in what you're breathing because of the homes that burn, the factories that burn, and all the things that are inside of it, just the glues that are in the furniture, that you're sitting on, is all poisonous to inhale. And again, to me, it's an educational piece that people don't understand about emergency medical services, about law enforcement, about firefighting, that I look at this as an opportunity to provide awareness. Something as simple as a firefighter coming out of a burning building, the last thing you would want to do is cool him down by hosing off his turnout gear while he's wearing it.
Or give him a hug.
Or give him a hug. That jacket could be 300, 400, 500 degrees. As soon as you hose it down with water, you've created instant steam and you've scalded that individual.
Well, the technology has changed drastically, from the time when I was a young firefighter. Nomex was just coming out, and that's the protective clothing that wildland firefighters wear. And my first several years of fighting fire, I did not wear Nomex. And then when I was in the structure world, in the municipal world, I had one set of turnouts, and those turnouts were by my bed, by my bunk. When the bell rang, I would jump into them and go to a call and come back and peel them down, put them right next to my bunk, and go to bed. That's just not the case anymore with what science has shown us and the medical world. Now, firefighters typically have two sets of turnouts, and they rotate them through structure fires, and they go right to the extraction machine, and they have to go out and be professionally extracted if you're following an FPA every now and then. I used to go do school programs with the kids, and I'd have my turnouts and let them get in it. Turnouts are the gear, that we wear, and let them touch and feel and see. And now that's even been outlawed, where, nothing that's been in a fire like that can go into a school. It's new turnouts that have never been exposed to smoke. A lot of changes environmentally in our profession, which, I think it's important for the public to understand the reasons for that. And it's important for the public to protect themselves as well, such as the things we just talked about: changing filters, not going outside, having your kids wear a mask. I mean, if I have two masks and I'm going out with, two kids, well, the kids are going to wear the mask, not me. I'm going to endure that change. But it's a matter of perspective and doing what you can to research on your own. Read about the effects of smoke and what science is showing. Read about the cost of fires and what's causing it. And it's a very complex, wildfire is very complex, simply because there are those fires that need to burn, and there are those fires that probably should be put out.
From your experience in California, your years firefighting, and from dealing with the smoke out in the California area, what would you say to the people in the middle part of the country and the East Coast that have experienced this? And the wind could shift tomorrow, and the fires that are still burning could cause this to come down on us again. What would you recommend them doing as far as indoor and outdoor air quality, and what things to be aware of odor-wise and things like that?
Well, wildfire smoke has, in my experience, two different kind of smells. There's a smell when a fire is going through a residential community, for instance, when we have many homes burning and it smells like a structure fire, or if anyone's thrown, plastic garbage and things into a campfire, you kind of have that acrid smell. And that's the nasty stuff that you don't want to see burning, and you definitely don't want your children burning. As firefighters, sometimes we can't get out of those situations where my firefighters could put on a self-contained breathing apparatus. We call them SCBAs. Until that smoke was clear, that's what they did, and their turnouts were washed. So for those in the public, it really is limiting your exposure outside when you're listening to the environmental air pollution control advisories. Those people that are susceptible to lung issues and problems, I would speak to your doctor. I would see what kind of HEPA filtration systems that could be put into your homes, to help filter that smoke in your homes. And once again, my children, I put them into masks, no different than when they were in COVID, when they were walking around out there, when they had to be out. Otherwise, I kept them indoors.
Yeah, just to a point that you just made about wearing masks, the N95 masks, N100 masks, whatever you're able to get, they work great for particulates, but they don't do anything for the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which is the gases and the chemistry in the air.
Right.
That you need scuba gear, like you're talking about, self-contained breathing apparatus.
Mm-hmm.
And the public isn't going to wear that.
No.
So staying inside, it's really your best bet, at this point, and try to avoid these situations if possible.
Agreed.
All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. This is all about a public education and awareness that we're trying to push out there. There's many other segments that we will be playing following this. And I really wanted to set the stage, which is, I feel we've done that, as to the problem that's out there. It's not going away. It wasn't the 3 or 4 days that we had here, and the problem's never going to come back. It's things that we need to be aware of.
Correct.
And I really appreciate your time and help with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, Lance. Appreciate it.
Be safe, and good luck with your new adventures out there. And I look forward to seeing some more of those interesting images and videos of all these firefighting planes and stuff you got out there on your site.
Yeah, there's some amazing pilots and people. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, we are back with Jeff Jones. And Jeff, we were talking a few minutes ago, and our system dropped out, so we had to come back in here. And that's the good thing about doing this stuff live. So I'm going to ask you one more time just to describe what you do, so we can make sure everybody hears it, because I don't think they did before.
Okay, well, I'm Jeff Jones again, and I've been in the restoration industry for over 55 years. I literally grew up in it, and I've been doing forensic restoration for right at 53 years. Forensic restoration is defined as the comprehensive remediation of microenvironments. That's a term that was first coined by Dr. Michael Berry, a former director with the EPA, in his wonderful book, Protecting the Built Environment. But forensic restoration is the comprehensive remediation of microenvironments that have been contaminated or suspected to be contaminated from biological materials or hazardous materials. So that could come from homicide, suicide, accidental, or a natural death. Any one of those can become an unattended death, leading to advanced human decomposition. We know this now, that human decomposition begins approximately 4 minutes after death, but it could be a synthetic contaminant like tear gas, which is specifically made to be a human irritant.
That's CN, correct?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. There's more than one type of tear gas, but that's predominantly what is used today. And then we have other synthetics contaminants like fentanyl and carfentanil, definitely the most dangerous contaminants of our lives right now. And then we're also working on training protocols to respond to, because unfortunately it's not a if this is going to happen, it's a when is this going to happen, biological WMDs. But Microbial Warrior, that's our training program, and Normie actually mirror each other so much, because we're both dealing with biological contaminants. And I believe that both really, our tactical approach pretty much is the same. We want to contain, control, neutralize, and remove the contaminant safely based on science.
Well, like you said, we're very similar. You as an organization go into much more detail on the forensic side. And again, you're talking about crime scene cleanup, which is a whole different sector of the industry. Yes, it's remediation, but not due to a microbial problem. And then when you get into the chemistry side of it, like fentanyl, we're dealing more of a hazmat situation.
Correct.
More so than even lead and asbestos. I mean, this is something that just by touch can enter your system and seriously affect your health. So your training is very specialized with that. I know when I was talking with Lori earlier today, and we talked about some of the teaching that she does. She was talking about using real life situations where your classes, you're using blood to clean up. She had this kind of like smirk on her face when she said animal brains and things like that, because it makes
That's
it real.
my wife.
It makes it realistic.
Well, it has to be. And, you know, to me, that's not a really a big deal that we use real biological contaminants.
Mhm.
And now I see that, you know, there's some other trainers going out, you know, then they're saying, we use real blood. I'm like, well, you know, that's not very stimulating to me. That's like saying we've got a water class and we're using real water. You
Yeah.
should train to what you're going to go and engage.
Absolutely.
And this is, of course, microbial warfare. And so we want to go out and deal as close to combat situations as we can and make it realistic. Some people think they want to do this, and then they find out really fast they can't even perform under simulated microbial warrior conditions.
Well, I know things like the odor bothers people,
Sure.
you know, and that's something that can make people sick and leave the environment. But I was over by your booth earlier, and you guys somehow talked me into putting a helmet on, which is a breathing apparatus that replaces masks.
Mhm.
With the positive pressure in there, I think that's like eliminating the odor problem, isn't it?
Sure, if you put an OV filter on that, you know, and a lot of people use those. I don't. Okay, I grew up. You never forget the smell of death.
No.
Okay, but let me be honest. My clients are not going to be wearing one when they walk in at the end of a job. I need to know what this smells like.
Oh,
you know?
understood.
And we do
Understood.
not use deodorizers in any fashion or form. We use no masking agents. If you have an odor, you have a source. What's the general rule? Remove the source, you'll remove the odor.
Correct. And if you're using a masking agent, never mind hiding the odor itself, you're creating more of a VOC or chemical problem in
Absolutely.
the environment.
Absolutely. So we need to think about, you know, not only what are we cleaning and why? What's the source of contaminant? Is it mold? Is it biologicals? Is it blood? Is it human decomposition? What is the contaminant? But also, how are we leaving that? What type of chemicals are we using? And, you know, we saw just insanity during COVID.
Yeah.
People were going in and spraying everything under the sun with no forethought of how's that going to affect that surface in the long term.
Correct. Correct. And again, if any of you aren't sure about the timeline, that's when the world ran out of toilet paper, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Well-
again, panicking, people not knowing what to do, and that's what happens.
Well, you know what? I did an interview on COVID on January 3rd, 2020. And at that time, when I did the interview, there were 2.5 cases in the United States. And I had the numbers, you know, it was like, oh, there's 17 in Italy. And you know,
Right.
that's how low it was at that time. So there are 2.5 cases. 2 were in a nursing home in Washington State, and the 0.5 was in Chicago because they had not been declared positive yet.
Right.
So a couple weeks later, we got a call for a very large scale unattended death in a 2-story condo, and everything had to be emptied out. Everything had to be deconned. Everything had to be cleaned. Everything had to be disinfected. Everything had to be tested. And it took us 3.5 days to do that. There was a lot of contents, and it was really bad. At the end of it, because this was just inside of Texas, we drove back at the end of the day, and I walked into the kitchen. I said, oh, I need to go get some creamer because I want some coffee in the morning. And I hadn't been to a store during the duration. I walked into the store and I was like, what happened? Well, because I was focused on my job.
Yeah.
Like all the toilet paper was gone. All the soup was gone. I was like,
Yeah.
What happened? People just lost their minds.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you ever saw it. It's a short video that they play online every once in a while about the got to get the bread and milk.
Yes.
Guy running around panicking because it's going to snow. You know,
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
yeah.
I gotta get the bread and milk, you know, and just pure panic. And a lot of that was hyped with the media.
Of
We knew
course.
that was a problem. But COVID, like a lot of other things, was a serious situation. Have you ever dealt with things where you had to wear, I guess it's called a level 4 suit, where you're basically built into the suit?
We are at level 3. when we're working
Okay.
on that. Okay. If I were to put on that level of protection, SCBAs and stuff, that means I'm working on a full blown, something like a fentanyl distribution center.
Right.
And so, we have 3 levels of contaminants when we're dealing with 3 threat levels when we're dealing with the remediation of fentanyl. Definitely the most dangerous contaminant of our lives. Oh, but don't worry, they'll come up with something new.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just the thought process of creating more things like that. You
Sure.
know, if they could turn that into positive, imagine how far advanced we would be.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Unfortunately, and this is the real world. There are bad people that don't want us on this planet simply because this is where we
I
grew
keep
up.
telling people that and they don't believe me. No, you're absolutely right. And the seriousness of it is we need to be trained to deal with this stuff. We need to be aware of it because just throwing out garbage and touching stuff that had fentanyl on it is enough that could kill you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it all comes down to, on a professional level, training, tactics, techniques, and tools. And notice I said it in that order: training,
Right.
tactics, techniques, and tools. Too many times, people in the restoration industry get wrapped up in the newest sprayer, the newest this gadget and everything. And that's not where it's at. You've got to have a protocol.
Yes.
You want to be able to contain, control, neutralize, and remove that contaminant, and ask yourself, what are we cleaning and why?
Why was the word I was going for? Because you can buy the tools. Why'd you buy that?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go take care of this. Are you trained to? Well, we'll figure it out. You can't figure this out. This is too dangerous.
This is the one part of the industry, whether it's mold or whether it's some of the dangerous contaminants I work with. Here's the word you do not want to hear: oops.
Yeah. Yeah, we joked about that when I was on the police department with the guys from the bomb squad, and they used to have sayings in the back of their shirts: "If you see me running, try to keep up." You don't want that.
We talk about, training tactics, techniques, and tools, and we talk about our end. But, I think one of the things that we always need to stay focused on: no one calls you, no one calls me because they're having a good day.
Yeah.
And so, what we also need to keep in mind, but our prime directive of safety, but that client, that has potentially dangerous mold and contaminants in their house, or in my end, that client that may have lost a loved one. Okay. If we handle these people with care, compassion, and concern, and base all of this on science, and conduct ourselves with honor and integrity, there's no way you cannot succeed.
Agreed. Have you ever come across any radioactive situations?
No, I have not.
It's a very strange feeling because I've come across the scenes that would qualify as a crime scene cleanup and stuff like that from my previous life. And I came across one situation with radiation.
Really?
And there's a definite change in the way that you feel because it's such an unknown to the general public. And I'm considering myself general public in this because I am not trained in that level of a response. With the police department, we responded to a burglar alarm. As we went into the building, we hit a door that said, "Do not go beyond this point, radiation." The guys that I was with, they started backing out, had me there as a supervisor. Turned out it was a storage place for ground sensing equipment.
Okay.
And they use radiation to do that. Well, it was safe, very small chips, and they have to mark the building. But it was an extremely unsettling feeling being there and knowing what to do. We backed out.
Right.
Because we're not trained in that type of response.
Right. And you know what? That's one thing that, like, especially new remediators, whether it is mold or whether it is on the forensic end and stuff, need to realize their limitations and need to know when to pull back and call and ask for some expert consultation and help.
That's something that actually needs to be taught because people don't realize it. People are, in general, pleasers. They want to have the answer. If they don't have it, they try to make it up. And in our line of work, that can be very, very dangerous.
Absolutely. Remember the Clint Eastwood movie, Magnum Force?
Yes.
The line he used in that: Man's got to know his limitations.
It's absolutely correct.
Absolutely correct.
I've seen it from the emergency services side. You've seen it. You were in the military. People do things that, beer muscles, if you want to call it, here, hold my beer. I'm going in, that's where you get hurt. And if you're doing a job and you need to climb up and reach something, you don't have a ladder, you don't stack 4 chairs on top of each other and try to climb it. But people do.
But people do.
And then you laugh about it afterwards. And could you believe what this guy did? Could have seriously gotten hurt. The same problem with these microbes and chemistries and all the biohazards we come in contact with, not wearing the right equipment is the same thing as standing on 4 chairs piled high.
Absolutely. Have people died cleaning up after fentanyl? Yes, they have.
Yes.
Okay. And so we need to be aware of that.
Yeah. And it's not just coming in contact with a lab. Our remediators, our assessors, you're going into homes, into businesses that it's an unknown. You don't know what's there. Should you be wearing gloves? Absolutely. PPE? Yes, you really need it, even in a normal looking environment, because what is normal? You never
If it was
know.
normal, you wouldn't be there.
Exactly. They've called for a reason.
We're biological SWAT teams. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I haven't looked at it like that, but yeah, I guess it would fit. But that's this industry. And as we look around, there's people all over here from all over the country. Actually, there's a lot of people here from Australia and the UK. They come to this show because they get to see people in the industry, their peers, how they work, how they do things, the training available. They meet people like you with the technology and the upper level training that you do, that even with our most advanced training, we don't cover crime scene and cleanup. So this is the place to be in a show like this.
I love being around my peers and colleagues here because I pick up things left and right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, a good experience. And I'm glad you were here and had time to talk.
Thank you so much.
It's always a pleasure.
Thanks,
I
Lance.
told Lori I'd really like to get into one of your classes one day.
Oh, we'd love to have you.
I think it would be of a big interest and value for me.
Anytime. The
All right.
door's open.
We'll hold you to that.
Okay.
All righty. Take care. Thank you.
So I'm talking with Mark Quigley, who had recently taken our NCRSI class. And I wanted to get his feedback because he's been in this industry for a very long time, actually on several different continents, and definitely has the experience of this industry. So first of all, Mark, welcome. Let's start with that.
Thank you,
And if you could just mention everybody kind of a little bit about your background, because it's pretty diverse.
Okay, so I actually come originally from the asbestos industry. So up until a year or so ago, I was a licensed asbestos assessor down in New Zealand and Australia. And I actually ran and owned the largest asbestos consultancy in New Zealand. But I also lived in Florida, South Florida. So it was a long commute. So I ended up closing the New Zealand business down and focusing on my business here in the US. And what I found is once you get over the equator, apparently your intelligence diminishes and you are not able to use the licenses that you hold in other countries. So I took a step sideways into biohazard and basically dealt in that industry. So my specialty, if it's anything, is dealing with non-viable pathogenic molecular structures like asbestos, like mycotoxins, those things that aren't alive that cause incredible illness. And so that's where I sort of focus my attention in my business in Florida. So my business in Florida is BioRisk. And while I am in the biohazard industry, I was doing a lot of sampling for mycotoxins. And so because mycotoxins are related to mold, decided to become a mold assessor. I'm highly allergic to mold, and I don't really want to deal with mold if I can avoid it. And so I deal with a lot of mycotoxin type issues, but I never wanted to be in a position where people are questioning why I'm taking mold samples or mold related samples. So I got my assessing license through Normie and have just progressed and taken, gosh, I don't know how many certifications with them now, with the latest being for the sensitized individuals. And so while I said non-viable pathogenic molecular structures, that has now evolved into bacteria as well. So the likes of endotoxin and actinomyces. And so that's really mycotoxin, endotoxin, actinomyces is where my focus is. And so that's really a little bit of background about what I did. And so this course for that I took, gosh, 4 weeks ago, it dovetailed quite seamlessly with that.
So, I mean, I think we could say that your business model has shifted a little since you got exposed to Normie.
Yes, a little bit. So, and while Normie isn't necessarily involved in the biohazard per se, there are crossovers. So I certainly learn an awful lot from being involved with Normie and those professionals that I come in contact with.
Have you dealt with sensitized individuals in the past?
That's really all I deal with.
So that's a very large piece of what you're doing then, I guess is what you're saying.
Correct. Yep, definitely.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess then the NCRSI class would have been the next logical step which you took to enhance that. As far as that goes, did you get anything from the class that you really didn't know before, or a different way or a different view of the industry with the NCRSI background?
One of the things that with biohazard you've got to be very strong on is the paper trail, and you've got to follow up with procedures and documenting exactly what you're doing, because there is no assessor standing over you. Like with a mold remediation, you've got an independent mold assessor. So in biohazard, you are your own assessor, and the only thing that you can back that up with is your paperwork and the validations that are done. And so it's a little bit different how we approach it, but essentially it's the same. I know that's a bit of an oxymoron, but for example, we can do gross bio cleanup before we will do disinfectant and sanitization, because sometimes we're dealing with body fluids and those type of things. So it's a little different, but you know, it's not that far removed, because you're still removing the likes of mold from an environment. And so one of the things that I learned from Normie is the paper trail and making sure that the ID testing that is done is the same as the validation. And so you can compare apples with apples. So that was one of the key areas that I suppose Michael Pinto emphasized for me anyway, is the making sure you've got the same ID and validation. You can add other validations, which I do, but if we ever get into a situation where we're challenged in court, we can actually show this is what we had originally found, and this is through the same test why we know it was clean.
So
sanitized.
I mean, you have such a diverse background, and even though you're in the mold industry where we are under microbial industry, you kind of have a different take on this. So if you were stepping back and looking at the several industries, the verticals, who should take this NCRSI class? Who do you think it would benefit the most?
Anybody that's dealing with sensitized individuals that has a microbial contamination. So I don't expect a mold remediator to be able to step into my world and clean up some of that gross contamination that I come upon with body fluids, etc. But a biohazard or trauma contractor would benefit from this class tremendously, as does obviously other mold remediators, because we're now finding that there are more and more people that are sensitized, that need a different type of remediation. And so while I may not be involved in the mold remediation per se, I'm definitely involved in the biotoxin side of some of those residues that can be left.
You know, I've done several interviews with other students that have taken the NCRSI class. And one of the common themes that comes up is the terminology of ahead of the curve, or on the leading edge of this whole new industry breaking out with sensitized individuals. Are you kind of comfortable with that terminology with Normie?
Pretty much, because most mold remediators that are licensed and not involved with Normie probably aren't aware of what needs to be done. Before I did this course, I was already doing HEPA vacuuming, wet foaming, wet wiping, microfibering, specialized microfiber wipe downs. So I was already going through those three, I think it was called the HEPA pizza steps. And then I will also follow up with a specific type of fogging. So, I mean, we all know about the HEPA sandwich, but when it comes to sensitized individuals, we need an extra layer, or maybe even a couple of extra layers, to make sure that environment is clean. And as Michael Pinto says, clean is clean. And so you have to sometimes do something a little different to get to the cleanliness you need for those sensitized individuals. So yes, definitely. Head of the curve would adequately describe what Normie is trying to do. And basically anybody that's involved in microbial remediation would benefit from it.
You know, all the interviews that I've done with people about this class, everybody brings up the pizza. It all goes back to that. Everybody was like impressed by the term, you know, the HEPA sandwich, now the HEPA pizza.
Right.
It's interesting that everybody picked that out. Well, I know that we spoke earlier, and you guys were dealing with a lot of that flooding and stuff down there too. So you've been extremely busy in Southern Florida. So I really appreciate you taking the time being here with us. It's always a pleasure talking to you. And we still need to do another interview on the biohazard stuff. We just haven't gotten around to that yet.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it. And we'll talk again soon.
No problem at all, Lance. I'm more than happy to always assist wherever I can.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Today, I'm with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, Senior Director of GBAC, which is a division of ISSA, along with a special guest, Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie. Gavin and Doug, how are you both doing?
We're in Florida, Jeff.
What does
Doing
that
great.
mean? Does that mean things are great?
Yeah, it's just amazing, Jeff. Just the power of ISSA, our trade association, the alliance that we've had with Normie now since 2018, and it just keeps getting stronger every day, especially here in the state of Florida.
Fantastic. And Doug, we do value your partnership. Thank you for all you do with ISSA, and of course, to support our members and those that are part of Normie. But I understand something happened recently, and that's why you two are in Florida. You're not on vacation, but you're working, right? You're working.
We're working. Sure. Yeah, we're
So-
working.
What's the news?
So
What's the news?
There's two big news items here, Jeff. The big news item is that Doug and I have been talking about training facilities, globally throughout the world, schools, universities, community colleges. When you put people in a classroom, we know that they spread droplets through coughing, sneezing, talking, singing, if you go to those sort of classes, and that spreads germs. And then Doug and I were talking about, well, then how do you clean a classroom after a training to make it safe and healthy for the next class? And so the Normie Pro Academy, which is a wonderful training center in Sunrise, Florida, has gone through the GBAC Star accreditation program. And really, it's about telling their cleaning story. Is it based on best industry standards, science and evidence, which it is? I've now done the site visit, we've filled out the documentation. So the Normie Pro Academy in Sunrise, Florida is now a GBAC Star accredited facility, following our 20-element program, which really brings them into the family of being a certified ISSA training facility for all of the ISSA members.
And I can't tell you how excited we are about this. I think bringing this to the table for remediators, especially mold remediators that we do so much training for, indoor air quality specialists, this is really just a perfect marriage in a lot of ways, because all of them do cleaning. They need to know how to do it correctly. And so bringing this side of the industry together, this merger, as it were, is pretty cool.
Yes, I agree. Now, Doug, you've been doing training for a long time, and obviously working ISSA and Normie together is a smart move. Tell us about your training center that makes it special, and why will this be such a good thing for the industry?
Well, the unique thing about our training center is we've been doing Zoom, of course, for a really long time, Zoom training. And so we took this classroom and created essentially a television studio. So when we do training at the Normie Pro Academy, we can do it on site, obviously, where we can do hands-on training and so forth. But Jeff, we have 4 cameras, 16 microphones, and we have 3 televisions there. And so what we can do is we can actually broadcast live online training while we're doing on-site training. We call it simulcast training, and that's been incredibly effective. Think about the last couple of classes we've had. We had someone flying. We had several people from the UK. So being able to offer that kind of level of training and for them not to have to travel, that's pretty cool.
I'm still looking for the workshop that the location that has a good popcorn maker. Do you have that, Doug?
No, but I'll ask Gavin if he can provide one.
Yeah, sorry, Jeff, not a big fan of popcorn, but I wanted to emphasize that what this journey has been. The Cleaning for Health curriculum based on Dr. Michael Berry's Cleaning for Health book. Really, it's a textbook that was written 30 years ago, 1993. We used that book from Dr. Michael Berry in a workshop in November 2022 at the Normie Academy to train 20 master trainers, but also to develop and update the curriculum. So we spent 10 days developing new curriculum that we then presented to the US Department of Labor at the federal government level. They went through and reviewed it and told us it was approved. Since then, this year alone, our partnership, the work we've done together, we've now just this morning completed our 40th workshop. That's over 720 people trained in just under 9 months.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And the feedback we're getting from the 720 people that we've trained in a face-to-face environment, like at the Normie Pro Academy in Sunrise, Florida, was that they haven't had any training in the last 5 years. 87% of everyone that's come to our workshop, that's a big number, have not had any training in the last 5 years. And as Doug said, what makes this training center special, it's all hands-on. But what that means for me, adults learn by doing. And if you learn, so this morning's workshop, we just finished a 3-hour Cleaning for Health workshop here in Lake Worth, Florida. And it wasn't about how to clean, it was about why to clean. The Cleaning for Health workshop, the introduction to our program, is why do we clean based on reservoirs of germs from people as well as reservoirs of germs in the environment. And that was brand new information to everyone who attended today. We had such a fantastic morning.
And
And
that's
everyone
so
stayed
exciting.
awake, alert.
So far. So the exciting thing about this to me is that we hear this so often that someone's been in the industry for a really long time. They've not heard this information before. I think Gavin is bringing to the table the science behind why we do what we do. And that's just, for a lot of these guys, new information. So it's fun to see their excitement and to tell us after this kind of event, this is the best training I've ever had. So it's really cool. That was really fun this morning.
Thank you. Can you talk to maybe the requirements that people have for training, the need for that you're fulfilling? Licensing or governmental requirements, or maybe to get a contract for cleaning. Does that fit into this?
Well, I can tell you on our side for the mold remediators and mold assessors, of course, we're an approved training provider for all of the states that require licensing. And, they've never thought about themselves as cleaners. But the truth is they are. That's exactly what they do. And you've got to remove the contaminants, microbial growth, before you really do anything else in a remediation project. So I think being able to bring this kind of training to them is really, really neat. And it allows them to I think, kind of ramp it up a little bit in terms of the way they see themselves. We've talked a lot about this idea of making sure that these guys feel like they're essential, because they are. And when you talk to remediators and sanitizing companies and restoration companies and are able to show them this is a side of the industry that you can specialize in, I think that's really exciting.
It is. And I found that interesting that restoration people don't realize that they're also cleaners, because isn't that what it is? It's you're cleaning. You may be doing some construction as well, but you're cleaning. So
yeah, that's exactly right. During the COVID outbreak, one of the things that we pivoted toward was a certified sanitizing professional. And the purpose for that was that we wanted our guys to understand what we've always said. Mold is just a surrogate for other types of microbes, and you are actually in the microbial business. When you use some kind of sanitization protocol to remove mold, you're also removing bacteria and other types of microbes. So it's just, I think, a great addition to what we're doing.
So Gavin, there's lots of training centers in the country, around the world. We need more. I think that's your angle. This is our second interview about a new training center. Why? Why do we need more? What's going on?
Great question, Jeff. Really important. And we've used this term, essential cleaning profession. What makes anyone, electrician, a plumber, a builder, anyone that does a trade, and cleaning is a trade, be recognized by federal and state government, insurance companies, for example, and just facility managers across the country, around the world? It's training, it's education, it's workforce development. And it's so important that we look at, if you're going to clean for health, not just for appearance or smell. That was a long time ago. It's now clean for health. You use best industry practices, science and evidence that comes through training and education. But more importantly, Jeff, it's recognition. So the ISSA Cleaning for Health curriculum, the courses, has been reviewed and approved by the US Department of Labor. What in our alliance, again, ISSA has an alliance partnership with NORMI. What Doug has done down here is worked with the state government. The Florida state government has now received both our workshop, our face-to-face workshop, as well as our online material, and they've peer reviewed it, and they've now said, we now approve the Cleaning for Health workshop curriculum for both face-to-face and online for workforce development in the state of Florida. Every state in the country has workforce development programs, but more importantly, they don't do it for the cleaning industry. And as we found this morning, everyone that attended the course today haven't had any training in the last 5 years. They would love to get training, but it's not here how to use a piece of microfiber or how to use a mop or how to use a vacuum cleaner. They want to know the why. Why is it so important to create indoor spaces, safe and healthy? Because you and I know, Jeff, everyone spends about 90% of their life indoor in an indoor space. And if you live to the age of 80, Jeff, that's 72 years indoors. Wouldn't you like that to be health and safe?
I think so. I would agree with that. So Gavin, what's next on your agenda for more training centers? If someone says, hey, I've got a good classroom, I'd like to be part of this, what should they do?
Well, within the GBAC Staff Facility Accreditation Program, it's a continuous improvement program, Jeff. It's no pass or fail. First of all, you've got to tell us how you clean. Your cleaning story. What tools, what equipment, what products, with what chemistry do you use on different services in different areas? How do you measure that? How do you implement that? How do you do that in a way that creates a safe indoor space? We start that as the baseline, and then we put them on a continuous improvement program. And so what we did with Normie, and I said, Doug, you bring in all these people into the Normie Pro Academy, they leave. We do it. We measured it, it works. We used our ATP meters, we used our UV black lights, we used our indoor air quality monitors to monitor the cleaning process, and we created a healthy indoor space for the next class. And it's a simple process. People know how to do it, they just don't know how to tell the story to us. And the GBAC Star accreditation process is about telling the story, science, evidence-based. You get the accreditation, and then you keep improving. And so it's so important. We want to see a network of training centers in the US, around the world, that teach standardized, approved curriculum. And now we've got our Cleaning for Health workshop approved by federal government as well as now a state government.
So one of the things that I found, if I could say this, Jeff, one of the things that I found that's so neat about this accreditation is that you can know what to do, but you can't teach what to do unless you do it. And I think that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to say, look, you come to our facility, we know how to clean, so we can intelligently talk to you about how to do it in your environment. And it just makes sense.
All right, you both can chime in on this question. What's coming up in the future, in the short term and the long term?
Well, I'll just tell you that we have big plans. Normie has big plans this next year in 2024 to expand out to the West Coast. We've already talked with some folks and trained some folks in the UK. Interesting thing is we find out that the only people who need solutions are people who breathe. So we're really excited about being able to do our training out across the country and to expand that way. Part of that's going to be our effort at the ISSA conference to have a booth there and start talking to folks in other parts of the country.
Yeah, so Jeff, at the ISSA show in Las Vegas, November 14th, Tuesday, we have a free 3-hour Cleaning for Health workshop in English and also a free 3-hour Cleaning for Health workshop in Spanish. And Normie's providing the instructors for the Spanish course. And it's so important. We've had the Cleaning for Health workshops now translated into 8 languages. As Doug said, we're looking for Haitian Creole instructors. Are we going to find them? You bet you we are. We just got to look hard, but we're going to find them. So what we're going to ensure that the training material that ISSA has, Normie has, is available for every essential cleaning professional. This is probably over 6 million people in the US alone. And then we put them on a pathway of continuing education, workforce development. But more importantly, we make them feel that they are essential. We make sure the government realizes they're essential. That's the next step. So 2024, Doug and I and many of the other people that we work with, there's about 20 of us in the team, have come up with curriculum, dates, times for workshops. We're going to publish that soon. But we're so rich in training material, we're just going to put it into a program that helps people.
There's one thing I know for sure from this conversation. There's no vacation for either one of you for a long time. So get back to work, and thank you for this today.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, everybody, we are here with a special guest today at the Experience Trade Show, David DeGroff, and we've been dealing with, and I say dealing in a very calm way, with you for several years now. Actually, you've been a sponsor at some of our training classes, and we've dealt with you with other stuff down in Florida, so we really appreciate that. But you have a very special, I want to call it service, at Always On Call for this industry. Let's tell everybody about it.
Basically, I have a restoration specific labor source. And contrary to everybody else out there who is a labor provider that saw opportunity in our industry, and they do roll call. There's plenty of negative names out there that exist for those types of companies, rent-a-bums, rent-a-drunks. And I saw an opportunity and able to provide something a little bit different for the industry. I've been in the industry since 2004. I ran a build back company. I ran a DR company to expansion and then into sale. And I actually only ended up doing labor and saw that it was a good opportunity and we capitalized on that. My labor guys, it's not a roll call to see who's the most sober in the morning and they get to go to work. They're my employees year round and they do restoration every day of the week. They weren't cleaning a Walmart parking lot yesterday. They were doing containments, right? They're doing micro cleans.
And I speak David, so I can translate what he just said. Actually, you were a little bit low, so hopefully they heard you.
Sorry.
But I think it really comes down to you get somebody in the restoration industry that comes across a very large job and they're not going to have 100, 200, people on their payroll. They need people that know what to do in the industry and they call you.
That's right. We can help increase the size of your company, allow you to take on any project, no matter the size. But we also offer an alternate option where if you're a smaller company and you just get a stack of jobs going on, we're able to help provide relief for that type of situation as well. I mean, realistically, you don't need anybody on your staff that isn't a future part of your company. We're able to come in and fill the gaps in your schedule. If you had several mold jobs, you could stack them all up together and bring us in and we can help you knock them out. And then you don't have to worry about paying them guys 40 hours next week.
Do you have supervisors on your crews?
Yes, we do.
So you provide supervision also. Now, are they licensed to do the work? Like in Florida, I know you need licensing, or do they still work under the company's license?
Yeah, they some of the people are certified that we have. We're working on increasing that presence right now. It's kind of a new demand and a new supply for us. Typically, we've always just done general labor and worked very hard to be able to clear that bar. I'm a under promise, over deliver type of guy. So now we've been looking at adding the new dimensions and being able to offer supervision as well. I know that's a much needed resource in the industry as well.
Well, I know you're located in Florida, but you do cover other parts of the country, don't you?
Well, we started the company in 2016 in Orlando, and then we've expanded from there. We're able to respond nationwide with as little as 4 people. And we also have local response out of 8 cities. It's Miami, Orlando, Atlanta, Charlotte, and the 4 major cities in Texas.
So what do you do as far as you need to mobilize 100 people to head to Texas? Do you guys handle logistics of transport and accommodations, or how's that work?
Yeah, I mean, typically we handle the transportation, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to be a good business partner, and we all want to just help each other reach success and profitability, right, and get on to the next job. So it really comes down to the relationship. When the specific situation, do you need me to handle lodging? Do you need me to handle transportation? How can I best assist your situation to make it as seamless and stressless for you as possible? And we work hard to fill in all those gaps to take whatever we need to off your plate.
Okay. Well, it brings me to the most important question. And I know we've done interviews in the past, but anytime somebody sees an interview I've done with you or just sees us talking, they always ask me 9-volt or AA for the suit.
It's a lot larger battery than that, but
what powers this thing?
It's my energy, right?
It's your energy.
No caffeine.
What's the deal with the orange? And now the glasses, that's a new one.
Hey, you got to step it up. Everybody's expecting there's something more each time out. Very simply put, the company colors are orange and black, and I'm a little bit outside the box when it comes to marketing. And so I conceptualized this idea on the fly of maybe an orange suit would draw a few more eyes, and it certainly has done that.
I heard rumors about a Lamborghini someplace out there.
I don't know. They're unconfirmed at this point in time.
Oh, okay.
I don't own one. I can tell you that much.
Yeah. But orange?
An orange Lamborghini? Well, it'd have to be a marketing expense and it'd have to tie into the suit. So a little bit of work to go before we're able to roll out that idea, but we're going to see what we can do.
Well, I'm waiting to see that one. Just to have you pull up at one of these shows, and something like that. I think that speaks volumes.
What kind of volumes will it speak?
I don't know.
We're not fitting very much labor in the back of it.
That's true. Are you going to be at the experience in the fall?
Well, as everybody knows, that one is in the fall and it's the beginning of September. So that's kind of the hot zone for us for hurricane wise. Assuming that there's not going to be any hurricane at that point in time, which is not a safe assumption, I will certainly be there to the best of my ability. So, but we'd all rather be working at that point in time too. But the experience is a great
Understood.
show, and I love to be in there in Vegas and turn out for these guys. Great people, great event.
I also heard a rumor that you were thinking about our training coming up in Mexico in a week. Don't know if you were able to make that one work or not.
I'm a little bit sad at this point in time. I found out about it too late, and due to the restricted time frame and so much to move, that I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. But I'm sad. I'm still going to put the effort into it, and if not, then you can certainly keep me on the agenda for next year. I've been to a lot of special Normie events, and I appreciate and love them all. I've always appreciated the way Normie's had not only my back, but definitely supports the industry across. It's a huge asset and a huge addition to everything that we all believe in.
So it has nothing to do with the orange suit, or being on the no-fly list.
No, if I wouldn't be able to be here if it were that case.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know how it works internationally.
Yeah.
I have to, pop the fuse or something.
Pinata if you're down in Mexico, Anyways, I appreciate you spending time. And there's a lot of things going on here. We're coming up on a little over an hour to go and show you today. So
Yeah.
enjoy. I
Thank
appreciate
you very
it.
much for all your time, Lance.
You take care.
Thank you, Normie. Thank you, Experience. Have a good day, guys.
The Experience Conference is super practical, meaning you're not going to be stuck in a chair all day long. You're going to get your hands dirty. You're going to spend time with experts who are going to show you the craft.
We have been attending the Experience for probably the last 6 to 8 years. I will say though, over the last 2 years, we have seen such a beautiful increase in the ROI that we have received from this show here in Vegas specifically.
I'm able to meet with industry leaders and talk to them one-on-one, which totally amazes me.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you here to our webinar we have going this afternoon. And I want to welcome our guest speakers, Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie, and Gavin McGregor Skinner, who is the Senior Director from ISSA, I believe. I got your titles correct. If I didn't, I apologize.
correct.
But I think I got it correctly. I'm
They're
glad you
just,
took the
they're
time.
just titles, Lance. They're not that important.
I know. Well, I want to thank everybody for joining us today. In recent events of the hurricane or hurricanes that have gone by, we've started to notice a lot of things happening within our industry and a lot of the verticals around us. And a lot of it's concerning, and we wanted to bring it to everybody's attention and offer some options. That's the easiest way for me to explain this. We're going to try to talk about staying healthy as workers through these events that have just happened with the 2 hurricanes. A lot of the risks that are involved with exposure to mold, and there's a lot of myths out there that people hear and they try to run with without following the science. And I know these are terms that we use a lot in our industry, following the science especially, but people don't really do that. So I want to turn this over to Doug and let you just start off with an introduction as to what your feelings are with the response to Helene and Milton, the two hurricanes that just passed, and a lot of people are still reeling from both of them.
Yeah. Well, I think some things have changed a lot since we first experienced Hurricane Katrina in 2005. I think there's a lot that's been changed for the better, but unfortunately, some things seem to remain the same. And I remember when we did Katrina in 2005, one of the things that we were invited to do, which was really helpful to us, and I think to the public, was to be able to hold seminars in the libraries and actually talk with folks about the things that they should be doing to not only know for sure that the work was being done correctly, but maybe more importantly was to how to protect themselves and make sure that they were protected from the health effects. And one of the things that prompted us to do that, Lance, in 2005, and why that was so important to talk about was, as you recall, just a few years earlier in 2001, when the towers fell, people were really concerned, and they began to realize that those health effects from that kind of disaster could go on for years. And as far as I know, it's still going on. And so it was pretty easy for us to talk about that in 2005. The unfortunate thing is that it seems as though we were dealing with kind of the same situation here. I see pictures of people dealing with contaminated environments, with no kind of personal protection equipment at all. Volunteers jumping in, which of course we're always grateful for, but volunteers jumping in and doing work and not protecting themselves, not considering the potential health effects that they're dealing with. And then on the other side of that, you've got the problem with guys that really aren't licensed or trained to do some of the work. And so that's, in some ways it's changed, in some ways it's not changed. I think the government has been a much better, much better in their response. I don't think it's ever what we would want it to be, but I can tell you that they're better than they did in 2005. So that's how I see it. I see some things have gotten better. Other things seem to remain the same.
Dr. Gavin, before we get into specifics, your take on what's been going on, just like Doug was saying.
Yeah, this is really important just to put everyone into the big picture of what's happening right now. So Normie, ISSA have an alliance. We're working together as Normie has promoted this initiative to create an environmental task force to actually respond to disasters and emergencies based on science and based on evidence. Now, for me this week, Tuesday night was not a good night. I had a whiskey tango foxtrot moment, and you should know what that means. And I went, I've got to ring Doug. And what happened throughout Normie Environmental Task Force, Lance, people on the ground in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia, working really hard during the day, get a bit of downtime when it's dark at night to make phone calls, contact me and said, they're handing out bleach, sodium hypochlorite. And I said, to whom? Everyone. To do what? To prevent or clean the mold that's already there. We're actually seeing buildings right now in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia with mold growth, visible mold growth. And I said, oh, okay, that's okay. Probably a few hundred, containers of, we're not going to fight that battle. No, it's thousands of containers they're seeing in those different states. And that's a big problem. And straight away, I called Doug and I said, look, we've got to be responsible here. This is where we're going now. We've just had Hurricane Helene. We've had Hurricane Milton. Let's make sure that this time we do what's based on science, based on evidence, and we do it with the right advice. And I think it's really important in this session we had today to talk with Doug, yourself, but also look at what's out there right now, what is wrong, and I'm going to use that word pretty strongly. It is wrong, and what is correct based on science and evidence.
There's two different components to what you're talking about here. One is the effectiveness of bleach in this case on a mold environment. And the other one is the precautions and health risks to the people using it. So Doug, I don't know if you'd like to start with, I know you have a lot of research and data behind the effectiveness side, if you want to start there.
Yes, I'd be happy to. It's interesting because we were talking yesterday about this. The article that I wrote actually in 1998 was about how bleach should not be used to deal with mold. And So again, as I said, some things have changed, some things are better. I know Clorox, for instance, has a good portfolio of products that do include sodium hypochlorite and have been approved with by the EPA to do work. So we're not talking about a specific company. What we're talking about is jug bleach, bleach that you would buy over the counter that has nothing in it except sodium hypochlorite. And I'm reckoning back again, Lance, to 2005 for Katrina. And I can remember one of the frustrating things was I'm at the library talking about don't use bleach, and it's being handed out by the gallon, and because it's inexpensive. But the problem that I knew then, and that we've continued to teach on, and I think the science is coming around, obviously, for people to realize that this is the case, is that unfortunately jug bleach will get rid of the staining, but it does not get down into the bioslime, as we call it, and actually destroy the mold that's there. And so oftentimes it'll come back. And of course, then you also have the health effects. We talked about a minute ago, PPE. What are they using? Are they using the right kind of mask, the right kind of gloves? If they're using bleach, are they mixing it with anything that's going to create a toxic environment? So that's our big concern, is how do they protect themselves? And then how do they utilize the right kind of chemistries that are not going to present problems for them, not only now, but later?
You know, Gavin, following up on what Doug said, looking at it from more on the medical side of protecting yourself, I want you to address that. But there's one other thing that you had mentioned in a previous interview where you were working overseas dealing with Ebola. And I remember you mentioning pits being dug around the tents and filled with bleach. The bleach had a specific purpose there for the bacteria, but where do you stand on it with the mold issue?
Yeah, good question, Lance. I'm going to just emphasize bleach, sodium hypochlorite, made from reacting chlorine with sodium hydroxide, is an excellent disinfectant and an antimicrobial agent. I'm going to make it really clear. In 1998, Doug Hoffman wrote, bleach doesn't kill mold. In 2024, I'm going to say again, bleach doesn't kill mold, but we're seeing it handed out. Now, in 2014, I had 3 trips to West Africa. We had the Ebola outbreaks. I was setting up Ebola hospitals and managing teams to run those hospitals. And our metric there was, Gavin, you're not safe. You don't smell strong enough. And what they were spraying me with was bleach. And you know, probably some people have heard the story. I lost my sense of taste and smell for months after my 3rd trip. You know, each deployment's about 21 days. After my 3rd deployment, I came back and went, I'm done. I can't do any more. I've lost my taste. I've lost my sense of smell. My wife was great. Was very happy to see me to come back and said, I'm going to take you for the biggest steak you've ever seen in your life, because I hadn't eaten very much and lost a lot of weight on deployment like we always do. But the bleach had destroyed my sense of taste and smell. Now, so it's a good disinfectant. It's a good antimicrobial agent, but it doesn't kill mold. And I just wanted to highlight here, Lance, that this has been going on for a long time. Right now, let's get it really clear. The US Environmental Protection Agency, we call that the EPA, has a website. Should I use bleach to clean up mold? And what do they say on that website? Bleach is not recommended. So I'm going to put that in the chat so people can actually see that website. US Department of Labor, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, we call that OSHA, on their website. They have a brief guide to mold in the workplace. Doug published his article in 1998. They published this website in 2013. They haven't changed it because it's correct. It says, the use of a biocide, such as chlorine bleach, is not recommended. And I'm going to put that website in the chat. This is from the EPA and from OSHA.
While you're typing that, I'm just going to give everybody a hint on finding these sites if they can't use the link. The first one would be just do a search on EPA and and bleach to clean mold, and it'll come up with these sites, and you'll see exactly what it's talking about. And the same thing with OSHA. It would be OSHA and bleach as a biocide or bleach killing mold. And you will see this information that Gavin is talking about.
And this is where it gets really, really critical and really important here, Lance. I used to work for the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I was an Epidemic Intelligence Service Officer, an EISO. Loved that job, had a fantastic job, did fantastic things with Ebola and many other highly infectious diseases like avian influenza or bird flu, tuberculosis, malaria. Really had a great career. I really enjoyed working at CDC. But, and I'm going to be very critical, the CDC has a website. It's called Guidelines for Cleaning Safely After Disaster. So Guidelines for Cleaning Safely After Disaster is the CDC website. Now, American Red Cross, many other volunteer organizations, many other non-government organizations, even local government officials, state government officials, all reference that website, the CDC website. And on that CDC website, it says, clean up mold with a mix of bleach and water. And that website was just updated February 9th, 2024, and it still has it there. Clean up mold with a mix of bleach and water as a guideline for cleaning safely after a disaster. I'm going to put that in the chat as well, Lance, and that's our problem. Doug wrote the article in 1998. OSHA, Department of Labor, Occupational Safety and Health Administration published a website that's still up today in 2013. Bleach is not recommended. EPA says bleach is not recommended. The US Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, says use bleach. Who's right, who's wrong? CDC is wrong.
One of the things that comes out of this is basic communications. When you say bleach, that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Bleach can be very watered down. It can be extremely, extremely strong. And I think the problem that we run into is people don't know the difference. Well, they said to use bleach. That's what I'm using. And it may not be effective. It's like when COVID came out and people were looking for alcohol that had to be over, I believe it was 90% isopropyl alcohol to have any real effect. People were just grabbing whatever they could find. So understanding the full meaning of what you're saying of using bleach, like the CDC was saying, is where you could create a toxic environment, dangerous to your health. I mean, you have to survive the cure, basically, in those situations with proper training, PPE and everything else.
And unfortunately, Lance, I was a victim of overuse of bleach because our metric was when I came out of the Ebola hospital, which Ebola scares me. There's no doubt about it. It's a virus that I really get worried about when I'm treating patients or working in a hospital. But when I came out of the hospital, they went, Gavin, you don't smell strong enough. So they re-sprayed me with more bleach. We're in 2024 now, and we've got to go back to the science, go back to the evidence.
So the picture,
there's another side of this, Lance, that we haven't really talked a lot about, but I think it's interesting to note. We've been talking about folks' health and sodium hypochlorite, but there's another issue with jug bleach if you're talking about a long time solution, because apparently from what we've seen and learned, that once you've cleaned the surface with bleach, it may set up a surface environment, a pH, that will not allow the protectants to bond to that surface. So if you're using a protectant that will keep the mold from coming back later, it may not even bond to the surface because of the pH the acidic environment, I think, that's left after the bleach has been put on that surface. So it's just another factor that I think we're learning more and more about.
Well, isn't it also an issue where bleach is really made up a large component of water? Which, as they start to separate over time and leach in different directions, one could be feeding the mold growth while the other one is inactive because it doesn't have the water to drive it. It's a chemistry.
I was just going to say, I don't know if I can speak to that specifically, but I do know that, yes, you're talking about a very small percentage of sodium hypochlorite compared to a huge percentage of water. And I don't think adding water to a potential mold issue is probably a good idea.
And you're right, Lance. A lot of the guidelines out there are misleading. They're not, the lack of specificity. I often hear that, we took bleach, bleach, and we put 1 cup of bleach into a gallon of water. That 1 cup, 1 gallon idea that you can clean everything, disinfect everything with 1 cup, 1 gallon. No, that's not how it is. And there actually requires, when you're doing dilution, more precision in the measurements. And so if I'm hearing from colleagues on the ground through the NORMI Environmental Task Force in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia that they're handing out sodium hypochlorite bleach, we don't have a lot of details on the products or how that's being handed out, but we know a lot that's been handed out. There are no use guidelines. So where are the use guidelines? And then, as you correctly said, Lance, before, where are the safety guidelines? And that's really critical. And then when you go to safety, they start talking about, and even on the CDC guidelines for cleaning safely after disaster, right at that very top of that page is get the right safety gear. They talk about eye protection. They just mention goggles, but they don't give any details on what goggles are. They talk about N95 masks, or as we call them, N95 respirators. Where are you going to get those from? Have you been fit tested from them? Do you know how to use an N95 respirator the way it was designed to be used? Heavy work gloves. What does that mean? Is it Lowe's? Is it Home Depot? Is it Amazon? Where am I going to heavy work? Be more specific. Waterproof boots with steel toes and insoles, not just steel shank. Okay, fair enough. Earplugs or protective headphones, and at least 2 fire extinguishers. And then it says, is sewage involved? Now, we just saw the storm surge for Hurricane Milton. We know how toxic and dangerous that water is. We saw on TV, and you and I discussed this just yesterday, people in T-shirt and shorts walking through waist-deep water, celebrating that the storm surge wasn't so high they survived in toxic water. But here on the CDC website, it says, is sewage involved? Yes, it is. All that water has to be considered toxic because we're not testing it for water quality. Make sure to wear rubber boots, rubber gloves, and goggles if sewage is involved, which I agree to, but be more specific, add some more details, help all these wonderful people, again, that we know of that have deployed, or even the building owners and the homeowners, be more specific in how they protect themselves safely. And that detail is lacking.
We talked the other day about something similar to this where, the rescuers, the people going in right away in the water like you're talking about, well, I had my tetanus shot, I'm good to go. That only does one piece of things that you could be exposed to. So proper PPE, understanding it, knowing how to use it. You mentioned the N95 mask. That doesn't do anything for the fumes given off by these chemistries. The fumes from chlorine and stuff like that. So, just because you have a mask on doesn't mean you're protected. So there's a whole series of issues that come up with this with lack of information. And Doug, I know that's a lot of the training that we through NORMI and the Environmental Task Force try to push. And it's got to start there.
Yeah, well, I wish we had more and more opportunities. Maybe this will give us the chance to speak to the public, to be able to have those forums and the libraries or with the businesses, to be able to talk with them ahead of a storm. Hey, you've prepared for a nuclear war. How would you like to prepare for a nuclear microbial war? Let us tell you how that works. And I wish we had more and more opportunities to speak to the public and let the public know ahead of time before they get into this situation what it is that they need to do. And of course, that's one of the purposes of our videos that we have, flood.normie.org and hurricane.normie.org. That's one of the reasons why we have those, is for hopefully the public will see that before they get themselves into a jam. And that's the real challenge. And I thank Dr. Gavin for working so hard to help us get this out in front of the public with his influence and his resources. I'm hoping that we're going to be able to talk directly eye to eye with these folks who need protection, whether they're a volunteer or whether they're actual resident. Both sides of the coin. Somebody coming from Tennessee to work on some building in Naples, Florida, he needs to know how to protect himself.
That's a really good point. It's a really good point, Doug. In a post-disaster situation, we do very well with chainsaw safety.
Yeah.
Because we know a chainsaw is going to hurt you if you're not trained properly on how to safely use a chainsaw. What protective equipment should you wear when you use a chainsaw? How do you operate the chainsaw? How do you maintain the chainsaw? Why do we not take that same chainsaw philosophy, approach, practices to cleaning up and looking for mold or preventing mold or taking out mold? Why do we not use the same principles of chainsaw safety when it comes to pressure washer safety? And that always seems to be a step down for me.
Well, and you want to have that balance, which I think is one of the reasons why it's difficult to do. And frankly, I think together we can reach that balance. I've always said in our classes, people talk about mold. Well, it's been around since Leviticus. What's the big deal? That's one extreme. Then you've got the other extreme. Oh, you got mold in your house, tear it down and build a new house. Well, the truth, like so many things, is in the middle between those two extremes. And I think us being able to talk about, here's how you protect yourself. Nobody's trying to scare you to death. We're just trying to tell you that it's a concern and you do have the ability to make sure that you do it correctly. Don't look at it as if it's no big deal.
So let's move over to some of the myths that are going on, because I think that's the next piece of this that we really need to talk about. We've talked about what doesn't work or what doesn't work well. What does work for taking care of the mold problems? If you want to address that. Either one of you, whoever wants to jump in here.
Well, I can tell you.
I'll start, then I'll hand it over to you, Doug. Those websites that we've shown have to be corrected, and hopefully we'll have this discussion to do that. More importantly, we've said, straight out, bleach does not kill mold, but we're seeing it being used. The challenges that we have also then, Lance, is that, the Federal Emergency Management Agency website talks about hurricane cleanup hurricane cleanup for your property and how to do it safely. And it says on that website, clean and disinfect everything that got wet. We know we can't disinfect everything that got wet, so that's wrong. US Department of Housing and Urban Development, we call that the HUD. Their website says, dealing with the aftermath, steps to take for a storm-damaged home, clean with hot water with laundry or dish detergent. How do you get hot water in an emergency in a disaster that has no electricity? So, and why are they even saying hot water? For when it comes to restoring, remediating, and getting these buildings back into a safe indoor condition. And so there are alternatives, and I'll hand that over to Doug. But because the problem is that many of these websites say, yeah, I totally agree. EPA, OSHA, I agree with you. Don't use bleach, but then you don't give the solution.
Yeah, Gavin, real quick, you used the term to use hot water. Words mean things. What is hot water? Does it have to be boiling? Does it have to be where you can't touch it? Is it warm? There's no explanation there to your point as to what it actually means.
Well, let me just put that FEMA website in there right now that says clean and disinfect everything that got wet. And in our industry, we have definitions for clean, we have definitions for disinfect. That's not possible. The US Department of Housing and Urban Development, which we call the HUD, talks about clean with hot water and laundry or dish detergent. Yep, fine. But again, as you correctly said, Lance, how hot is hot? What is hot? And how do you do it in a post-disaster situation?
Yeah, let me speak for a moment, if I could, to chemistries, because I think that that's a really important part of this process. Sometimes you absolutely need to use some sort of chemical to get things actually clean and to kill the microbes that are there. One of the things that we did last week was we sent a case of enzyme cleaner to Florida, to a church down there that needed some help, and they were looking for what kind of chemistries to use. And it was a natural, 100% biodegradable, water-based type of enzyme cleaner. Hydrogen peroxide, vinegar. There are a lot of things that really work. And to Dr. Gavin's point, he's exactly right. It's frustrating when somebody says, don't use this. And we learned that unless you have an alternative. And that's what we learned. Remember when we started Normie in 2004 and we were doing training, and we would say, now you don't want to use bleach. And what was the first question? Well, then what should I use? And so I think the point is that you want to be careful, obviously, with the client that you're working with, or maybe the individual resident needs to be careful that they're using something that they can tolerate. Make sure you've got an SDS sheet, understand what the ingredients are, protect yourself just like it tells you to. And I'll just tell you, if most people actually read an SDS sheet for Windex, they'd be dealing with it completely differently. But read those SDS sheets, enzyme cleaners, botanicals, natural products, hydrogen peroxide. There are a lot of alternatives, and that's why we just want to get the word out.
You know, it's important to understand what the product will take care of as well as what it won't take care of. And you can't do the substitution in your mind saying, well, if it kills this, it's going to kill that. Because we're dealing with completely different entities between molds, bacteria, viruses. They all have different strengths and weaknesses, and they're susceptible to different things.
No, and you're right, Lance. And I just want to reiterate what we've been talking about this time that we've been on. Bleach, sodium hypochlorite, is an excellent disinfectant. It's an antimicrobial agent. It doesn't kill mold. As Doug has correctly said, white distilled vinegar, hydrogen peroxide. I'm going to throw a question out to you, Doug. I get a lot of calls in the last probably 48 hours. Sodium borate, borax. pH of 9 creates an alkaline environment. We know it kills mold. I see some use, but not a lot of use in a post-disaster situation. What do you think about sodium borate, borax?
I love it. I just think it's hard to pronounce. No, it is. I think it's hard to find. But no, I agree 100%. And I think it's been proven over and over again that fungus will not grow in alkaline environments. And so having something like that, I think it's a great idea.
And so here's a real...
You probably know that one of the real effective cleaning processes to mechanically remove mold from rafters and from flooring and so forth is a soda blasting. And that's baking soda, you know. So it's a great option, I think.
So here's our problem, and it is a problem. We've had people on the ground through the Normie Environmental Task Force, and we've done a number of videos with Mason Tamano. We did some videos with Jeff Cross. We got those out. We've had phone calls from the front line saying they're handing out, and I thought it was a few 10 or maybe 100 units of, it's thousands. What I'm hearing is thousands of units of bleach sodium hypochlorite. How do we transfer that? How do we change that to say, why aren't we seeing thousands of units of white distilled vinegar, hydrogen peroxide, borax, baking soda? Why? Just why is that not happening? And why do we still have sites like the CDC, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, with their guidelines for cleaning safely after a disaster, saying clean up with mold with a mix of bleach and water? Why is that happening in 2024?
Yeah, I think a lot of that has to do with just resources, frankly. You know, sodium hypochlorite is pretty inexpensive, and it's pretty easy to give away. I'll just plug, if I could, the Normie Pro ETF.org. It's a 501(c)(3). It's anything you donate to that's just like donating to the Red Cross, fully tax deductible. You know, Dr. Gavin, if we had thousands and thousands of dollars, how easy it would be to provide that kind of product and those kinds of services to those disaster areas. It's just, you know, limited resources. And I would love more than anything else to overwhelm those trucks that are bringing sodium hypochlorite in with trucks that are bringing in something that really actually works.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you, Doug. I'm so grateful to the members of ISSA, the members of Normie that have reached out to us, but more all those that have left their families and gone and deployed themselves and responded to Hurricane Helene. And now we're seeing, you know, big deployments from our members for Hurricane Milton. And again, we're going to have boots on the ground. The key is the message has to be clear. It has to be loud. It has to be specific on how to do things safely, but more importantly, based on science.
Well, the Environmental Task Force, Doug, you just mentioned, I mean, we do a lot of training, and it's all about educating not only the public, but the contractors, the people that are doing the work. And if you're a contractor in any of these industries, water drying, remediation, assessment, you've come across people that are getting educated themselves. So you need to be educated to be able to talk to your customer. The last thing you want to do is have your customer more knowledgeable than you are.
You know, Lance, this is the kind of thing that's interesting. We talked about this morning in our admin meeting. We've got a class coming up here in Louisiana in the first week in November. We've got a class scheduled in Tampa the first week in December. Those are scheduled classes on our website. And you know what's happening already. There's people coming out of the woodwork. Hey, I need to get trained. I need to get trained. Where a year ago it was, maybe I'll do it, maybe I won't. And so I know it's like everything else. When there's a fire, you want to put on your fire suit and put it out. And so hopefully people will find out about this, the classes that we've got available that will help them with licensing and certification in the states that require it and in the states that don't require it.
And that's really important, Doug. There are just people have to be making decisions for what we're seeing on the ground. And it's so important that through our Normie members, our ISSA members, we get to those decision makers and go, I know you're trying to do your best. I know you're trying to make, decisions that will help create safe indoor spaces, will recover from this disaster. But more importantly, how to do it based on science, based on evidence, based on a better process, a better methodology. So again, let's work as a team to do this. But it's so important that, again, if you're an ISSA member and or Normie member and you're on the ground and you see things, let us know, because Doug, Lance, myself can we'll more than happy intervene and contact the mayor's office or contact the local emergency management agency. I'm based here in Washington, D.C. If I have to go down and talk to a federal government agency, that's not a problem. And I'll stand up and say, that's wrong, this is better, this is right. And really get that change. That has to happen now.
Yeah, Dr. Gavin, it's interesting. We've been talking the last several years about essential employees and what that meant during COVID. And we've said for years, and I think it's absolutely true, that our water mitigators, our wet restoration contractors, our remediators, our assessors, they really are the first responders to these kinds of events. They're not identified as first responders, but they absolutely are. They're some of the first ones in there to get things going. And so, if you anticipate a fire in your house, you have a fire extinguisher for a reason. And I think that's the whole idea of getting trained ahead of these kinds of events, because now you're ready. We've talked about FEMA training and all of those sorts of things. Now you're ready to actually be able to be value to those people who need you.
Hey, Doug, that example you just gave about the fire extinguisher is so appropriate here, because having the fire extinguisher in your house is very important. But when the fire breaks out, you don't want to take out the instruction manual on how to use the fire extinguisher. You need to know ahead of time. You need to be familiar with the equipment, train, understand what it can do and what it can't do. You can use a fire extinguisher and create more of a problem. So there's a lot of things that go into training. And Gavin, we talk about tabletops all the time. That's the kind of concept that needs to be out here, and to have all of these valid and scientific facts brought into our training.
Yeah, and what we're seeing, Lance, and it's, we've seen both with Katrina, Hurricane Katrina 2005, Hurricane Harvey, Hurricane Ian. I can name all these hurricanes off, Helene, recently with Hurricane Milton. These are water events. These are water damaging events. I had a phone call from some colleagues that are both doctors and nurses down in Florida who are in the hospital saying, look, the storm surge didn't reach what people predicted, but we got 2 foot of water through our house, and the house is now unlivable, and I'm going to have to stay in the hospital now before I can go home. What do I do, Gavin? What do we do with a house that had 2 feet of surge and is now unlivable? Okay, it didn't reach the 5, 10, or 15 that we all predicted or that we thought could have been the potential. 2 feet's enough to make a house unlivable. And everyone should be seeing those videos on TV right now from Hurricane Helene, as well as the flooding, as well as the surge from Hurricane Milton, going 1, 2 feet. That's enough to make a building unlivable, unusable. And that's the message that's not getting out there right now at the moment, Lance. So that's where this, again, the training that Normie does, but more importantly, the awareness of key decision makers is so critical. And as you're right, as we do these tabletop exercises, which I'm involved a lot through my affiliation with different organizations as we prepare for hurricane season, it's predictable. What I'm not seeing is that recovery is always a key part of the disaster cycle. And those that are involved in recovery are our members. They don't make the exercises. They don't come to the tabletops. And that has to change, because we've gone very quickly from response, search and rescue, water rescue, now to recovery. And our members are going down there right now, if not deployed for Helene, they're deploying for Milton. and they haven't been considered by both federal, state, local government, as well as non-government, as well as volunteer organizations, as a key part of the recovery effort. And they are. Drying a building is based on science. Responding to and preventing mold growth is based on science. And the point is that we have to do better at that. And that's something that Doug and you and I are all working towards. And our goal right now is, did we do well in 2024? Not well enough. Are we going to do better in 2020? Are we going to do better in 2025? Yes, we have to.
I want to move back to the 3 points or topics that we originally started here. But just before I do that, I just want to put out there, if anybody's interested in getting more information on the Environmental Task Force from Normie, you can go to Normie Pro ETF, EchoTangoFrank.org. And that's got a lot of information on that page, including how to join the Environmental Task Force and Project Safe, which we've utilized to have our members all over the country check in with us, let us know that they're okay. We actually use the term I am okay, which is I'm okay. So, it's more information that you can get. With that being said, what our original topics were, you must stay safe and healthy, health risks for mold exposure, and the myths of this industry. I'm going to put it back out there if you guys want to sum up these points and
I do have one thing I'd like to do, which I haven't really said yet, but I think we should ask this question. One of the things that we've learned is that Normie has grown because we have really good people, well-trained in the field, and because they look good, we look good. Can I just say that we see ourselves as being able to have an army of well-trained folks out there who can touch the lives of people we have not even met. And I say that to say this: I'm sure there's someone on this call who's listening who could get us in front of the people who make these kinds of decisions. And if you can do that, please reach out to us and let us know. If somebody's willing to talk or listen, we're willing to talk and to show them how important it is that they do things the right way. We love those kind of opportunities. So I just wanted to put that out there. Help us get this information out to people who need it.
Help us help you is really the expression that I like to use. But Gavin?
Yeah, and the other thing, Lance, get the right safety gear. Practice wearing and using that safety gear before you deploy. I work with highly infectious diseases, or those diseases of high consequence. I practice in the dark because most of the time when I'm working, the lights go out. And if I can't put on my personal protective equipment and take it off in the dark, then I'm going to fail in the real world situation. So get the right personal protective gear. If you're deployed, pace yourself. I see so many people run in and it's hot, it's humid, it's an austere environment. There are dangers there. There are hazards there. Pace yourself, ensure you've got, a lot of these places now still don't have electricity, access to clean water, access to clean and safe drinking water. Stay hydrated. If you're going to take so much precautions and training when using a chainsaw, then apply those same principles to pressure washing, and apply those same principles to cleaning up after the hurricane or the disaster, the flood event, to prevent mold. And the other thing is that I see often, and we saw this on TV. You and I talked about this yesterday, Lance. Don't underestimate the danger of floodwater. It's toxic. And it's toxic because it has sewage in it, it has agricultural products in it, it has contaminants in it, it has all sorts of things in floodwater. And I think people underestimate what floodwater, the health risk that floodwater can pose to you, and understand that if you get open cuts or sores, which you will, they're exposed to floodwater, you've got to clean them, you've got to wash them with soap, you've got to ensure that they don't get infected. I deploy a lot in disasters, and I see a lot of skin infections. And so it's really important that don't underestimate the hazards that are in that environment that you're going to help after a flood event, which we're seeing from these hurricanes right now. And I think that's the problem. I see people working right now in short sleeve t-shirts and shorts. Not on my team. Doesn't happen.
You know, common sense is the term that comes to mind here. The unfortunate part about common sense is people think they all use it. And common sense isn't something you're born with. It's something you learn. You know, you've learned how to do things, and then you make your decisions based on that. How many times have you been to a disaster site where you see firemen running around full breathable pack scuba systems because they've been in fires, forest fires or house fires? They come out, they take off their breathing equipment. What's the first thing they do? Light up a cigarette. It's just not something that makes sense, though it's what people do in the heat of the moment.
No, you're so correct, Lance. The people that respond to disasters within our network are the most wonderful people you could work with in the world. And they become, you know, very good friends because we all have the same commitment to service. The challenge I've had with so many deployments in disasters and emergencies is that those responders had then had to be rescued.
Yep.
They didn't drink enough. They didn't stay hydrated. They didn't know how to treat cuts and wounds or abrasions, and that got infected. And suddenly we had to get them out of the deployment area. They had to get them out of the disaster area because they just didn't understand what it took to keep themselves healthy and safe in working in such an environment.
Which then becomes more of a draw on the workers that are still there trying to work, taking care of the rescuers. So yes, it's a downward spiral when that starts to happen. Gentlemen, we've been coming up on close to 45 minutes here. Anything else you'd like to cover that we didn't? I mean, we're pretty much open at this point. Anything that we have missed?
There was a couple of topics in the chat there, Lance.
Oh, let's see what we have here. I appreciate the feedback, very helpful. As someone who's just returning home from a fire department after Milton's landfall, with extensive water damage throughout the structure. I'm just shortening up fairly long here what was written. What are the solutions you all offer for public servants to boost the message out to the community? Suggestions on what they can do. Offer free training to your emergency services. We have a program called FRAP, First Responders Awareness Program, where we help you provide instructions to your emergency service organizations how to protect themselves. It's pretty standard stuff, but you have to hear it over and over and over. Anything else, guys?
Well, I was just thinking about being bold enough to actually even address the issue. Sometimes people are kind of wary about promoting something that may look like they're trying to help themselves, but the truth of the matter is that when you are bold enough to be able to talk to folks who need to hear this, the decision makers, when you're bold enough to do that, think about how many hundreds and thousands of people that you are helping who are out there in the marketplace just trying to survive. And I think, as Dr. Gavin said, we forget sometimes about those folks that had just a little bit of a problem, but it's, you know what, it's their house. It's a big problem. And it's something that they need to be able to take care of in the right sort of way.
You know, the good first responders also need to be able to take care of their families and themselves to be able to have the time to go and be first responders. So that's another part of the equation that we didn't address tonight, but it's one of the important pieces. With Katrina, they learned where they had hundreds and hundreds of buses, school buses, staged to evacuate people, but all the people that were driving the buses were evacuated. This is the kind of thing that common sense doesn't take care of, but you need to be trained and have a plan for it.
Yeah, be respectful, Lance. If you're deploying down to a disaster, people are traumatized, they're upset, they've lost personal belongings, their businesses, the buildings, both home and commercial, have been damaged. Be respectful. Be a good listener. But more importantly, when you go back to the emergency operations center and they're telling you to go faster, that's not always possible. And there's times where I've been leading teams, I'm going, stop. That's going to make this whole situation, which is already unsafe, and it's going to increase the risk for injury and damage. We have to slow down. That's not safe to go in there. That building has been closed. The windows have been closed. The door has been closed. There's sandbags at the front. It got flooded. It's been a week to 10 days before anyone's opened that. And you want me to go in there and do what? And if they don't have the proper personal protective equipment, the gear, the safety gear, you can't rush into those buildings. And that's so important. Again, have good decision makers, good management, good leadership, and then you've used that word common sense. I try not to use that in a disaster situation. I try to focus on the hazards. I try to risk, and I say, what's the worst that can happen? And I start that with all my conversations, because people they rush. When they go fast, they get hurt.
There's a very good comment here that I want to put out to both of you, and whoever wants to jump in on. There's a few things here. As a follow-up, community members are asking us directly, what do we do? What cleaner should we use? If not bleach, what? We're already getting those questions from our community members.
So I think there's a couple of links, and he identifies this, that's Ryan. A couple of links I put into the chat area, one for volunteers and one for residents, and that's in our Normie Pro ETF. But we also have a great section of our normie.org webpage on the very bottom, resources for the do-it-yourselfer. And I think that's a really, really powerful little paragraph. It's got several links in there. I was just looking at it again. I know we have a resource library that will help them with getting information that they need, accurate information. There's information there about enzyme cleaners. I also have my book there, Mold Free Construction. So I think there are a lot of resources at the bottom of normie.org that would really help give you the tools that you need. And I'll tell you, Ryan, if I were there, I'm in Louisiana right now, but if I were there, I would take those flyers and I would be printing a bunch of them out and probably handing them out to everybody I know walking up and down the street. That you talk about how you could help. I think that would be phenomenal, is just getting that information out.
Just try to pay attention to the addresses that we're giving you. The chat may not be available if you go back to watch this as a replay. It's normie.org is one of them. And the other one that we gave out a few times was normieproetf.org. And from there, you can access a lot of information. Gavin, I'm not sure if you had another site you wanted to give out.
No, I totally agree with Doug. Let's again the challenge we have, and I think we've correctly and we've been good citizens on this webinar by showing the U.S. government, at the federal government level, which also then translates to what's at state government, local government, as well as those other wonderful organizations that respond. The information at the moment is misleading. In some situations, it's completely wrong. In some situations, there's not enough detail to be able to do a job that keep you safe. So really important. If we get too many mixed messages, as we're seeing right now, and we've talked about in this webinar, it leads to unsafe, or it leads to actions that aren't based on science and evidence, and that leads to mistakes. So it's really important that these events aren't going to go away, Lance. This is just, we've had 2 hurricanes, both made landfall, caused significant hardship, significant damage, significant problems, and we're seeing from our wonderful ISSA members and Normie members on the ground right now, real reports that things are not being done the best that they can do, and there are ways to do this better.
Doug, any last comments here?
I don't think so, except that I just want to really thank again Dr. Gavin for being here. A great asset. He's been a big help to us, and just thank you so much to him and ISSA. This has been a great collaboration and a good partnership. I'm looking forward to the great things that we're going to be able to accomplish together.
Yeah, it is important, Doug. I'm glad we met all those years ago. I'm glad that but more importantly, we're doing this as it's a team. It's a true collaboration through our Normie ISSA Alliance, and there's room for many, many more partners.
Thank you both for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it. And everybody else that's watching, thank you. And I'm sure there'll be more information coming out in the near future. And please be safe, whatever your involvement is with this disaster. Thank you.
Okay, and we are back at the Experience Show here in Chattanooga, and we now have somebody special here. And yes, I'm giving you a bigger buildup because, you know, when you start going up the pyramid and you have different players that you're talking to, eventually you get to the top. And I think that's where we're at. This is Scott Walters from BNP Media, and I guess you're like the top of the pyramid for what's going on here and all the trade shows you do.
Well, thank you for that elaborate introduction, Lance. I don't know how true it is, but I'm happy to support Normie, and we're glad Normie's part of the experience, and we love everything you guys are doing, and I'm happy to sit here and have a conversation with you. Absolutely.
Well, that's appreciated. And truthfully, you know, the experience is just one of the shows that you do, you know, and you're involved with media production and everything else. What actually do you guys do at BNP?
So BNP Media is a fourth generation family owned business.
A little closer.
B2B media. We cover many different sectors. We're in obviously restoration, remediation, cleaning, but we're also in security, packaging.
You might want to just keep the mic a little closer. There's a lot of background noise. There you
Okay.
go.
We're also in security, manufacturing, architecture, construction, food, beverage, packaging. We cover a lot of different business sectors. I'm the chief events officer, so I oversee all of BNP's in-person and online events. And then I also have P&L responsibilities for all of our webinars, our video, and our podcast business. So we're a full service B2B media company, and the in-person event business is what I primarily oversee.
Well, I mean, you touched on a lot of stuff that we do. Obviously, we do live streaming TV. We do live radio broadcasting. We're on 6 different radio platforms, streaming radio, and 13 podcast platforms. So I can't imagine what you're going through dealing with all the live shows all over the country too. I know logistics of that.
Yeah, we do. At BNP, we do over 50 in-person events a year. It's a huge, obviously, revenue generator for the company. We have a full service events division, marketing, operations, logistics, everything's in-house. So yeah, the events business is very important to BNP Media.
And the Experience Show is new to you guys.
That's right. Yep.
You know, you're new owners of it.
Yeah, we purchased the Experience events, the spring conference and trade show in the spring, and then the fall trade show in Las Vegas from Larry Cooper in 2022. We took ownership of the two events in 23. Larry and his team helped with us on that transition. So they were still very much a part of, you know, the transition period there. But this year in 2024 is the first year that we're Cooperless, for lack of a better term. And the way the community has rallied and all the participation and support we've been given has quite frankly been overwhelming. So yeah, we're excited to be the new owners. It fits nicely under our R&R brand magazine as a sub-product of that magazine. And, you know, we're happy to be here.
So the training wheels are off. I don't see any skin knees or elbows. So this is all good. And, you know, we've been to both shows that you guys have been in control of, and we've been to a lot of the shows that Larry had over the years, and it's exciting. We're looking forward to the next show, which is in Vegas. That's your big show of the year.
Yep.
And, you know, I understand you're already selling booths and selling out all kinds of services for that already. And we're just now into this one.
Yeah, the spring show is by design a smaller event. It's East Coast based. It rotates. Last year it was in Fort Lauderdale. The year before that it was in Cincinnati. It goes to these kind of tier 2 cities to be more relevant to a greater portion of the population in the community in the restoration remediation space. The Las Vegas show stays in Las Vegas. It's at Caesars Forum. It's the first week of September. I think this year the dates are the 5th through the 8th or something like that. It's that Tuesday through Friday after Labor Day each year. And that is the bigger of the two events. Yes, we've been selling booth space. We've got, I think, about 35% of the floor already pre-sold. We're selling booth space here at this event before the fall. And then obviously, you know, we're moving forward with selling space and sponsorships for Las Vegas. That's the big one.
I'll make a suggestion for the Vegas show. You need a Segway rental division, because the walking, it is so massive there, all the buildings. I mean, it's exciting to be able to go through that kind of an event. It's big.
Yeah. The Forum is, as you know, across the street over a walkway in the Close Hotel in Vegas. Everything looks good on a map. Oh, it's right across the street. I'll get right to it. But nothing in Vegas is close. So,
No.
yeah, there is definitely Maybe that's a side business that we could work up.
There
Maybe
you
some
go.
kind of Segway rental. or something.
Segways are us.
Sponsorships on top of that. Normie produced or provided. You guys
Yeah.
might get some action on that.
Well, we'll talk. We got some time.
I like an idea guy. That's
Yeah,
good.
You know what? It's out of the box that the box comes in. That's the way to do it. Well, I know you're busy. You got a lot of stuff going on here, but I do appreciate you stopping by and saying hello to everybody. And again, the top of the pyramid. This is what I was looking for.
Well, I like reaching the top of the pyramid too. I know you and Doug are co-partners in crime here. No pun
Well.
intended, but it's a pleasure working with you guys. You're true professionals, and
Thank you.
thank you very much for your support. We really appreciate it.
All righty. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I want to welcome everybody today to another episode of Fire More Than Flames and Smoke. And we have a special guest today, Alan Johnston. He's the founder of Green Tech Environmental, and he is a wealth of information on the science and technology side of controlling odors, controlling airborne and surface contaminants. And I just find it a privilege to have him here with us today. So Alan, if you'd like to say a quick hello, we'll get started.
Hi, Lance. Privileged to be with you as well today.
Thank you very much. Can you give us a real brief background, a little bit as your background of where you've come from and how we got to this point today?
Sure. My background is engineering. I'm a graduate of Purdue University in Indiana in electrical engineering, and I worked in the aerospace industry for 15 years on some exciting programs involving NASA, the space shuttle, and a lot of different missile systems that protect our country. I had the opportunity to enter the air purification industry in 1997, now over 25 years ago. And it was really a combination of factors, but one that really drove my interest was the loss of my mother, who ultimately passed away from mold exposure in a school that she taught in. And as an aerospace engineer, I had a hard time understanding how something like that could happen in the world that we live in with such great technologies available to us. And so I've dedicated the rest of my professional career to finding technologies that solve the problem of indoor air quality and do it in a way that really mimics the way that the nature cleans the air outside.
Well, I don't know if you really know how many lives you've actually reached, but just from the technologies that you've worked on and put out into the market, it's countless. So I want to thank you for that. I know how it's affected my family, my friends that use these similar types of technologies. So again, thank you for all of that. But speaking of the technologies, why don't we get into some of them? I mean, the central and eastern part of the United States over the last week or so has really been impacted by fires coming out of Canada. And, out of sight, out of mind, we think of Canada hundreds, thousands of miles away, depending on where you're located, but it's having a direct influence on us. And the technologies that you've worked on and are familiar with are really the lifeline for many people that have breathing issues or just regular people that are reacting to the smoke. So I don't know if you want to just start talking about some of them, or if you want me to request. Why don't we go with what you're comfortable with?
Well, the technologies are obviously something that I am passionate about. I'm the founder of Green Tech Environmental and started that company almost 15 years ago now. And the object of the mission, I'd say, of our company is to find technologies that truly solve the problem, or not just a Band-Aid on them. And there are technologies that, as I said earlier, mimic what nature does outdoors, and I'll share some of those with you. This issue that we're having recently with wildfire smoke is certainly a significant, and it's a problem that pops up periodically, certainly every month of every year, somewhere around the world, and the United States had a chance to experience it, affecting as many as 100 million people here just in the last few weeks. It is toxic.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Because what you just mentioned, affecting 100 million people in the United States, this is a part of the country that's not normally affected. But one of the things that came out of this, because of the thickness of the smoke, we actually got a glimpse into what the starting of a nuclear winter would look like. And, it affected the overall climate. In New Jersey, which is where I'm from, the average temperature this time of the year is normally 80, 85 degrees. When the smoke was as thick as it was for those 4 days, we barely got to 70 degrees. It lowered the temperature almost 20 degrees a day. So it made a big difference, and that affects things going forward.
Makes a huge difference. And we see the same from volcano eruptions, although not something that we often see here in this country, but in other parts of the world, not uncommon. And it's a scary situation. But from what affects you and I, and what we're really concerned about, our health, the effect of what the constituents that make up that wildfire smoke, more than just what we can see, it's the chemical compounds that are inside of that smoke that are of real concern. I have the privilege to be on multiple boards of committees with ASHRAE, and ASHRAE is the standard that is set for heating and air conditioning and indoor air quality. And one of those standards is 52.2, which is the standard for filtration. And what you hear most about when someone talks about the concerns over health and wildfire smoke is PM 2.5 or particulate matter at 2.5 microns. And that is just one size particle. Obviously, wildfire smoke contains particles of virtually every size, up to particles that we can see very clearly. But scientists have really focused in on that one size because it's one that they measure and have identified as one that can get into our lungs and get absorbed into our bloodstream and have a dramatic health effect. And so filtration becomes an important part of a solution to dealing with wildfire smoke indoors. I know that people are talking about setting up safe rooms within their homes, a place that they can go that will allow them to breathe and have a minimal effect from the wildfire smoke. And for those that have technologies that they put into these rooms, congratulations. It's something that we should all have to be able to have a safe haven. We never know when wildfires can hit. I'm sitting in Northeast Tennessee, not far from Gatlinburg, a beautiful, one of the most visited national parks, but was struck by a wildfire just a few years ago that took out thousands of acres and burned thousands of homes, something that was unheard of because we just don't have many wildfires in this area. And we got a glimpse of what that can mean. It can strike anywhere, and preparedness is important. So as we've worked as a community within ASHRAE, developing standards for filtration, high quality HEPA type pleated filters that are able to filter out these ultrafine particles is very important. Most people don't have filtration in their home other than maybe on their HVAC system. And a lot of people are going out and buying 50 cents filters from Walmart. And one of the things that I would like to say right up front is don't do that. Invest in a quality filter that is pleated. And there are a number of them out there that are MERV 7 rated filters, and that's generally what a typical HVAC system can handle. MERV ratings have to do with the effectiveness of the particle capturing ability. The higher the MERV rating, the tighter the weave, the less air flows through the filter. And one of the things that we can't do is typically on most systems put a HEPA type filter, which is MERV 13 and above. A true HEPA filter is MERV 16. HEPA type filters start around MERV 13. But those are very restrictive to airflow, or can be, and most of your systems can't handle it. But if you can go from just a dust bunny catcher, which is a typical cheap 50-cent filter that is made of fiberglass that you can see through, to a quality pleated filter that would be a MERV 7, you're going to be light years ahead for that. But a filter doesn't take out another problem with wildfire smoke, and that's chemical constituents.
That's one of the things that we talked about, especially when COVID hit, that people were wearing masks, and the masks were fine for particulate, but it wasn't stopping something at the size of a virus. And the same thing with smoke. It'll stop the particulate, but nothing to do with the gases.
That's correct, Lance. The gases are of significant concern to health. Inside that wildfire smoke, there are toxic gases, chemical compounds that are harmful to our health. And for the most part, we're able to deal with lots of issues, lots of chemicals that we get faced with. Our bodies are wonderful at being able to deal with those. But as we get exposed to more and more chemicals, which we are, chemicals that come through our skin from laundry detergent, chemicals come from the cleaners that we use in the indoor environment to clean, to sanitize, which is great, but those chemicals get in the air and we breathe them in. And it's not a surprise that today the CDC and EPA are saying that over 15% of our population have chemical sensitivities. In other words, they've been exposed to so many chemicals that their body is no longer able to deal with it. And now they become what is often referred to as hypersensitive to chemicals and have an adverse reaction to them. And now they have to be extremely cautious because their body can no longer take that exposure. And so it puts them into a downward spiral. So those people are using hypoallergenic laundry detergent, for instance. They're using things that are for people who have chemical sensitivities. If you want to avoid becoming chemically sensitive, you want to remove as many chemicals as you can from your environment so that your body doesn't become overwhelmed. And certainly wildfire smoke with all the chemical constituents in it create a problem that do put people at risk in that way.
One of the episodes that we're doing, we're talking with a professional forest fire fighter, and he talks about the different types of forest fire smoke. A lot of people say, well, it's like a campfire. We do that all the time and we have a fire pit. Well, that's when just the trees basically and the brush are burning. When it burns through an area with warehouses and homes, everything that is going airborne is toxic, beyond just the regular smoke from the firewood. So, it's a completely unknown situation as to what you're breathing. You can't just say, oh, it's typical campfire, which I'm used to all the time. And just like with contaminated water from a flood, everything is in that water. It's no longer drinkable. Well, this isn't really good to breathe, though you can't stop doing that.
That's true. But there are technologies that exist which are able to deal with those chemical constituents, and whether it's from wildfire smoke or just cleaning compounds that we use, there are technologies there, and ones that I have been focused on in my career in indoor air quality for over 25 years. There are.
Could you tell us about a few of them?
I'd love to. One that I have focused on primarily is something called photocatalytic oxidation, or another term is photocatalysis. Photo refers to ultraviolet light. Catalytic refers to the catalyst, which the ultraviolet light activates, that creates a reaction. But by definition, the catalyst itself never changes, it never gets used up. What's happening is the photocatalyst, typically made of a compound that has a very high band gap energy, which titanium dioxide is the primary one that is used. It allows for the UV light to create enough energy to break the bonds of the electrons that rotate the nucleus of this titanium dioxide, leaving behind electron holes. Now, I'm getting a little deep in the technology side of it, but it's fascinating to think about, because these electron holes that are left behind, I mean, the titanium dioxide, which has a lot of, it's a very strong material. It has a lot of energy that holds the electrons to itself. So when it loses it, it has a strong pull to get them back. Well, as molecules come into contact with the surface of this photocatalyst, those electrons do get pulled away, and now it breaks down. Something called molecular dissociation breaks down these chemicals, and the chemical that existed prior to reaching the surface of the photocatalyst is no longer. It's broken down into its subcomponents, and it literally no longer exists. And that's the beauty of a photocatalytic system, is we can take things which are harmful in the atmosphere, put them through this system, and actually eliminate them. People do things like spray chemicals in the air to make the air smell better, because they don't like the smell of the wildfire smoke or other odors that may occur in the home. But that's just adding more chemicals on top of the chemicals that are already there. Photocatalysis is able to break those down. In addition to that, it also creates oxygen and hydrogen-based compounds like hydroxyls, HO, hydrogen peroxide, in a vapor form of H2O2, other types of compounds, hydroperoxides, HO2. They're all made of hydrogen and oxygen, but those compounds, also referred to as oxidizers, as they travel out, they oxidize molecules as well. So it's not just working inside this photocatalytic system that is used and put into HVAC systems as well as standalone products, but it also creates things that travel out and clean the air actively throughout the ventilated space. Everywhere the air is, it's cleaning the air. So we can create that safer environment by using that kind of technology. There are some other technologies in addition to photocatalytic oxidation, or also referred to as PCO, such as bipolar ionization. Now that can be used with needlepoint ionization, where you have both a positive and negative electrical charge, and it puts these electrical charges in the air that can come into contact with water vapor and break those down and create oxidizers in the same way that photocatalysis does. There are also DBI, dielectric barrier ionizers, which do not use needlepoint. They use a different kind of technology, but it creates this plasma of positive and negative electrical charges, which tend to last longer than just a bipolar ionization technology does. But these too travel out and are able to break down contaminants. So if we look at what all of these technologies I've just described do, mimics what happens outdoors every day with the sun creating the energy that interacts with compounds that create this photocatalytic reaction, the sun creating these electrical charges that are in the air and cleaning the air actively. I often say there's no giant vacuum cleaner in the sky with a filter on it that purifies our air outside. And in spite of everything that we do outside, whether nature does with wildfires or we do with automobiles and cars and airplanes producing pollutants in the air, all the outdoor air is constantly being polluted, yet the outdoor air generally is 5 to 10 times cleaner than indoor air. And that's according to the US EPA. And the reason for that is nature has these systems in place that clean the air and create a healthier environment outdoors than we have indoors, in spite of what you might do to keep things clean. So our goal is to bring those technologies indoors.
Alan, I got to interrupt you for a second. I mean,
Sure.
You had said about getting too technical. I don't think you did, but I want to point out that all of these technologies are available. This is what is commonplace today. And, you know, we've talked about in other trainings, I use the term science fiction becomes science fact. It may sound like science fiction, but this is all what's working nowadays, and it's affordable. It's something that everybody can get their hands on. You don't have to go to NASA to request something like this. You know, it's there. You just have to know what you're looking for and asking for. We get a lot of people that say, oh yeah, I have an air purifier. Well, what do you have? And they tell you, and it's a inexpensive filter.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we know with filters, filters only filter what makes it to the filter.
Correct.
The proactive technologies you're talking about go out and find the problems and take care of it wherever it's at. So that's a big difference. And I applaud people for wanting to do something, but they really need to get the information to know what they're getting. Just like the people that wore masks when COVID hit. I mean, how many people did you see wearing masks made out of paper towels? I'm wearing a mask. Well, yes, you are. However, you know, whether it works or not. So where do you see this industry going with, like, the technologies that are there right now? They're not brand new. They've been enhanced. They've been combined together. But moving forward, especially with the changes in our environment, smoke conditions, temperature, relative humidity problems, where do you see we going, or us going with that?
Well, the technologies are slowly being accepted. One of the reasons that I became heavily involved with ASHRAE and on a number of committees was there has been an overall resistance to electronic air purification, the technologies that I just described. And some of the testing that has been done on them, the way the tests have been set up, the results have not been positive. The problem with the test and their protocol was that they have done what is referred to as single pass testing. In other words, they'll put some kind of a challenge gas and put it through the photocatalytic reactor and measure what comes out the backside. And in this breaking down of the molecule, in some cases, the molecule that comes out the backside is worse than the molecule that came in. It's what is referred to as a cascading process. So you start with one molecule, it breaks to another, breaks to another. But if all you do is measure it after one pass, well, that's not really a good indication, because we don't put systems in our homes or businesses or factories that just go through once. We are constantly circulating the air through the room, through our devices. It's working continuously. And unfortunately, the people who can create these protocols for testing try and control it to a level that we end up with these protocols that make just a single pass. I'm very thankful at our international meeting in Atlanta in February. There was a great session with a number of PhDs that worked tirelessly on this subject, showing the results of what we refer to in the industry as electronic air purification can do, and the benefits of it, and really putting holes in what has been the standards, the protocols that have been used up until now. One of the other subjects I'll just throw in was that ASHRAE has a mandate to decarbonize, which means to save energy. And up until now, and still today, really, people have thrown their arms up as to how to deal with this indoor air quality problem, other than just to ventilate, which means bringing fresh air from outside inside, because we know that the outside air is cleaner than the inside air. So the solution to indoor air pollution becomes dilution, which it is true. It does make the air quality better indoors to bring a lot of fresh air in, but you have to heat and cool that. So we're spending more money, we're using more energy in order to heat and cool, when we can get the same results through using this electronic air purification that really mimics what happens outdoors. So we're making headway, and I'm thankful for that. But the technology exists today. NASA has used photocatalytic oxidation technology in the space station since it was put up in the air. It's been critical for them in the growing of plants, but it also helps to purify the air throughout the space station and break down chemical compounds that are being used there. And so when people say, is it safe? Well, it's mimicking what happens outdoors, one. Secondly, NASA has been using it for decades successfully, and it has been key to the International Space Station, will be key to a Mars mission in the future.
Some of the issues that you were talking about, you know, how some of the technology is not accepted, the testing data, things like that. Unfortunately, politics gets involved in this. During one of the episodes with the firefighter from California that we were talking with, he had been involved with a lot of litigation over using fire retardants on forest fires, where they're dropping these retardants from planes.
Yes.
And putting out the fires almost immediately. The problem is a movement out there saying that it's polluting the watersheds doing that. Well, here's the problem, the way he described it, that if you can attack the fires quickly with this retardant, yes, it can affect the watershed. If you don't attack it quickly and let it burn, there is no longer a watershed. And, you know, I don't want to say the lesser of two evils, but the politics gets in the way of putting out the fire, basically. And that's unfortunate. The stuff that you're talking about, people not understanding the technologies and not being mainstream, is because of, like you said, the testing, the way it's done, the cascading effect. You know, everything goes through that process. Another component of indoor air quality is radon. Now, it's a radioactive gas. The difference is that it's not actually radon that causes the problem. Radon breaks down into three other components that are the radioactive material that actually cause damage to the human lungs. Nobody talks about that. They just say radon, and radon is not really what's even being detected. So the politics, the buzzwords, I guess that gets in the way.
It does. People grab hold of a small point and run with it and discount technologies, processes, without really understanding them. We have here at GreenTech spent almost $2 million on testing over the last 3 years. Some of that was on COVID, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which was important, obviously, during the pandemic, but testing on mold, bacteria, on VOCs, looking at monitoring formaldehyde and toluene and some of these other chemicals that are harmful to human health yet are found frequently in the indoor environment. And been able to show through the use of our photocatalytic technology, the use of dielectric barrier ionizers, bipolar ionization, unipolar ionization, that we're able to reduce the chemical load in the environment over a matter of hours and days. That even when we inoculate the space with compounds that, when they get broken down, create things like formaldehyde, that we actually don't even see an increase in formaldehyde as we monitor that. We see it go down continuously from one day to the next, and it stays down as long as the technology is running in the space. So it's, we don't have the luxury of that in a laboratory environment, and that's the reason that the data is not able to show the true results, because typically tests are run for 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, but not longer than that. And that's not the way that our products operate. We're running continuously, and they're constantly breaking down and getting down to a level where the contaminants in the space, whether they're chemical, whether they're particles, whether they're biological, that we have reduced them down to a level that allows our bodies to deal with the remnants that always exist. You never get 100% of anything out of the air, but if we can get them down to where our natural immune system can deal with them, that's the key. And that's why people that have COPD, that have asthma, respiratory issues, get such relief from the use of this electronic air purification technology that I've described today.
How about odor control? Because that's another big component of the wildfires that are affecting people now. Again, they see it, so they're reacting to it, but they also usually smell it before they see it.
That is so true.
I did here in New Jersey. It was like the morning was fine, the afternoon was like, I smell a fire, and by that evening, it looked like sunset at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was just so dark. So what's available out there for odor?
Well, and some of the odor gets dealt with through the use of the technologies I've described, photocatalysis, dielectric barrier ionization, bipolar, unipolar ionization, but not 100%, especially because wildfire smoke, the smell from it is so overwhelming. I am really excited about a technology that I learned about that was developed by a tiny company up in Kentucky. And my company was able to get the exclusive worldwide rights for applying this technology to a filter. It's the trade name is called OdorGuard. And by the name, it is something that deals with odors, but it goes way beyond that. But it's used in different areas where odors are a big problem, like inside of trash bags today. Glad has an odor reducing trash bag that uses the same technology applied inside the bag. Adult diapers that obviously we understand the issues with odor there. It is so fast working and so complete at being able to break down lots of different odors. And what's even, to me, even more exciting, because the odors are something that are offensive, but it's what's causing the odors, the chemicals behind it that concern me. Its ability to break down VOCs as well is important. It's a totally non-toxic chemical. It is very safe. It has no odor in itself. It's applied to a filter surface. And we have put it into a number of different products, including just regular HVAC filters. So I started talking today about the importance of having a quality filter for your return air of your HVAC. We do apply these to pleated filters, MERV 7 pleated filters. And so that not only can the filter trap those particles that are so important to be trapped, but they can also the coating on the filter can break down the VOCs that are important to be broken down, as well as breaking down the odor. And so we've used Odor Guard in assisted living facilities where we all know what the smells can be in those kind of facilities. We've used them in dormitories where the smell, body odors can be a little bit strong. It is effective in so many different applications where odor is a problem. And what's exciting is it's not dealing just with the odors, but also chemicals.
Can I just change the path here a little bit? I mean, all of that sounds like there is hope. And for the next forest fire or next airborne contaminant, I mean, there are technologies that will absolutely protect us and help us breathe easier, if you want to call it that. But we also have fire situations out in California. And I mentioned before about the politics of, like you said, the testing and things like that. Can you touch on quickly why California, that has such a large air pollution problem between smog and fires and everything else, is so aggressively against air purification? I don't understand that. And I think our listeners would want to understand that a little bit too.
Well, I have a lot of experience with California and air purification. In 2007, I was the representative of all manufacturing of electronic air purifiers in front of the California Air Resource Board, also referred to as CARB. And they had a law that they were wanting to put into effect, and they had the Air Resource Board spent 2 days reviewing whether or not they needed to pass a law which basically outlawed the use of electronic air purifiers that produce ozone. And I think there was a misunderstanding because California has had a big issue with air pollution. I spent the first year of my college education at a school in California before moving to Purdue to finish my college career. And I remember so well just being 4 miles from the mountains north of Los Angeles and not even seeing them for the first 2 months that I was at the school. And all of a sudden, one day they appeared on the skyline. Pollution used to be and this was in the 70s, much worse than it is today. So I give a lot of credit to California for taking steps, whether it's car emissions, whether it's factory emissions. They have done everything that they possibly can. But there was the misconception was that pollution oftentimes is measured by measuring ozone because it's an easy gas to measure. The nitrogen oxides that are created through automobile smoke, much harder to measure. And what's interesting is that other pollutants, as they rise, ozone rises with them. It's I call it the fireman that fights the fire. Ozone is created naturally in nature as pollution rises because the ozone helps to break down the pollution. So it's by wanting to get rid of ozone, it's kind of like saying we want to get rid of firefighters because every time we see a fire, there's a fireman there. So obviously, if we got rid of the fireman, we wouldn't see any more fires. But the comment that was made to me by a number of the Air Resource Board members, these are also government officials in the different areas of California from San Diego to north of Sacramento. And I sat down with every single one of them in their offices to talk about this. One of them mentioned to me, I said, I don't understand why we would want to generate ozone when we've been working so hard to get ozone out of our state. And I had to correct him to say, you've been working to get pollution out of your state. Ozone is not the pollution. Elevated levels of ozone aren't good, but the elevated levels of ozone are there because of the pollution that you have. They ultimately decided to pass the law against air purifiers that generate ozone. And therefore, that is one low-level ozone. We're talking about levels that the EPA said are safe and natural, that are found outdoors in very pristine parts of the world every day. There's no place around the world that doesn't have a low level of ozone except indoors, that they would not allow ozone to be generated in air purifiers. And you know, as much as I disagreed with that, you know, we just looked for ways that we can still help people through other technologies to be able to purify their air. And our photocatalytic technology, bipolar ionization, dielectric barrier ionization, they're all able to do that without generating ozone. But the one thing that was a challenge was odors, because one thing that is really great about low-level ozone, I'm not talking about high level, I'm talking about ozone that's so low you can't smell it, which and the levels that are safe and acceptable by the EPA and OSHA and WHO and any other health organization you can name. It's great at breaking down odors, and that's one of the things I loved about it. And not having access to it for people who live in California was disappointing. But that's one of the great things that we found with OdorGuard and the ability to break down odors. So we're able to create products that people in California can use with high quality filtration, with odor reduction through the use of our OdorGuard technology, and then incorporating these other technologies like photocatalysis and bipolar ionization.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for answering that question. We're almost out of time here. Is there anything that you'd like to sum up with? I know we covered quite a bit and extremely informative. The technology side, I think, is something that people need to hear and understand so they don't just wear the paper towel mask and think they're protected.
So true. I mean, one of the things that I say about technology is, you know, nature uses a lot of different mechanisms to keep things clean. Don't get locked into just one technology. Filtration's important, but it's not the be all to end all. Use a multi-technology strategy, and there's a lot of wonderful technologies out there. I'm proud of what we've been able to put into products, but you know, there's some excellent products out there. But look at what they do, look at their test data, make sure it's real, filter inside of a box. Is it doing something? Yes, but is it enough? Absolutely not. You need to do more than that. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, Lance, and be on this this webinar, and hopefully this benefits some people that listen to it.
Absolutely, Alan. And I want to thank you for the time you spent with us, the great information, and I look forward to doing more interviews with you in the future.
Thanks so much.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Balzano, group publisher at BMP Media with R&R and the Experience Events, and welcome to episode 2 of Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience, our weekly venture into the great event that we're running right now, and we're so proud to be here. Joining me is my partner in crime, the editor-in-chief of R&R, the lovely Mildred Ingram, as always. And I'm so proud. Our guest today, he's an educator, a business owner, a speaker, a leader, a husband, a father. He's a microbial warrior. He is a gymnast, I just found out.
What? And a
Let's
writer.
get started. Hold on. He's a 50-year industry veteran. He's been to more experiences than I ever will, and he's just a good guy. Please welcome Barry Costa.
All right.
Hey!
I know.
Well, you know, gymnast, that's in my a long time ago. Now rounds in official shape, not found on a Wheaties box, and that's me now.
Hey, once you have it in you, you can still do it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the joke, right? What do you mean? I am in shape. I'm round, right?
Yeah, there you go. There we go. And Mildred, you will visit me in the hospital if I try to do it again.
Oh, no.
Barry, thanks for being here. We appreciate it. You know what? I want to, we're going to get to talk about the experience in depth, I promise. But I was looking back at your career for the three people who don't know. It's amazing. You've really done so much. When did you get started with the Costa Group?
With a cost group. Well, actually, I had a cost group in Peterborough, New Hampshire, when Carol and I lived out on the East Coast. And then about 11 years ago, we moved to Arizona. And so it's been in existence for quite a few years. Prior to that, I had the Carpet and Cleaning Craftsman, carpet cleaning, restoration, carpet installation company that I was doing right along as well. And prior to that, it was my dad's company, Cost Group. Let's see, no, Costa Carpet Company Incorporated. You got to have your C's in order, right? And learn how to walk, keep back on my knees again. And that's how it all started when I was 12 years old.
That's amazing. Then you were a public school teacher as well for 10 years.
Yeah. 10 years. I taught at the elementary school in Peterborough, New Hampshire, and very proud to say I was Teacher of the Year with the New Hampshire Physical Education Association. So it's kind of nice. I really enjoyed it. The kids were great, and the parents were awesome.
That's wonderful. And then eventually you joined like you said, your dad's company.
Yeah.
And here we are. It's 2023, just like that, right? It seems
it was amazing. We smashed the atoms together. I was a school teacher, but I had been doing this my whole life. And in fact, I talked to my sister this past week. She came to Thanksgiving with us here in Arizona. And she said, Mom was so upset. We spent all that money to put you through Springfield College to be a school teacher. Then you started a carpet cleaning company again. I said, but look what I did to it. I smashed the atoms together. Now I'm teaching in the industry that I love. And absolutely, it's not even work, it's play, as Nick Palella used to say. So
we've talked to a couple people on this interview. Yeah, indeed. We've talked to a few people on this interview and off the interview for sure. And they always seem to have the same. I said, well, gosh, you had a different background. What led you to restoration and all this? And they said, it's just the industry. We're helping people and we love doing it. And you can just see from your facial expression how passionate.
Well, yeah, helping people, that's what it's all about. I look at society today and I'm going, this is not the society I want for my son. Why aren't people really coming together and helping? Even Lincoln said a house divided will fall. And look at how much further we could be if everybody just helped a little bit and supported each other rather than step on each other. But so I'm not going to be a victim. I want to try to lead and hopefully get a lot of people along with me and others that are already doing it and make a difference.
That's what, I'm not surprised to hear that. It's wonderful. And that's the kind of guy. I've known you for a year. And honestly, you're one of the best people I know already.
Then you don't know very many people, do you, Michael? I mean,
I feel people. You're in the top 5 for sure.
No, very great.
Now how many experience events have you been to?
All of them except the very first, which was the Luxor, way back in 1999. And that was actually when it was Connections, and 4 associations came together to create that first meeting of connecting people together. And but every experience I've been to.
That's amazing. And your role it's probably changed quite a bit throughout the years, I would think.
Oh gosh, it really has. And working with Larry Cooper all those years, Larry and I have been best friends for so long, and I'm really happy to see him move now in another direction. He's going to build some new things. He wants the baby that they grew, obviously, to grow, and it's in great hands with you guys. That's why I said when you asked, hey Barry, would you mind helping us? Absolutely. I mean, it's all about the event. And part of that event was being with your friends and doing things with your friends. But yeah, I've been involved in every one of them, the experiences, and each one is its own unique energy. It's hard to describe. And it's so funny how themes begin to grow out of them with each one.
Almost naturally. And I've only been to 2, like absolutely. They do naturally grow. Yeah. It's the people. It's the people.
It really is. And it's the energy that develops within the event all in itself. And seeing people you haven't seen for at least 6 months or a year. And some of the best education happens literally when people get together and they start sharing, hey, this is happening. Have you ever had that happen? And, what do you do? And it isn't just the events that are organized by the organizers of the event. It's the side events that go on that really make it worthwhile as well.
Yep. this year is, everybody knows there are 2 experience events each year. The first next one coming up April 3rd through the 5th at the Chattanooga Convention Center in lovely Chattanooga, Tennessee. Registration is open now. Sign up to be an attendee and be at this event. Early bird rates go until the 31st of January. rnrmagonline.com, our website. That's where you can find all the event information and sign up yourself. So let's talk about some memories, Barry. I know we talked a little bit off camera. Any
Oh, yeah.
things you want to discuss or point out that we should know to the people?
Oh gosh. Well, let's see. I'm going to look at it. I put some trivia questions here and stuff. In fact, like I said, in 1999, the first show that happened was, well, let's step back even further than that. Prior to the connections and or the experience being developed, associations used to have their own mini conventions. I remember John Masuri, who was Ohio Steamway, Dick Hook out of Michigan. These gentlemen were the pioneers of doing schools in our industry, and the various associations would put on their own convention. Well, think as a vendor now. You've spent an awful lot of money to support the association, their convention, but you only have an audience of about 50 people for traffic. Well, when you look at the ROI on that, it's not very nice, but yet the vendors were always there to support the associations, and I was so impressed. So 4 associations, some history here, 4 associations came together, they met, and that birthed the first connections in 1999 at the Luxor Hotel in Las Vegas. From that, it grew into a bigger amoeba with lots more pseudopodia sticking out there. And then there was a change in guard. Larry Cooper came in. He was managing the connections events, but then they switched and it became the experience with meetings and events running it. And from there, history's in its wake here. But I think some of the greatest memories, well, there were times when sadly people passed away. And during that event, people celebrated the life of those people. Some real icons of our industry, Cy Gant, for instance, from the carpet industry itself. He was on the board of the IICRC as well. And Tom Hill once told me, when Cy speaks, be quiet and listen. This is a man of great knowledge. We also had celebrations of Bill Yaden and Colleen's anniversary at one of them. But then we also had retirements when Jeff Bishop retired, Tom Hill, his wife Carol Lee, Lindsay Barlow, they all retired. We also had a celebration during the event for these people. So if you didn't know the people in the background that actually ran our industry, you had a chance to meet them up front, personal. And some of the events, oh my God, the first Flood House, and we always made it a show. We had this one time. A set of stairs. We had a toilet up at the top and 2 55-gallon buckets of water waiting that nobody could see behind the curtain. You know, it's like the Wizard of Oz here. And we hired a person who went up the stairs in a bathrobe and he's singing. He was all mic'd up. He's singing. This is how we allowed people into the trade show. They walk over, they're watching this guy just hamming it up like crazy. He sat down on the toilet broke. He fell down the stairs because he was a professional. All the water's coming with him, and that's how we introduced the Flood House. So we've always tried to have a great time with people and set the tone of it isn't just education, guys. You know, we work our tails off. Let's get together. Let's have a great time. Let's have a party. And yeah, let's learn too while we're at it.
When was that? When was the first Flood House?
Where was the first Flood House? You would ask me that. I think it was. I think it was at the Hilton. Okay, because we in the order we went from the Luxor to the Riviera. The Riviera was always known as being smoky. We didn't really like that place.
A lot.
We were there once. Then the Hilton, Las Vegas Hilton. Then we went to the Mirage, Paris, and now we're at Caesars Forum, as we will be in September. I think it's what are the dates, Mike, for September?
September 4th through the 6th, the day
Yeah,
after
4 to
Labor
6,
Day.
yeah. And it's going to be at the same location as we were last year. But there's been a flood house at every one of those events in Vegas, starting with the Hilton, at least. And we've had it ever since. And then even the pavilions have increased in size. We've had vendors like Phoenix and Normie building their things. Clean Right in the center field of the trade show would do some hands-on. So, you know, everyone wants hands-on. Come to the show.
Yeah.
You're going to get plenty.
That's
Well,
the
that's-
experience. That's the
Yeah, that's-
experience.
Well,
That
you
has
know what?
been-
I'm going to step back. I hope you don't mind me dominating here for a second.
No, please do.
You asked about a memorable time that it all of a sudden clicked. It was really interesting. In fact, I sent you a few files of the history of the event. At the Hilton, up on the 28th floor, there were 3, huge rooms. They were the best rooms in the hotel. And we didn't I interviewed the Hilton staff to find out if they had some problems with their carpets that could be fixed. So they sent me a bunch, and we actually took a crew of people during the event, went up and did live repairs on their carpet. And I had people who have never touched the tools before doing these repairs, sweating bullets. But I told them, no matter what you do, I can undo it and fix it. So I'm not worried about that. But the Hilton got a couple $1,000s worth of free repairs by allowing us to use their facility live. And we did that also in Clearwater Beach and a bunch of places where they were getting free repairs, free carpet cleaning and things, getting people to actually do their trade in the building, surrounded by experts in the field to kind of give them some hints or tricks of the trade to solve some problems. So that was really fun.
Amazing.
That was really
It is
fun.
amazing.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Off camera, before we started, you were telling me a story about Clearwater also about, and we were discussing how it just everybody loved going there, but we just got too big. And
Yeah.
but you said something about when the flood was going to happen, but it's going to happen.
Oh, Clearwater Beach, Florida. Everybody loved the white sand and the camaraderie ship. And isn't it great that a show outgrows the venue? But every single year, we knew that at some time during the event, we were going to have a water damage in the trade show because Florida, obviously, towels required 24/7, but you always had rain in the early afternoon, late afternoon, and we would have a crew every year have to dry out a portion of the trade show, which was in the garage below the hotel, and it would flood out annually. So we already, by the second time it happened, we already lined up, okay, you're going to supply the air movers, you're bringing the truck. But we had a crew ready to go.
Yeah, if only there were people that knew how to dry and clean and restore here. Oh wait,
You might think there'd be a few,
Perfect.
but go figure. You know, we're going to teach about this, and we got live activity with it. But you know, the sign of a good show is when things go on in the background that aren't planned for, but the participants never know about it. So you're hearing about it now because we never let people know that the place got water damage. You had a crew down there drying it up overnight and things like this, but because that happens in shows. And R&R, you guys are going to do awesome. Look, little tidbits of things are going to come up and you just deal with them. You move on and you always have a smile on your face.
We appreciate that, Barry.
Yeah, thank you, Barry. We went into this whole situation. It's been about a year now since we've been working with the Coopers and now our own. And with our team, we instruct everybody. We don't even know close to everything. In fact, let's learn everything we can as long as we can and keep learning. And that's not just an experience thing. That's in life, right?
You know what? You never stop learning. The moment you do, you should be 6 feet under.
Yeah,
and what you know what's exciting about this, Mike and Mildred, is that Larry, Trina, Jennifer, Jill, the whole staff, they were a phenomenal group, a phenomenal team, fun friends. They're more my family than sometimes my family. And we absolutely enjoyed working together. But, you know, Ralph Bloss said, change is inevitable, growth is optional. And I think Walt Disney was quoted as saying the same thing. Of course, I'll give Ralph credit. But bottom line, folks, now that R&R has the show, I can't wait to see what's going to come now. I mean, new ideas, expansion of what R&R brings to the show. The sky's like the limit of how this can evolve into something that, like every year, kept evolving to get better and better and better. I think the Coopers simply handed the baton to you and said, keep it going, baby, because we worked hard to bring it to here, and no one wants to see their baby fall apart. Even in business, when you sell your company, you don't want to see it to go in the hole. You want to see it grow. And that's why I'm here helping. Sean's helping. A lot of the people that have helped the Coopers are here helping because it's about the show. We loved working with our friends, but it's about the show. It's about giving back to the industry, which is the first statement you said about giving back. So let's keep this puppy rolling, and I can't wait to see the ideas you guys come up with.
We're doing our best. It's definitely, we're walking a tightrope on. We want some new ideas. We definitely want to continue with the great traditions that were given to us too. And
that's right.
And then that's okay. And that's why, as you mentioned, every year was new ideas coming from the Coopers and whatnot. We're going to try things like that as well. But
yeah,
you'll see floods. You'll see cleaning areas. We'll see the whole. Trust me. Like I remember talking to Normie last year on the floor, and people are like, "Oh, they're going to change the name." They're like, no, come on, we're not going to do any of that. we're just going to take what's working and go. Let me ask you something, Barry. It's been ingrained into me for last year that hands-on is the key to this, and that's the one thing that differentiates the experience from everything else. What are other reasons that you would know people would be, in addition to that people need to get to experience events, either of them?
Well, you know what? It's actually great that you asked that, because when you look back at the days of the Riviera, the first shows, it was mainly about cleaning. And then restoration, especially water, with the writing of S500. In fact, we had a session where we had the consensus body members at the show, and a good 3-hour program reviewing the new standard. And people in the audience could ask questions to the actual writers of why it says what it says, blah, 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 blah. And the doors were wide open. Well, at that point, the show then expanded from cleaning to add a lot of restoration. And then it kept adding more and more and more until Larry came up with the tracks of management, cleaning, restoration, remediation. Jeff Jones comes in. Abra came in before Jeff many years ago to do a biohazard situation, but Jeff came in and just wowed everyone with a Microbial Warrior presentation. And then we tried the cage. And it sounds like the cage.
Yeah, not familiar. We need to hear about this.
In this cage, we had like a 3-ring circus, a center area, like a circus, outside areas, and there were multiple activities going on at the same time. Then we added contests to it. So yeah, the continual evolution, but hands-on is what everyone wants to have. And what R&R is going to be able to bring, I believe, is you're connected with many more industries outside of cleaning, restoration. You're connected with the installation community. You're connected in so many venues that, and a lot of us, like I said, I grew up installing carpet, not cleaning it. We started cleaning in 1970. So what I think R&R is going to be able to do, like Larry and Trina were doing, and Jennifer, expanding the tracks, is you're going to theoretically be able to continue to expand the tracks as to what is hot in the industry right now. Case in point, World Floor Covering Association and CFI. Their number one challenge is getting people to become carpet installers, flooring installers. You can make all the greatest materials in the world, but if you don't have a workforce to install it, what good is making it? So CFI, I just noticed again, they've got for 100 people, they're putting out they're giving people tuition to training for the first 100 people. So that's an example. And you guys with your magazine, you're so connected with so many groups and people. Larry's big thing was he always wanted to keep expanding the science, expanding the knowledge. And look at the opportunities R&R has right now with the connections you have with people that have never been to the experience. So it's always nice to have new speakers, new concepts, new thoughts. And that's why I'm so excited about the baton being handed to you guys, that it's going to be successful. It can't fail. With that positive energy and the outreach you have, let's make it happen.
Yeah,
that's
we
great.
won't let it.
You know, it's all year long. Mildred and I have been talking, and we've been talking to our coworkers and the industry about, we got to find a way to usher in the next generation. And every time I start talking about that, I feel like some of our veteran people give me, "What do you mean?" And I have to pull out my AARP card. I go, "No, I don't need to be what I'm saying we need to be the mentor to the next generation. Bring them in. And I talked to Jeff Jones and some other people who speak almost every time about our experiences, and said maybe we'll wait till Las Vegas. Let's get a couple new people, and there's new ideas and new things in here, and I want to make sure they're not offended, and they get it completely. We need them around, like you and me and Jeff and all those people.
Well, like you said, the constant expansion. Normie brought in a Spanish track for those that Espanol is their primary language. And you're absolutely correct, Michael. We have new people come in that aren't seasoned veterans in the industry. This show to them is one huge, I'm lost. It's kind of like surface. I'm lost. There's so many things going on. So some guidance for them to say, hey, welcome into the industry. We recommend you do this. If you've never done this work, we've got from the basics to the most seasoned veterans activities going on. And where do you fit program where you have people that'll tag along with these people to get them introduced to other people out there. I mean, it goes with the name, connections initially, and what an experience. And we want that to always be a positive, formidable experience for people.
That's wonderful. Mildred, any questions?
No, definitely not.
On the spot?
No questions. No questions. I've already asked a couple of questions that I had.
April 3rd.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead. April 3rd to the 5th. And April 3rd to the 5th, Chattanooga Convention Center, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Spell out randrmagonline.com. It's our website. I wish I could change that, but that's okay. That's our URL.
That's it.
That's okay. We'll have links and we'll go to it. So early bird rates until the 1st of January. This is great. Barry will be there. Mildred will be there. I'll be there. We're all going to be there. Why don't you? What's keeping you from coming? We're going to have a good time. I think that we're doing as a good.
Yeah, no, listen, I wouldn't miss it. I wouldn't miss it at all. It should be a great time. And for everyone listening to this podcast, unless you've been involved at this level of organizing an event like this, you have no clue the energy and work that goes in. So it's exciting to work with this new family that I'm with right now. The Coopers, I want to be a Cooper because they brought all their grandkids to Annie, and that had to cost an arm and a leg. But you know what? I love Larry and Trina, and Larry's like my brother, and it's so nice because look, we're not getting younger, we're getting older. His focus right now is on his kids, his grandkids, where it should be. And they're still active. They've got a new venture they're opening up with wellness and health. And it's only going to succeed for them as well, just like this baton is going to succeed with R&R. So thanks for allowing me to play with you guys in the event. Hopefully I bring a little seasoning of experience that I can, hey, that's a great idea. No, we already did that. Let me tell you what happened.
Yeah,
but we need your this time.
I've told you 100 times, we need your brain, Barry, badly. It's like a scarecrow occasionally over here. But I got a trick question I'll leave you with. This is a hard one for somebody of your stature, but do you have a favorite experience moment that you can think of? What, that was quite funny or whatever? I'll never forget that. I know. I should have warned you about that.
Well, you know what? I have to be selfish for once in my life, okay? Because Clean Facts did an article and asked 4 questions, and it was all about giving. But I'm going to take the moment to receive at this moment. I think the biggest moment for me, we had just lost our daughter to cancer, Kim, back in the year 2000. And in the background, there was so much activity going on with not only the staff, but the convention itself, the vendors, friends, colleagues. We raised $28,000 for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society during that event. And my heart was so touched. And I put together a PowerPoint presentation for my daughter's funeral. And they allowed me to actually present it at the experience. And I started crying. I just told everybody, you're my family. You're my family. And so with Chattanooga and Vegas, hey, I want to see my family because none of us know when it's going to be our turn next. So wouldn't it be a shame that we missed that opportunity to be together again and tell people I love you, tell people let's support each other, let's make a difference in the world. And as my daughter would say, her fifth life lesson, touch as many lives as you can. And when she said those words, she was staring at her dad. So she basically told me what my purpose of being on the earth is. And I appreciate you allowing me to share this because this is how open I try to be with everyone. And if it's positive, I hope it rubs off. If it's negative, then I'm so sorry because it is what it is. I am who I am. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. And but I really, really want things to go so positive for everybody. And together we have so much more power. So I'll see you all in Tennessee and Vegas. Let's party hard and let's work hard.
Yeah, you have my word. That's what we're going to do. And what a thank you for sharing that with all of us, Barry. Really, just being around you, you exude positivity and optimism, and so I'm glad you took the time to join us today and be a part of the show, being part of the events. And in general, it's just a huge, really, really thank you.
Well, thank you.
I think that's it. I think that's episode 2 is in the can, as they say in the industry. Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. I'm Mike Balzano, Mildred Ingram, and our guest, Barry Costa. We'll see you next week. Thanks, everybody.
Take care.
On today's program, this GBAC TV Industry Alert, I am pleased to welcome Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director of GBAC, the division of ISSA. Gavin, you look healthy. How are you today?
Oh, Jeff, couldn't be better. It's spring and we're doing great.
Yes. Now, Gavin, I wonder if you're so healthy because you know how to use cleaning products appropriately.
Well, Jeff, what if I told you that I knew that 90% of the cleaning workers that we trained through our Cleaning for Health workshops last year could not recall one cleaning ingredient that was in the cleaning product they used?
I would say that's not too surprising, but here's the thing, Gavin. I think our cleaning professionals, they do their work, they know what they're doing. They might not think about those products, they trust the manufacturer, or they know the products work and they want simple. Tell us, I know you have an article coming up in a publication ISSA produces about this topic. Why is this important?
Because I think, Jeff, in the industry, the cleaning industry, when we learn something, when we have real data, real information, we just can't ignore it. We've got to act on it. And, you know, Doug Hoffman, Dave Mora, Jim Manus, and myself, we ran 54 in-person Cleaning for Health workshops in 2023. We trained 893 essential cleaning professionals, and 90% or 804 workers could tell us the cleaning product they use. That's where that's really important. But they could not tell us, Jeff, the ingredients, the chemicals in those products. And that's a real big health and safety issue, but also an efficacy issue. What products and due to their ingredients work on what surfaces.
I agree with that. I'm looking at your article now that people will be soon reading. You talk about surfactants, solvents, builders, enzymes, biological additives. Sounds like a science class to me. So tell us what the cleaner should know about the products they're using and where to get that information.
That's a great question, Jeff, because, the use of cleaning products, not just by the industry, the cleaning professionals, but by everyone, it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. Cleaning products work because they contain certain chemical ingredients. And the challenge we have is that we need to formalize our training, our programs, our education programs to at least ensure, and this is where we really want cleaning professionals to really understand why that we're calling them professionals, is because they know how the products work, they know what the ingredients do, and it's not just by looking at the label, the safety data sheet, it's by understanding that little bit. You're right, it's a little bit of chemistry, Jeff, but understanding how a solvent works, a surfactant, a builder, an enzyme, a chelate, or a preservative. Why are they in the products that we use, why they're important, and how to use them safely and, again, clean for health.
So thinking about that, what actions do you want our viewers to take moving forward? What should they do? Wrap it up for us.
Well, really important, Jeff. We went through in our Clean for Health workshops, the 54 that we ran. We talked to people about the labels. We talked about the safety data sheets. We said, if I said to you, Jeff, this chemical is considered hazardous, what do? This product causes burns to eyes, skin, and mucous membranes. This product has to be used, and you need to ensure adequate ventilation. Or you need to use personal protective equipment, and it always says as required. Or maybe, for example, it's very toxic to aquatic life with long-lasting effects. All that needs to be understood. What are the actions we take when we know a little bit more knowledge than what we've got now on the cleaning ingredients we have in cleaning products? And then more importantly, Jeff, that critical next step, how to make informed choices. And that's where the ISSA has partnered with Penn State College of Medicine, with Dr. Rebecca Bascom, with the City of New York School of Medicine, Dr. Omrana Pashat-Razak, on a 2-year project on making safer choices, where we're going to develop a practical toolkit to ensure that we can increase the knowledge, the demand, and use of cleaning products, and so that people understand how the ingredients work, how to use them safely, how to use them effectively, but also how to talk about the ingredients we use in cleaning products as professionals.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month. For years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About 1.5 years later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
Okay, we have reached the last interview of the day. I think. I never know. Somebody else may walk up and we'll be doing another interview, but this is the last scheduled interview. Let's go with that. So I want to introduce Vlad, and I'm going to let you completely introduce and tell everybody about yourself? Because you have kind of a unique business model. So
Yeah.
go for it.
Thank you, Lance. Yeah, my company is called Restoration Inbound. We started working with mold remediation companies years ago, like 5 years ago, actually. It's when I got my first mold client, and I didn't knew nothing about the industry. And then basically after a while, I discovered actually there's a bigger industry than just mold, and it's restoration. And there's something I call the big four, which is mold, water, fire, and bio are kind of the main four people do. And there's all sorts. And yeah, I've just been learning as much as I could. And we've tried all sorts of different models, everything from pay per lead to, monthly agency models in terms of marketing. And we're just here to help people grow. I like to say I want to be a scientist of helping restoration companies grow. And so I'm always looking to learn.
So you more of a marketing company?
Yes, sir. Yep. Marketing. We like to consult people on the sales side. We like to connect people to estimators, et cetera. But marketing is where we specialize in,
So
especially
you're
Google.
like facilitating the whole process.
Mhm.
But on the marketing side, are you actually taking over the marketing and doing it for individual companies so they would become your clients?
Correct. Yep. We go in and we optimize the website. We've actually built some AI to help optimize the websites even now, which is exciting. We can get to that. And then, we run the ads, we, write the content, social media, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we talked just before we went on here about right now we're broadcasting live over 11 different platforms, several social media platforms, and the rest of streaming TV. And we found that works. Putting it out all over the place so people can get it in the flavor they want it. And I'm assuming that's kind of what you're doing.
That's exactly it, actually. What I've noticed, Lance, and I'm sure you've experienced this as well, right? There's different audiences, and also state to state, depending on the restoration remediation business, different marketing channels will have different levels of success. So, even in some regions, some people like to use Angie's more. In other regions, they like to use more Google, Service Direct, et cetera. So we actually like to look at the whole gamut of options and then find what's best for the company in the region and the market as well.
Do you work with reviews also?
Yes. Reviews are so what's interesting is, right, you'll hear a lot of people talk about how they're a marketing company and how you should be marketing, et cetera. The biggest thing I think a lot of people don't talk about is how you got to position yourself to be marketable first. You gave, Lance, you gave a great presentation on how you've got to think about marketing outside the box, right? One thing you got to think about is differentiation. And I think reviews are one of the best ways you can do that by getting as many reviews as you can. A lot of people don't talk about reviews enough, in my opinion. They just start the campaign and they don't have the groundwork set.
Right. Well, the presentation I did the other day, I think you were in there for
Yes.
that. Yeah. I talked about you can market to a population and you're going to get all kinds of clicks, but if you're not getting anything beyond the click, you're marketing to the wrong group. These aren't the buyers or the people really interested in your service. Something just caught their eye and they're going there. That costs you money.
Yes, exactly. Right. And a lot of times people don't do the groundwork well enough to actually get ready to convert the buyer. They don't know where those clicks are going. They don't know how to retain the clicks. And then most of all, actually, the thing also we find is that people who don't have a lot of reviews, that also means they probably don't have a process after when they get the client actually and following up. That's a whole different thing. We found that some clients that are great at sales, we can even do a worse marketing job and they'll still make even more money because they're just better at the sales side. Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. And truthfully, the marketing piece of it is what I think we are the weakest at in this industry, because we have people that are very passionate about the cleaning side of it, the restoration side of it. But when it comes to that concept of marketing, it's not a face-to-face marketing. It's face to region, face the area. And you need to know how to do that and navigate that. And it keeps changing.
Yeah.
As soon as you figure out, Google's changed the analytics again.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, Google has changed it. They just rolled out Google Analytics 4 this year, right? So Google is constantly changing, and Google now is obviously with AI, right? They're scared that things are going to change. People actually found us through AI now, so people are searching through AI, and I imagine in a couple of years, people are going to be finding mold and remediation and restoration projects through AI as well, without a doubt. Now that it can give you even more customized answers,
Well, I knew we were in trouble a few years ago and I think I mentioned this to somebody earlier. In my office, I have Alexa device.
Yeah.
Next to Alexa, I also have one of the Google devices.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how I phrase it, I can get them to talk to each other.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, Google, say hello to Alexa. Hello,
Yeah.
Alexa. How are you? I'm fine. How are, you know,
Yeah.
and they start conversing. I'm like, I got two robots talking in my office. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
You know, but that's AI, and it's becoming more and more entwined in everything that we do now.
Yeah, one of my favorite sayings about AI is if the internet was about information, AI is about action. And that's the one thing AI is going to get better and better at every year, is making everything more actionable when it comes to writing content, when it comes to people searching in a much more specified way, right? And it's scary for people like me who know Google so well and have mastered, getting, 10x, 20x returns on Google, because, the CEO, Sam Altman of OpenAI, he says, who wants to look at 10 blue links with advertising everywhere, right? People would rather have much more personalized searches. But that's part of the industry. It's part of the game. And it's actually what makes it exciting for me, believe it or not, is that things are changing and you can always get a more competitive advantage.
So as far as the software and computer side, where do you see yourself? Are you like a front end guy? Are you a developer? Where are you in there?
Yeah, when it comes to marketing, we're definitely more back end, right? So we're definitely more lead generation. We're definitely more building things out, right? So we actually use some of these AI softwares and we integrated it. In fact, I can show you after this podcast what we're working on. Pretty cool stuff. We're actually starting to use AI vision right now to go through a website and actually tell you, simple updates that you should be making, such as the phone number, is too small. There's no clear call to action. Maybe the copyright is out of date. Maybe that there's bad texts, right? So like I said, AI is getting better and better at spotting areas of improvement, right? Eventually it's going to make, improvements for us. And eventually it's probably going to do everything for everybody, which is,
well, the latest thing now in NVIDIA,
yeah,
the leading AI chip manufacturers out there are cards. They're now talking about having AI. I'm trying to think of the wording that they use. I just saw a special on this where the AI itself is going to be enhancing itself. Up until recently, ChatGPT that was out there was only brought up to date of, I think it was 2022. That's where they stopped the educational process of it. Well, now it's going beyond that. The new chips are going to allow the cell phones and smart devices to run without the internet.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the scary part, to have that much information localized on your device.
Yeah, they're going to be self-learning. And so, we just went from ChatGPT 3.5 to ChatGPT 4. Once we get to 5, so it's not official yet, but from some of the interviews I've watched, one thing that the CEO hinted at was actually having it memorize your previous prompts to customize it even further to what you're doing. So it's going to be self-learning both from everybody else, which was what it's doing today, and then also on your past history. And it's going to be even more powerful. So it's these are exciting times, and also a little scary.
It's exciting. I mean, I can see telling my phone to call my daughter, and it says, "No, I'm not going to do that now. She was angry with you at your last call." I said, "No. I really want to tell you, no. I think you should wait. I don't want to argue with my phone because AI is telling me things I should and shouldn't do." And we're not quite there yet, but that may not be such a leap from here.
No, 100%. You can, even today, you can use ChatGPT to talk to it, and it will talk back to you. You can use it for all sorts of advice, right? And that's just 4.0. And if you guys haven't checked out 4.0 and paid for it, I recommend you check it out. It's only $20 a month. I'm not paid to say that, right? So, but it's a great version, and 3.5 is free.
I'm using 4.0, so
it's phenomenal. And then, so your listeners should check it out as well. And you can talk to it, and you can even start, you can give it a prompts, right? So you can give it a prompt of, hey, I'm thinking about X, right? Keep responding until I say that I think we've covered the topic well. So you can say something like, I'm thinking about giving a speech at, the Experience conference. I'm thinking about giving a speech on water remediation, right? What do you think the topic should be about? And then you just go back and forth with it. So there's all sorts of great stuff today where you can work with it. What we're talking about is, years later when it gets even more powerful, and who knows, right? It's going to go from software to hardware, and that's when things really become
it's already happening. There's I just saw it on I was watching something on TV, and they were showing a new AI robot that was actually built by one of the car manufacturers, not Honda. It's a foreign one.
Not Tesla?
No, wasn't Tesla. I can't remember the name, but it's one of the European car manufacturers.
Mhm.
And this thing was terrifying.
Mm.
It had the look and movement of a person,
Mhm.
but it was making its own decisions.
Mhm.
Like if something was in its way, it would move it out of its way.
Mhm.
It would recognize what was happening, what the person talking to it wanted. And this was in real time.
Yeah.
And, you know, no, we're not at the Arnold Schwarzenegger style.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Everybody's talking about it.
Of course they are. But, you know, it's something that we can't hide from either. We need to embrace it. We need to understand it. And we need to make sure it doesn't get out of control.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I think embracing it is the first move, because once you embrace it, then you can understand it. And once you understand it, then you can make sure it doesn't get out of control. And I would recommend everybody out there you know, you could use, first of all, you can use AI to write content for you, right? If you have different ideas, you know, one of my favorite things is you write down the top 10 questions you wish your clients already had the answer to, right? You can have AI write all the answers, right? And then you edit it, right? But basically, once you get past those basics, right, we're talking about the next level, and it's just speeding up ahead. It's ChatGPT, by the way, officially is only 1 year old, right? So that's the crazy part. The good news is today, you know, still sources like people are still Googling, right? So Google is still a very powerful source, right? And so this stuff is still fairly predictable, and you still can get great returns. I think what's going to happen is the competition level is going to start getting smaller and smaller, and it's just going to be a lot higher stakes, so to speak, as time goes on, because I don't think people want 10 different solutions, right?
Right.
People probably want maybe 1 or 2 or maybe 3 companies max, right?
Well, I know I've talked with a lot of people, and even some of the people here from my presentation on marketing, and they're like, oh, I'm not dealing with AI. It doesn't get involved with what I do. They're so wrong.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, a simple example is, again, an Alexa device. You ask it a question about snowblowers, you know, and 10 minutes later, you pick up your phone and all you see is ads about snowblowers and shovels.
Yep. We're targeting.
Now, that's not a coincidence.
Nope.
That's happening because someplace out there in the mist, you know, Alexa knew that information. It was translated or transferred someplace, and now you're being given that information based on what you were requesting. So it's all connected.
Yeah, 100%. You know, and you're talking about retargeting, right? And so most likely, right, you've been tagged on a pixel, and basically as time goes on, right, what's going to end up happening is hopefully these answers are going to get better and better and better. And that's what we're hoping for. We're hoping for the side of good, right? As these things become more customized for our preference, right? Not more customized for these AI companies, which have, you know, insane amounts of power. But what's even cooler also now that I've just seen, because I go to some of these, I'm from Seattle, right? And ChatGPT, OpenAI actually is Microsoft's, you know, from Seattle. So basically they have some AI conferences and tech events over there. They've even got smart devices now that will use AI to talk, like toys even, right? And they can talk to children, right? Forget about, you know, having a little, you know, Toys R Us Woody doll where you pull on a string and it says something. It just goes back and forth all day. So you know, this stuff you can integrate with whatever you want. You can have little marketing materials out there about your company, and it can educate people, right? So I'm excited for these types of things that are really on the cutting edge.
Are you familiar with SoundHound?
Tell me more.
SoundHound is a company that is running all AI, but they just contracted with, I believe it was White Castle, Chick-fil-A. And
oh, yes, I have heard of them. Yes.
And they are doing all of the now on-site ordering at the drive-ups.
Yes, for
You're
drive-thrus.
talking to AI.
Yes.
And they're processing your orders.
Yes.
And, you know, that's just the latest thing that's out there. You don't have a choice. You're now going to interact with artificial intelligence just to order a chicken sandwich.
Yes. And there's another company called Donuts that's on the rise. That's something similar to that. That's going to democratize it. They're also working on AI for just your front desk, just an admin, right? You call, right? They'll reroute different calls. So this stuff, I think, you know, a year from now is going to be closer than ever. You know, I think maybe even a couple of years we'll start seeing it more and more and more.
So now that you've educated and terrified people watching this, how can they get in touch with you if they want to go to your website?
Yeah, you know, restorationinbound.com. You can see our clients' testimonial videos. You've got contact information on there, or you can find me, Vlad McCartimian on LinkedIn. I'm happy to help. The first thing I like to do is I really like to mastermind with other people and connect them to different resources. I don't think, we don't like a cookie cutter approach. So I really think that based on different people's goals, geographies of where they're located, that's how we like to tailor campaigns. Even Google ads are not for everybody, right? Et cetera. So yeah, that's how you can get in touch with me. Just go to restorationinbound.com.
I appreciate you taking the time.
Always an honor. Thank you
Take
so
care.
much.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Normie Recertification Training. Today is October 8th, 2024. I want to welcome everybody to the room. For those of you that are here with us, just about every training that we do, you'll notice we did a little bit of a different start today. We didn't have a countdown clock. We just brought our guests right into the room so we can get started right on time. So I want to welcome Gavin. You all know Dr. Gavin, and Mason. And I'm going to let these guys talk about themselves in a moment, but a little bit of housekeeping I want to take care of here first. And Doug, I don't know if you had any announcements you wanted to start off with?
Well, I suspect that Tim will probably announce the classes that are coming up, but we did get Best Living Systems moved into its new location. We're shipping out, which is really great, and the new affiliate program is up and running. So if you're interested in air purification, air filtration, testing, remediation products, we're rocking, ready to go.
Thank you, Doug. And I wanted to start off with these announcements first to get this all out of the way, because it's a very serious situation going on, which we're going to be talking about. And I don't want to go to announcements after all of that. So we're just going to get that out of the way now. So Tim, you want to let us know what's going on with some classes?
Yeah, we've got several classes coming up here for the fourth quarter, beginning in a couple of weeks in Covington, Louisiana. We've got the NCRSI NCMP class on the 23rd through the 25th. This is an advanced remediation class specifically for those who are dealing with sensitized individuals. Really, really important class because, as we know, that the population is growing. And somebody who's probably sensitized. So if you're looking to expand your business, looking to be able to help those who have difficulty finding help, this is the class for you. Also, if you are looking to become a Normie Pro, if you want the Normie Pro designation, this is a class you want to take. The 23rd through the 25th in Covington, Louisiana. We've got a couple of CMA, CMR classes coming up here in the near future, the 6th through the 8th of November in Covington, Louisiana. CMA, CMR basic certification class and basic licensing class for the state of Florida, state of Louisiana, Washington, D.C. Covers most of the states except New York and Texas, and certainly a nationwide certification for those states that don't offer licensing. That's in Covington, the 6th through the 8th of November, and then we have one in Florida, in the Tampa area. We were going to have it at the Bilmar Beach Resort, but of course, because of Hurricane Helene, they are experiencing some pretty incredible difficulties. I haven't heard back from them yet as to whether they plan on being ready by then, but if not, we will have another location announced when that is up, and that is in December the 10th through the 12th, December 10th through 12th. So look for those classes on your calendar, training.normie.org or besttrainingschool.com.
Lance, could I make a comment about that if you don't mind?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think one of the things that people have always asked is about these hurricanes. The state of Florida does not and has not traditionally suspended their licensing law, which means those guys that are in the field that are doing assessments and remediation projects, water mitigation projects, need to be licensed by the state. And that's one of the reasons why we're having this class here at Covington, and then another one in Florida the first week in December. So if you guys have any interest at all in working in the state of Florida, disaster recovery in terms of dealing with mold remediation or water mitigation, you need to be licensed. We can show you how to do that in 3 days. And one of the cool things about this is that once you make application to the state, you're considered licensed. So even if it takes them 3 to 6 weeks to actually get you a license, they know that's on them, and their delay is not your issue, and it's not the client's issue. So it's really important if you plan on doing any work in the
Florida area as a result of the hurricane that you get licensed.
Doug, so when you run a course December 10th and 12th, that must include a Normie mandatory Christmas party. Is that correct?
It does. How did you get?
I might come to that training.
And someplace great to eat. Maybe even char-grilled oysters there.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to be at the hotel on the beach. It's one of my favorite places to be. Unfortunately, they took a lot of damage and they're right in the line of fire again. So let's hope that they fare this pretty well. We've been at that hotel through a hurricane, and it was, I think, a Cat 1 when we were there.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was, we were surrounded by water. It was, it was intense to go through that at a Cat 1. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this. Hopefully,
We had a very nice room.
yes, I'm still not sure why we were up on the top floor in a room surrounded by glass during a Cat 1 hurricane, but yes,
it worked out.
Yeah, it was a good place to be. All right. I want to get going with this. We're making a little light of this, but it's a really serious situation that we're dealing with right now. Helene just went through tremendous amount of damage. The cleanup effort alone from Helene with piling all the debris out in the streets to be cleaned up is creating another hazard that really wasn't foreseen with a hurricane coming in right behind it. We're talking about projectiles of refrigerators, if you want to call it that, TVs, whatever else is thrown out there. So if you're in any of these areas, keep that in mind, that, all the stuff piled out in front of your house now could become something that causes a lot of damage. If you think about it, when a storm's coming, you're out there bringing your chairs in and trying to secure everything in your yards, and now you've piled all this debris, sharp edges, lumber, and everything else. So be cautious of that. All right, we have two guests in the room. Two completely different, I guess, verticals that they work in. And Mason, I want to start with you because I've met you at the experience. I've talked with your daughter quite a bit. We actually taught some classes together, but I've never really talked a lot in detail with you. So could you tell us a little bit about you, who you are, what you do? Because the way that Becky was describing it to me is very interesting, the model that you follow.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. So I've been in the business a long time. Barry Costa was my first instructor in '94. It was March. So I've been in the industry a long time. My IICOC number is 22,000 or something. So you kind of go back with that. But long story short, I'm excited to be here today. And what you brought up a second ago with all the debris in the street and all that happening, that also brings another one for us first responders to go in there and extract and do work. It's going to be really ugly. I just got back from the Carolinas and I had 2 nails in my tires and everything. And I'm leaving tonight to go to Tampa. So I totally get what you're talking about. And I agree with you. I'm glad you brought that up. My background's kind of interesting. I was known, I was a very successful carpet cleaning business that I got into restoration. I worked at a church and guy came to do a flood and he made more money than I did in 2 weeks. So I'm like, hey, I'm going to start restoration. And we had El Nino that year. And during that year, I was sucking up a rescue boat in the house and the rescue boat. And I was on Channel 7 ABC News and I'm waving. And my wife called me on my brick cell phone and said, hey, don't be so happy. But there is different sides. It's really sad. Those storm drains weren't ready in California. They weren't ready and all the debris was there. So a lot of streets and houses flooded. So what I kind of went into is after I started doing the carpet cleaning and the restoration, I got into a Ramsco and John Don, and I ended up being their #1 truck mount salesman, selling hundreds of truck mounts every year. And I built a network called Mason's Network, and now there's 9,000 members. And it's so big that I found a way to get everyone work. So when anyone, the Normie Pro members need 20, 40 truck mounts out there, I can be there. We've had up to 87 truck mounts. I just did in Dallas. And we extracted 340,000 square feet in 7 hours. So I think it was 82 truck mounts. But so I'm really unique because I bring everyone together and we're able to really learn and get more the aspects. And we are completely different, Dr. Gavin and I. Dr. Gavin's more of the details and the fine and all that, which I love. I I really learn from him every time I talk to him. But my side's more of the boots on the ground. Let's get the water out. Dr. Gavin's the long term. What are the microbials and the mold and all that? What can we do? Because that's a big problem. People think, hey, the water's out, the problem's gone, which it's not. But we're the first ones on the ground to clean out stuff and do stuff like that.
In the past, I've done interviews with David DeGroff, who I understand that you know. And from my understanding of what you've described and what you do, you're kind of like the next level above that technology-wise, where he provides manpower as just manpower. You're bringing in manpower, I guess, including him too, and the technology side.
Yeah, I'm more on the technology side because he's actually one of the labor companies we use. So I'm more on the techno. I do more. I have a map, and I can tell where everyone is and how much equipment there is. And in Alaska, I was at a restoration job after a tsunami came up there in 20 minutes. So I could cover I've covered everywhere but Hawaii so far. But I get a pretty good span because there's just a huge network of good guys, and they're able to do better and start learning about how to get certified and stuff. Like I just was watching your show last night, and I'm excited about your guys open up that education center in California, Anaheim, right? Yeah,
yes.
I can't wait. I want to be one of the first students. So unless you've already had students, so I'll be the third. But anyway, so I'm more on the technical. So we've gone to QVC, Amazon, all these big buildings, and we could be there. We've done 1.1 million square feet extraction, and there were 72 truck mounts there. And I think it was like 54 different companies.
Well, when I talked to Becky, your daughter, earlier, I kind of got a vision in my head because I had an idea what you do, but I wanted to hear you explain it. And we were talking about the Environmental Task Force. And we work with David DeGrom and his manpower also. If we need to pull manpower any place in the country, he can do that. It sounds like you would be the next piece that would be a perfect fit to work with us. And that's what we need to talk about after this. But I just wanted to put that out there so it's in both of our minds.
Yeah.
I want to get to Gavin in a minute, but I do want to hear a little bit about what you've seen working on the ground because of the previous hurricane that just went through.
Yeah, so I'm really unique. I'm normally on the ground. Like right now, I'm heading out right after this call, and my laundry's done. I just got back. I drove 17 hours from Asheville and North Carolina, Boone, North Carolina, Augusta. No one's talking about Augusta, but Augusta got hit really bad. They're going to lose power until the 12th. Half the city has power now. But so what I've seen boots on the ground, this is what I've seen when I go out there. Of course, you have roads you can't get there. There's people stranded. There's so many cars on the side of the road because all the debris and the nails. Then you also see cities and cities without lights. So that means those cities don't have pumps. If they do have pumps, you have to pay cash. There's just a whole different world that we live in that wasn't the same, right? Like I'm a door knocking fool. Well, you don't door knock anymore. Now you have pay-per-clicks, internet, Google, Zoom meetings. I remember when they came out with a fax machine, I was like, that's amazing, I guess
that's also assuming you have internet and power, which you don't.
You nailed it. So I went up to Asheville, and for 3-hour drive in, I had no internet, no power. Even my map on my phone did not work. Then when I came back 3 hours later, my phone started going nuts, like when you get off a plane. Ding, 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 ding. You bring up a great one. That's where Starlink would help. I tried to buy a Starlink and couldn't even get one right now. Local stores, you could probably get it on Amazon, but where was I going to be? Another issue is hotels. All the hotels are taken. So you have to drive 2.5, 3 hours to get a hotel. And if you're lucky, it's not $1,000 a night, it goes on, and people don't think about the basics. Here, people are stranded in the hills without food and water. I tell you, Asheville is a great example. We boarded up some buildings. The only looting that I saw was a Dollar General store, and they looted for food. They didn't loot for TV. They didn't loot for anything else. They were stranded in the hill. No one could get in or out. And your heart breaks for those people, materialistic means nothing to me. I've been married for 34 years. I have 3 wonderful kids. I have chickens and ducks and the goat. I've been very blessed there, but there's no value on them. I can rebuild. I want them. So the missing people up there are so sad, and the devastation. In Clearwater, we had crews trying to go over the bridge, and my crew was turned away because the police officer said, you can't come in until we get a body count. So we couldn't even get over the bridge to start extracting the hotels and all that and I couldn't believe the police officer said those words. But yeah, it was, and you think about, there's more than just what we're thinking. We have internet, right? We have phones. There's homeless people that don't know what's going on. And even if they did, they might mentally not. That's probably why they're homeless, right? There's so much going on in the world. You're homeless for many reasons, right? Addictions and mental and financial, everything. But maybe there was a homeless count. It's just, your heart breaks for all these people and the family members. It's devastation.
You know, back in May, just before hurricane season, we do a training just before June 1st. And now actually I hear they're thinking of moving hurricane season back to May 15th, but that's another decision they have to make.
Lance.
But we talk about things like this coming up. And we've gone through this several times throughout the summer, warning about people going into these areas becoming more of a burden on the area than help, because they don't know what they're doing. Doug, you had a comment? I think I cut you off.
I did. Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but what Mason said was really, really powerful to me, because I think what he said about these outlying areas that you don't even think about much, Augusta, for instance. I remember when Katrina hit and we were here in New Orleans at the time that it hit, it took us 2.5 hours to drive north the day after the storm just to be able to find a gas station that was operating. And that was Vicksburg. And I think we forget all of these little towns around where the media has been in the big towns, basically, but all these small towns that nobody knows about, just devastated by this kind of storm. And so I appreciate so much what these guys do, and they realize the magnitude of it.
And you're right, Doug. When I went to New Orleans in 2005 for Hurricane Katrina response, it wasn't until day 11 that I got to Biloxi, and no one had told me about Biloxi.
Right, that's right.
We're all flat out overwhelmed in New Orleans with the floods and the wards and the bank that broke and the medical center we had to deal with, and also the shelter at the arena. And then suddenly said, "Oh no, tomorrow you got to go to Biloxi." What's Biloxi? I couldn't even spell it. We got down to Biloxi, and I had no idea the destruction down there and the isolation of the people. And as Mason correctly said, right now, when we start to see these storms, these big events, connectivity is an issue. If we can't connect, we don't have the skills to get out a paper map and read a paper map anymore. We don't have the skills to communicate without connection. And as Mason said, I'm in an area where I had nothing, had to go back to first principles. And then when I left the area, my phone went crazy. And that's what we're going to find in Florida within about 36 hours.
Well, and truthfully, a map is very difficult if you don't have GPS. I know when we left here, if it had not been for the locals using their chainsaws, I'm not sure we could have found the roads.
Yeah, Doug, when you came up here after Hurricane Sandy came through and we toured the coast, I mean, it was just devastation all over the place. We hit certain areas where they had state police cordoning off the areas that if you didn't have a local address, you weren't going beyond that point. Right. So any contractors coming in, they just couldn't do any work. But the point I was trying to get to before was we keep telling our people, we know you want to go do work. We know you want to help. But if you're not invited in, don't go. The resources in those areas cannot support more people coming in just to be there. If you're there, you need to be there working.
I was talking to someone just yesterday about going. They were heading from California on their way to Florida. And I said, "Where are you going to stay?" And he said, I don't know, probably in my car. I said, probably if you're lucky. So,
well, yeah, we've been doing this for 10 plus years. We bring a generator and get an Airbnb and power it up. But you're right. I think you said don't come and not invited. That's like looky-loos. Guys, if you come for a mission, a purpose, like a business plan, I mean, there's so much more in everything. But they're coming down just looking, taking up the gas stations, the food, the hotels, the hard workers. In Lake Charles, was 3 years ago, I believe. In Lake Charles, a hurricane hit the same town 3 times. We had to drive 2.5 hours each time to hotels because all the hotels were torn apart. The first hurricane, I believe, was a Category 4, and it did damage to roofs, but no rain followed. Then right after that, the rainstorm came and no one covered up the roofs in time. So, and we flat tires. I can't tell you how many. I just got, like I told you, 2 nails in my tire right now, driving over branches. Javier it was driving in the Carolinas and power lines were down and they were trying to get around power lines. So there is a lot more chainsaws like you're talking about. Don't just come on that. But being a professional, I believe I'm a professional. I rate myself that. We always stay on the weak side of the storm. Well, guess what? That storm moves. And a couple years ago, it was 2 years ago in Baton Rouge, a storm turned and it went right over our hotel. No power, no food. And I never booked the first floor. A few years ago, before that, around 3-4 years ago, I was in Kenner by the airport, and they said they had a generator. Well, the generator only powered up the lights, the emergency lights. So everyone's in their car trying to charge their phones and no food. So that's when the AT&T cell phone towers went down, and we had to go to Lafayette to get Verizon and T-Mobile. The only guy with us, he had like a Cricket or a T-Mobile phone worked. All of us had AT&T and Verizon, and nothing worked, but his did. But yeah, you're right. I think you bring up a great point. If you're going to come for a mission, find groups. There's plenty up there. What do you say, Normie Pro? Find people out there and come with a purpose and help. And and don't gouge. Gas stations, they get in trouble if they gouge. Come here and really help. I mean, really help. And there's nothing wrong with making a living, but you've got to open up your heart too.
Gavin talks about that a lot with getting paid and stuff, working on these disaster sites, and that comes afterwards. And there's a way to do that, and you have to do it the right way. However, that shouldn't be the focus up front. And you don't want to go into those areas, and I use the term uninvited, and maybe that's not correct, but without the proper training, equipment, and everything else, because then you fall into 2 categories, a victim or a survivor. And they don't need any more of those in those areas. They need helpers. Not more to the problem. So, Gavin, what do you got on this as far as some of the stuff that happens from the exposure as we go forward a day or 2 or 6 out?
Well, I think you and I have had a couple of phone calls already today, Lance. I had a bad day in the office. And I had probably 3 meetings here in Washington, D.C. with different government agencies and entities trying to promote our profession as professionals. And I went downtown today, my first meeting over at Homeland Security with the IRCRC standards all in my little backpack, ready to go. And I showed them at the first meeting and they went, "What's that?" And I said, "These are the standards that the people I represent, they cling to. They cling to a standard. They know their work. They're so professional. They can tell you exactly what they do based on science, based on measurements." And Homeland Security went, "Who's IRCRC? Never heard of them. And what's those documents you got? Standards? You guys have standards?" "Yes, we have standards, and we professionally train these people to those standards." And I was like, "Gavin, you just failed." I walked away from that meeting feeling so demoralized. It was like, really? I couldn't get through to the government. So then went to my next meeting talking about the same thing, because we were talking about the response in the effect of Hurricane Helene, how long that's going to take. It's going to be not months, but years. The role that all of our professionals, everyone that's on this call, the role you're going to play in recovery. Gave a great speech there. Didn't end too well. Again, who are you again, and what do you represent? And then the last meeting was exactly the same. So going back to what Doug said, okay, Florida has licensing in place for what we do. We have to be better at explaining what licensing means, and the fact that the way that we protect, and I'm talking buildings here, and the talk that I gave today, Lance, was about critical infrastructure protection, CIP. Those buildings in a community that are essential for everyday, life in those communities. So we're talking about the banks, we're talking about the schools, we're talking about the airports, we're talking about the government offices, we're talking about the hotels, all that stuff that falls under critical infrastructure protection. We're not even talking yet about people's homes and private residences. We're talking about when you get a storm surge or an event like this where there's a lot of flooding, a lot of water damage. How do you then protect and then recover critical infrastructure? And that's where I thought I thought that was going to be the big golden ticket for us to get a better seat at the table going, yep, we need you guys here. And they're going, wow, you got standards, you do training. What's all this about? Licensing? What's that about? So it means I've got to come back now and talk to Doug, Lance, and Mason, go, guys, I need the elevator pitch. I need another way to get out there and promote what we do. Because if you look at historically, Lance, we've all, I teach at Penn State. I teach 3 graduate courses in emergency management and disaster response. And I've been doing that for about 14 years. We've gone to many big events, big disasters. And it's so important that we now use this event to focus on developing that network, like Mason said, that network of connections to actually say, I know where Mason is today. I know where someone else is today. I know where else, and I know that they're working and they're going to need resupply of critical supplies pretty soon. They're going to run out of PPE. Oh, I wonder, did they get any water and food last night? How far are they driving to the nearest shelter? Are they part of the disaster recovery team? That's where we want to go with this. And I think, what we've been talking amongst you and Doug and many others now is how do we form that collaboration? But more importantly, how do we get that network going to say, we are professional. We're the guys that know how to do this. We're the people that know how to do this because we're trained to do that. And those standards are meaningful. Because at the moment, I walked away today and went, those IRCRC standards had no meaning, no value whatsoever in the meeting I was at right now on October the 8th. And I think that's something we've got to fix.
That's a very valuable point, Gavin. I think we forget sometimes how much we know compared to what even the first responders know. I remember when the Baton Rouge flood happened here, and I went to Baton Rouge. I was doing a free seminar, and I talked about Cat 3 water. And I remember the FEMA rep coming up to me and saying, "You said Cat 3, what is that?" And I said, "Well, we're not concerned about mold because the water came and the water left. What I'm concerned about is the microbials, and that's Cat 3 water." And he said, "Really, what is that?" And I said, "Well, remember those caskets floating down Main Street and Denham Springs? Yeah, that's Cat 3. We're talking about microbials. That's what we're talking about." And I think it's just amazing that we forget sometimes how much we know about this, and we need opportunity to be able to share it.
Gavin, that's actually the piece that's missing. You have the government entity that has the power for decision-making, spending, things like that. And then you have the people that actually know the industry, but the communications between them doesn't exist. Whether it's political reasons, monetary, whatever it is, that's the barrier we need to break through. And truthfully, reason is really the only way that we can approach that. I was curious though, the meetings that you were at, were they the main players or were they like the typical, well, the main players were busy, so they sent somebody else to sit in the chair and they wouldn't have any idea? Because I've experienced that numerous times.
It's not often, Lance, I get to rub shoulders with a couple of generals I've never met and a couple of congressmen and senators that are there probably when they should be off campaigning for the election. They are all back in town. Yeah, the first meeting was a high-level meeting, which, again, I appreciate the opportunity to, again, represent our industry, talk about the skills, the knowledge, the skills, the abilities, and the professionalism, and even just talking about the science of drying. That's what I was really talking about, and the need to do that in critical infrastructure. I was really focused on critical infrastructure. So I got my piece in, but then from the questions I received, and then the coffee break, and of course you have the discussion after. I went, oh, I'm not there, am I? I haven't got you convinced. And I can understand, I know, Doug, probably one of the kindest guys I've ever met. We do this because we love what we do, but it's still a business. And in the end, I've got to feed my family as well as Mason's got to feed his, and Doug's got to support all those grandkids that he's got. But it's important that we want to, in an ideal world, if I could go and do what I do, without worrying about the money, I'd do that, but I can't. And when I use consumables, when I move people, when I use gas in the cars, when I have to pay for hotels, when I've got a team in the field that I've got to look after their health and safety, that costs money. And that's where we have to then justify that we do have a seat at the table. We are part of recovery, and we do it the right way. And the discussion I had with Doug just recently was, what would be our response if a certain state said, we aren't going to require licensing? And that made my blood boil. And I thought, hang on, wait a minute, I've got to come back with a better response than that. What would be the professional way to say you're doing it the wrong way?
Well, again, somebody has to, quote, be in charge. Unfortunately, the people that are in charge aren't the ones that are educated in what needs to be done. So that's where we have to team up with them. I want to go back to a quick point that Mason said earlier, though, about not having cell phones and having to use regular maps. If you can find a map, there's not many places that you can actually get maps any longer. But we actually activated something today that you're going back old school, ham radio. I was running and monitoring a ham channel down in Naples for about 5 hours today. Now Naples still had internet service. They're outside of where the problem was, but their reach wirelessly is big into these disaster areas. There is communications that is possible. So thinking outside the box, there's other things that we can do. And I think that's what we have to do outside the box, to talk to these officials and say, hey, let's do it, but do it the right way.
Well, and I think what Dr. Gavin was saying about, there are very few of us that are literally following the science. And when we talk about trained professionals who are certified by a state that actually requires it, that's a huge amount of credibility that we need to be able to share with those guys that are in decision-making positions.
Yeah, and Sohan and Mo have made those comments in the chat here too, Doug, and I totally agree with them that there was representatives, a CEO and a vice president of operations from an airport. You can guess which one it was. And they've had some water events before. There's some water damage. And the VP of the operation went, and we always go with the cheapest bid. And I went, what? Good, because I'm coming into your airport. I'm going to bring in my tools. I'm going to take measurements over the next couple of weeks and the next couple of months. And I'm going to show you how unsafe and unhealthy it is based on the measurements that I can measure. Where I can measure air, I can measure surfaces, I can measure water. And I can give you real metrics based on science. Well, why would you want to do that? Because I want to make sure the job's done properly. And what I mean by that, it's done focused on health and safety. Oh, well, no one's ever told us that before. And I went, you're in Florida. You've got to be kidding me.
Hey, Gavin, I'm sure you've seen it, the movie Space Cowboys.
Yes.
Well, there's a line in that movie about what are our chances, and I don't remember the exact line, but the idea was, he says, well, we have a rocket with 100,000 different parts made by people all over the world, lowest bid sitting on top of 1 million pounds of liquid oxygen. What could go wrong?
I love that. Hey, so I got a question for you, Dr. Gavin, and everyone. So we think of the disaster and the people that are stranded, the animals and everything, right? It's terrible. Well, one came across to me yesterday, and I can't stop thinking about it. The assisted living, they can't move all the people out. I mean, think about that. I mean, what's the procedures to dry out that place and keep it safe, and let alone if the storm hits the building, we didn't move them. And honestly, how do you move them? How do you move 900 patients or 500 patients? Dr. Gavin, have you guys ever thought of that?
Yeah, I've been involved in that, Mason, and I want to be really clear with everyone. What I do and what I teach and what I train and how I operationalize, it's based on equity. Everyone is equal. And I've had some real challenges. I know when Sandy hit New York City, and I was involved in the evacuation or the moving patients from hospitals, those 7 hospitals that we moved patients from, and some of the barometric or the much larger patients, we didn't have means of doing that. And then we talked about, oh gosh, there's equipment in London, in the UK. If we get that special barometric bed that can lift that 300-pound person, then we can evacuate them. And I said, why are we even having this discussion? Just get the bed. Because that person is not, with no electricity in that hospital, we've got to get them out. Now, when you go back to the community, and especially Florida, with the demographics of the age, the assisted living, but more importantly, the retirees down there, there's a lot of people that are not capable of doing things that we expect them to do on the TV, and that assistance is lacking. Now, if they're staying in place, what are they doing on Friday? And as you've probably seen yourself, Mason, areas in North Carolina, Tennessee, and even Georgia now, you've got to take your own water. The water is not safe to drink. You can't flush the toilet because the waste management system's not functioning. The sanitation's not functioning. You've got to focus on if you're deploying right now, and I'm talking to everyone on this call, if you're deploying right now, you have to be trained for deployment. You have to be responsible for health and hygiene. You've got to go in there and say, how much food have I got? How much water have I got? And how long can I stay before I need help? Because I've been involved, Mason, in a number of disasters where we've all deployed and then suddenly the responders, I've had to go rescue them.
Yeah. One of the things I was going to say, Mason, is I think you really nailed something that we forget about. Nobody's talked about Sun City, southeast of Tampa, and you're talking about a whole community of elderly people basically on the water, Ruskin, right there, 2 miles from the water. How are they going to fare, and who's taking care of them?
One of the things that we're skipping over here with, and you mentioned the elderly like that. I was involved with evacuating a nursing home during a major flood with Hurricane Floyd. And we were taking elderly people out that really had no understanding of what was going on. So we were dealing with panic. We were dealing with people that we were making their health conditions worse just by trying to move them out of the water. And, you need training for that. You can't just send people in to grab and run. It's another level of training. And then you need a place to go. That was one of the things that we ran into, Gavin. Where do you put the patients, after you take them out of the environment that's keeping them safe and healthier?
Really, really good question, Lance. In the medical world, the hospital world, we practice, we train, we drill. And so we have exercises. What I'd like to suggest to our community, our network, is that we start, again, replicating, copying what there's. Let's start exercising. Let's start practicing. Let's start drilling. Let's start doing real world scenarios where we either as a tabletop exercise or as a functional, as a full scale drill, we can even do that. But let's get the right people within our within our network, within our industry together and actually train, rehearse, practice so that we understand how to address some of these needs. Because you're absolutely right, Lance. On Friday, they are going to be real world issues. And I would feel much better if I could say, well, 3 months ago, we as an industry did a tabletop exercise, and here are the challenges. These are the things that we thought we were going to face, and here are some of the solutions, and then apply them on Friday after Hurricane Milton's gone.
Mason, when you just got back from, you were in North Carolina, I believe you said. What are some of the estimates out there on power outages? How long are these people looking at? And you mentioned like 4 or 5 days from now for one area, but the more rural areas.
They have no, and it's amazing on the power. Let me first touch on Dr. Gavin. I love what you said. Practice before the tabletop. I can't believe this thing means really powerful for me. My son plays baseball. My son plays tennis. We've all done sports and stuff, and you practice, right? I mean, a baseball player will hit off the tee. So I love to talk about that. I think that's incredible. On your power thing, there is no timeline in the hills. There's towns with nothing, and they're not going to get power anytime soon. In Augusta, they said October 12th. They started getting power in half the city 2 days ago. But in the hills, there is no timeline. And everyone has tailgate meetings and all those things. So all the hotels I go, I see lines and lines of trucks. And it's a jigsaw puzzle to get all those line trucks out, right? And they have meetings and they have to do them, OSHA and meet their standards and keep safe because we don't want them to get hurt either. So, no, there is no timeline up in the hills. They didn't give us any. I was there for 4 or 5 days before I saw the first military truck go up there.
I was going to ask you about that. What did you see as far as security and protection for the workers?
And none.
That's something that you need to consider when you're going into those areas.
Yeah, there was none up in the hills in the Carolinas. Up there was nothing. Typically in Lake Charles, when the hurricane happened, any place that had guns, Dick's Sporting Good or anything like that, the National Guards came in and we were sucking up a building. And all of a sudden I saw these Humvees and military with guns coming out. I was like, hey, I'm not breaking in this building. I'm sucking it out. And they're like, no, we're here because there's guns in the pawn shop or in the sporting goods store, in the Walmart or whatever store sell guns. Yeah, so you're right. There was no security. And honestly, no one could get up there. And then they have a curfew line. So it takes you 2-3 hours to get in the hill. And then it takes you 2-3 hours to get down with no lights and no power and bad roads around trees. And then they curfew 6 or 7. So it is devastation. In New Orleans, we had a lot of court buildings we did right on the water down there. And we had to be out by 5-6 o'clock, so curfew, everything. I like how you said that. And I don't know if invite or that is the right word, like you said, but you need to come with a purpose and understand that there's so much I'm still learning. I just got some new mock boots and stuff like that. There's so much. Most of these buildings have sand and debris, and it's more than just sucking up water. So you kind of have to understand that, like the hotels, the food, the lights, 2.5 hours. So someone might work 8 hours and be on empty and they're not getting out. We had one guy in Orange Beach 2 years ago during that hurricane came up. One of the buildings we went on, they put a pretty roof with river rocks. Well, the hurricane took the river rocks and built up all the penthouses. So there's just stuff you're always learning. I think people really need to touch base. I really love what you guys are doing here at Normie. And Dr. Gavin, you guys talking about moving the seniors, when they have dementia and all that, they don't know what's going on. That's another panic. There's my big thing I saw in Louisiana broke my heart is how many people lost power, their fridge with no food. And they also had no air and oxygen, right? I saw other people bring in their oxygen tanks to help the neighbor. And it was just, Louisiana really touches your heart, that what they did down there. And trucks coming in to Houston not long ago, Harvey. And I saw people with boats and everything just bringing waters down the road. So there is a lot of great people and they want to help, but they kind of need to know a system, pair up with a church or something out there.
Doug, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't there a situation with Katrina where the local police department took over, I believe it was the Walmart, and actually staged out of there?
Yeah,
they were able to function.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Of course, what was interesting here, I live on the North Shore away from New Orleans, so I'm considered kind of in the country. And of course, we didn't get power here for 3 weeks, and I think internet for 5. But what was interesting to me was how many people were there to help immediately, providing water, places to sleep, food, and so forth. And then, as you suggested, there were several areas that they actually took over as their staging area on the North Shore and in New Orleans area, where they could actually take care of the people who needed it. So, yeah, there was a great response in Katrina. And I think what's interesting is that it wasn't nearly as organized as I think it's been today. I think Mason would say that and Dr. Gavin would say that, is that we've learned so much since 2005 about coordinating these efforts, even just the simple things like being able to communicate to one another. Back then, it wasn't quite so easy.
There's a comment in the chat from Mo. There's a multitude of software with maps that can be utilized with no connectivity. He's absolutely right. But who has thought of that prior to these events? And that's the whole tabletop concept. If there's no reason to be without your internet and all your fancy tools, why are you going to look for, the paper and pencil? But you need to know how to use it.
I love what you said. I went to Love's Truck Stop to get a Garmin. You know how hard it was for me to buy a $500 to $700 Garmin when it's on my phone for free? But when you're driving up the hills and it tells you to turn here and it's a cliff, let me tell you, it's the best investment I ever spent. It was hard.
Yeah. Well, as far as going forward, I mean, I know we have a lot of people have gotten some calls, they're saying, hey, what can we do? Can we go to these areas? I don't have an answer for you for that because, first of all, the hurricane hasn't hit yet. The previous one does, but we don't know what the conditions are going to be where the previous hurricane went through after this one passes through. It's not going to make it better. Let's start with that. It's going to be worse. And this hurricane is also strengthened today. It weakened earlier, but it's strengthened again. It's moving further south. So all of their predictions and people getting ready that we're going to ride it out are now closer to being in, direct hit. So, people have to prepare for this. And the old mentality is, I've been through hurricanes before. I was listening to some of the news stations and they all said the same thing. Nobody's been through one like this. This is something that hasn't happened in over 100 years in this area. There's no one really alive that's experienced this to say, I've been through hurricanes, I'm okay. So, no matter how much you know and you think there's always a lot of the unknowns. So,
Hey, so I got a question for you, and I've heard this, and tell me if I'm right, that if the swell comes up to like 12 feet, that could go in like 18 miles, right? Because Florida's pretty flat out there.
yeah, well, they were talking about Tampa and they were talking about a 10 to 15 foot swell. And then they said 90% of the Tampa Bay area is only 9 to 10 feet above sea level or less. It's like we talk about with mold and microbes. They don't stop at the door, because you remediated one room. They just keep rolling. When Hurricane Sandy came through in New Jersey, that was one of the big things that they made a very large mistake with. They had all the floodplain maps and everything else that were drawn out. But 20 years later, after the maps were made, there's all kinds of buildings and roads and all kinds of changes that they didn't account for. So it was completely different from all their planning. So there's things like that. You can't just rely on somebody saying, well, you're not in a floodplain, you're good. Down there, somebody, my brother-in-law was down there, he checked. I think he said he was about 30 feet above sea level. He's inland, probably about 20, 30 miles from the coast. And that's pretty high up for Florida. For me, I'm not worried about that. I'm 49 meters above sea level. If water gets to me, there's a whole lot of other problems.
Yeah.
But those are things that change. And a lot of times the government, people were relying on, they're not keeping up with this for cost, for apathy, for whatever.
So one thing, I have a question for you guys. A lot of my friends that do travel and do storm chasing and all this, well, they come from different areas. Maybe Dr. Gavin could touch on this too. When in Arizona, the humidity and the drying and the mold and the microbial is going to be different than Florida, right? And New Orleans, just like Alaska is going to be different than Australia. I mean, is there ways for these guys to start learning that? Because it's...
Yeah, absolutely. I'll let Dr. Gavin answer your question for sure. But one of the things, being raised in the South, which I was, and living in a wet, humid environment, you can't just open the windows and expect to dry the house with 70% humidity outside. And usually it's higher than that. I think right after Katrina, it was like 85% humidity for weeks. And so, the drying process, and just what we said earlier about following the science in terms of the drying process, is so, so important.
Mason, to your point, before Gavin answers the question, when Hurricane Sandy came through, a lot of contractors from the South came up to help out the New York, New Jersey metro area. And they're rebuilding roofs and things like that. And the question came up about, are you using ice shielding? They're looking at us like, what are you talking about? What is that? Ice shielding is something you put on the roofs 3, 4, 6 feet up from the gutters to prevent the ice damming. And there's a whole bunch of stuff. But they're rebuilding houses not knowing about the science required for different climates, to your point. And that's a problem with people not being trained and going into these different areas. Gavin, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, this is important, Lance. There are areas that we have to focus on as professionals. There are areas that we have to focus on the science of drying and what we do in remediation and restoration. We have to get that message out there. My experience today in Washington, D.C., I've got some big gaps to fill, but I know we can do that. I'm pretty confident. But there's the other thing that both Mason's raised and Mo has raised in the chat as well, is that being ready for deployment. Are you up to date on your vaccinations? Now, when I ask people in the profession, did you have your vaccinations? They're going, yeah, we got tetanus. I went, what else? Well, what else is there? Well, did you get diphtheria? Did you get cholera? Did you get typhoid, hepatitis B, meningitis? There's other vaccines I'd like to see you have before you deploy, to an environment that has very limited resources or has such disruption like Mason just talked about. Everyone who deploys, do you have two tourniquets on you? Because you're going to be dealing with a lot of sharp edges. You're going to be dealing with damaged buildings. The likelihood of getting cut, it's going to happen. Now,
and there's no 911.
No, you need to know how to put a tourniquet on. Now, if I'm in the field, I've got my stitch kit and I'll throw in a few stitches in there. I'm not the best at doing that, but it's not going to make you look pretty, but I'm going to save your life. You don't need to go as far as that, but I can do that for you. But more importantly, have a few bandages, have a couple of tourniquets. Have you done a course on how to apply the tourniquet, how to use the tourniquet? Yeah, these are critical. And the other thing, Lance, is have a means of boiling water. If you want to make friends and influence people when you go on deployment, you boil water. Because if you boil water, you can make coffee. If you boil water, you can throw ramen noodles in there and make a meal. If you boil water, there's so many things you can do. The other guy. So when we lose power here in Washington, D.C. in a storm, I'm out there in the front yard, sitting here. I've got some of the smartest people in the world in my street. I'm boiling water. What are they doing? I'm making coffee because you guys can't. And so it's really important you have some of those life skills there. They're ready for deployment. And I think that's the area that Doug and I have been talking about, trying to help everyone. We'll put some ideas in some courses, a quick training course and a deployment checklist together so people can do that. But simple things will make you look like a superstar.
Absolutely. And again, that comes down to, we talked about tabletop. You and I have talked about that a lot. Like, especially when we did the course on the ICS or the NIMS 700. Getting people familiar with how FEMA and emergency management operates. You need to know the rules, basically, if you're going to function there.
And learn to speak their language.
Yes.
Learn to be able to go into the emergency operations center and talk to the incident commander or talk to operations and talk in a way that they go, oh, that's what you do. I get it. All your stuff's over there. Call in at 5 o'clock and let us know what's going on and be part of that team.
The funny part is that we talk about that with our industry. We have our own language or terminology, initials for everything. It means something to us. You deal with a government entity or somebody from a different vertical, they don't know what you're talking about. And you think you do. And that's when people get hurt.
Another side of this too, guys, we haven't really talked a lot about, but I think is really important with our mission from Normie is to educate the public. We have a couple of documents on our ETF that helps them know how to deal with the issues and help the residents and the volunteers. But I was talking with someone yesterday in the Tampa Bay area that they decided they're not going to evacuate. And I said, well, do you have a gas grill in case you need something to cook? No. Do you have a generator? No. You know that there is the possibility that you'll lose power for weeks. Have you filled up the tub with water? I mean, there's so many basic things that I think we could help even the public understand that would make life easier for them.
It's a good point. And Mel's just raised this question here. Mel's been a professional firefighter for the last 22 years. Yep, I get it, Mel. At the local level, things can be loosely coordinated. But if I'm the incident commander, and I have been an incident commander on a number of disasters, and I say, who can do swift water rescue? You can. I'm not going to check their guy. If they say they can, off you go. Go and rescue people. The mayor's office has just had 3 feet of water through it. The mayor wants to get back in the office as soon as possible. Who can go and dry that space? That might be the loose coordination talking about. But if I'm the incident commander at a local level, like after a Hurricane Helene or Milton, I'm looking for those people. What I think Doug, Lance, and I are trying to discuss here is, how do we get you onto that list? How do we tell the story very precisely and succinctly of how you do it based on science? And how do we get that message out to key decision makers? And again, going back to my bad day in the office today, I found that the guys here in DC had not received that message. So now I've got to put my thoughts together going, how can I do better? And what Doug just said is exactly right. We need to be able to show our story, tell our story, whether that be through video or case studies or whatever. We're still working on that, but it's something we desperately need to do.
One of the things that we just started is something we call Project Safe, which is on the Environmental Task Force page. And what that really is we're going to be sending out a text notification to people after the storms have gone through. And it's a way for them to check in and say that they're okay. I think the term that we use is IMOC, I am okay. I'm okay. You know, that's the response basically that you would text back. We can get that. And the reason for us knowing is somebody may call, you know, Mason may say, hey, I need, 6 people or a crew that works in this area. I look, say, hey, these guys are reported in. They're okay. We can get them to you, or we can put you in touch with them. So it's really a coordination of information that we're trying to do. I would recommend everybody, I'm going to put an address in the room here real quick. It's normiepro.org/safe. It takes you right to the page. You can get on our text notification list for that. There's some other cool information there about how it functions. And it's just another layer that we're trying to keep in play as communications and coordination.
That's really critical, Lance, because I wanted to offer to everyone on this call today here and anyone who watches this video, if you're getting involved in recovery efforts, and there's a lot going on, as Mason's just clearly outlined, there's a lot going on. If you get involved and you need a credibility check, you need someone to say, to vouch for you, then I'll share you my cell phone number, call me and I'll beef it up and I'll say, yeah, based on your credentials, you can do that job. I'm sure Doug and Lance, yourself, we'll help you out. But that's the Band-Aid short-term fix. We have a bigger goal on getting everyone on a list and making them credible. We're not there yet, but if right now, if you find yourself in a situation where local authorities are not believing you can do what you do, then reach out to us and we will jump on the phone or whatever it takes to vouch for you and to say you're credible and you're trained and you're certified.
Hey, Mason, you have any kind of last words? We're getting near the top of the hour. We don't have to go, but I don't want to hold anybody longer than they need to be here. So anything you want to get out and let people know?
No, I just think, I'm 54 now. And when I was 20, I would, 16, I got my license. I was so excited. I ran to the store and got milk, came home, ran to the store and got the dry cleaning, right? Ran and went to Blockbuster or something. And now what you guys really talk about is putting systems in place, keeping people safe and analyze it. Like I talked about those linemen and they had those safety tailgate meetings. It's so important to be patient. If you see someone drowning, don't just jump in and drown too. Maybe find a rope or find someone to help you. I think what you guys are doing is credible. I'm learning a lot more. And like I said, I've been in the business since 94, so 30 plus years, actually 30 plus because it was March. And it's just amazing what's out there. And technology has helped us and hinder us, and people have changed. But I've never really thought about moving the assisted living until today. Because it's not just moving people in an ambulance, it's also their medical and their care and where are they going to sleep and what do they need. So I'm with you guys. I'm blown away. I'm really, really worried about this one. I'm telling you, this one's worried for me.
And just a quick correction, Lance. I know you meant well, but I think that website is normieproetf.org.
Oh, would I type it wrong? Yeah, it could be. I was talking while I was typing. Sorry about that.
I just put it in there. normieproetf.org.
And if I can just add one last thing, Lance, too, that Sohan has mentioned in the chat kindness and empathy. Tom Martin has talked about children. If all the disasters, all the emergencies that I've gone to, as well as the training I do now, if there's one big gap in everything we do, it's how to deal with children. And if you're in that situation, whether it be in Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, and you're dealing with children, the best advice I can give you is be kind. They are confused, they are traumatized, they don't understand the situation. When you are trying to do the work you're doing or you're dealing with a community or a situation, kindness is the answer for children because we lack training on how to deal with kids in emergencies and disasters. We really
Their medical needs are completely different also, even more so than the elderly because their bodies haven't developed the defenses they need, especially with Cat 3 water and things like that. The blood-brain barrier, I think is 7-year-old. Anybody younger doesn't have the protection. I mean, there's all kinds of things like that people don't know about or think about. And you can't just treat a kid like you treat an adult. Completely different.
And trying to explain, Lance, that the building is unsafe after it suffered significant water damage is really hard for a kid to understand.
So, Dr. Gavin, I got one for you. Fires in California. We had a really bad fire, and Becky was a little girl at the time. And the fires were right up to our house, and the smoke and all that, and no one could go up the hill. And she called me, and she's like, "Hey, Dad, I put all the stuff that I wanted on my bed, you know, and no one could get up the hill." So you have to do the right thing and explain to them that, you know, they're young, 6 years old, 5 years old, and you have to explain to them, hey, that can be replaced. But I have a friend that's in Tampa, and he said, "Hey, Mason, should I stay or should I go?" And I go, "You're a grown adult, but you're the protector. Your wife and kids, you should let them go. What are you out? A few days of work, a hotel? If you need something, I'll Venmo you." I go, "That's minor." When it comes to kids, I think you get them out of harm ways, right? And we're protectors.
And it's a really good point, Mason. So much emphasis, or we see on TV, the internet, the media at the moment, is on this category, which is based on the wind speed. That's not our business is water damage. And there is, we saw this significant surge, rainfall. That's the emphasis that should be made now. You're going to get a significant storm surge. It's going to be above my head. We're going to see significant rainfall. That's why you get out. We've got it all backwards. We focus on this wind. If your house is built to code, what was it? But since 2006 or thereabouts, Doug, I think all those buildings had.
Yeah, that's right.
Hurricane Ian showed us. Hurricane Ian demonstrated those houses were still standing at the end of the day. The houses that were built before 2006 did not be up to code. They're gone. And so it's so critical now that we focus on what are the real risks, and what are the and risk. We use risk as defined by likelihood and consequence. Likelihood, this is going to be a significant water event, and that water is going to lead to drowning, water damage to buildings. It's going to lead to toxic water, contaminated water. And that's the key here right now. And I was saying this to Lance today. I think we were both watching the same television this afternoon for an update, and we went, the message is not coming across.
What's interesting about that, Dr. Gavin, is the big issue after Katrina was what? It was the levees breaking. A lot of the big issues that they're dealing with in North Carolina was what? The dams breaking. So, there's a tremendous, I think you're exactly right. It's not only the storm surge, but the just tremendous amount of water. And of course, I was raised in Tampa, so I know that the water goes away quickly with the sand. But when you're overwhelmed, I also remember how quickly the roads filled up with water. And so, yeah, you're exactly right. It's not just about the wind.
And when I went down to Fort Myers and Naples after Hurricane Ian, it was a couple of weeks afterwards, Doug, the number of skin infections. People had skin infections. Well, we've always seen skin infections after hurricanes. It's a known. This is a known thing. This happens. You get that water there is contaminated. It's toxic. You're going to get skin infections. And we go, "Oh, I didn't know we were going to get all these skin infections." Yeah, yes, you did. And then we had no way of treating those skin infections. So therefore, people trying to do recovery work were now being, affected, impacted by skin infections. You're going to get that, guys. And so when you deploy, you need to take something in your kit that addresses those skin infections.
Well, we are at the top of the hour. I know Mason has some serious traveling ahead of him in his very near future. I think glutton for punishment is a term, right? You just got home and you're heading back out again. So I applaud you for that. Just take care of you.
Right. Well, thank
you. You don't become part of the problem.
Yeah, that's the truth. Yeah. I'll stay on the weak side. I'm gonna go in after the storm hits, but I'm gonna get over to Pensacola area, Tallahassee, and then go down there.
No, very, very proud of what you do, Mason. And again, we're all about building a team and building many more Masons so we can actually do this more professionally. But very proud of what you do, mate. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Mason. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. And I want to thank everybody that's been here tonight. We appreciate you taking the time to be with us. Any of you that are in, I'll say, harm's way, please be careful. Please listen to, the evacuation orders if you still can evacuate. And those of you on the East Coast of Florida, you're not out of the woods because you're on the East Coast. This is still going to be a hurricane coming across. So please be careful and don't get complacent.
I would say too, Lance, anyone on here that is going to deploy like Mason is just drop us a line so we know where you are. It always helps to let us know that you've deployed, and then we can keep tabs to make sure you're safe.
I'm going to bring that website up real quick just to show everybody where they can get on the text list. So give me 1 second to share my screen.
You know, Dr. Gavin?
Yep.
Hey, I had a weird one. One of my friends' kids play football, and they all share that big old water thing in the thing, and they're all getting strep throat. They have a water fill station out there, so they all get drinks. Is that crazy?
No, it happens.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
And Mason, it's preventable.
Yes.
Just want to point out real quick, if you go to the Environmental Task Force page, and I'll start with the homepage here, normieproetf.com or .org, either one will get you there. There's a lot of information on this site for you, but what I'm talking about is under Project Safe up here in the upper right corner. Again, more information here explains what we're doing. But to join the text notification list, this is our main number at Normie, 877-251-2296. Just send a text to that number, and in the message, just type in join space safe, and you'll be immediately added to the list. You get a text notification that you've been involved, and it's all about staying in contact.
Yeah, well done, Lance. That's a fantastic initiative. I'm really impressed by that.
All right. Well, thank you all very much. We're going to stop the recording on this now. If anybody wants to hang out and still chat, you're more than welcome to. I don't want to chase anybody away, but I'm trying to respect Mason's time here because he's got a long way to go. So just remind everybody that in 2 weeks, or about 2 weeks, the 4th Tuesday of the month, we'll be doing another training here, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, for Normie recertification credits. And don't forget to log your CEUs for tonight. Stand by, everybody.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
I want to welcome Douglas Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie, which is the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, to our episode today. And for those of you that have been following us, we've been doing interviews with influential people in the indoor air quality, outdoor air quality, and firefighting arena, all dealing with the wildfires coming out of Canada. So Doug, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Good to be here.
I'm glad to have you. You know, you have an extensive background in building science. And one of the things that came up with some of the interviews that we've been going through since the wildfires in Canada started affecting the central and middle part of the U.S. is, what do people do? You know, you can't stop breathing. You know, that's just not an option. You know, people can go, we've talked about this earlier, 20 to 40 days without food. They can go 3 to 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air. So no option there. So you have to be able to continue to breathe. So we normally have people that complain about indoor air quality without smoke, without all these other external things going on. What can people do to try to help themselves when they're in conditions like this, where you can't go outside, where the air is normally better than inside?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Lance, because it's funny because it seems as though sometimes when these kinds of things happen, all of a sudden something that we actually should face and should deal with every single day, all of a sudden now becomes a real problem. We don't think a lot about the air that we're breathing inside because, frankly, we can't see it. And because we can't see it, because there's not a cloud or a haze in our indoor environment, we don't think much about what it is that we're actually breathing. I've talked about that sometimes with the bottled water. Do you know what's in the bottled water you drink? Well, if you can't see it, you're not terribly concerned. And so one of the things that then piques our interest is when we do identify something, either by an odor or by something that we see that's floating around in the air. Now, all of a sudden, it becomes an issue. In our classes, we talk a lot about this shaft of light that you see in the morning. You don't typically see all that stuff floating around, and so you don't think about it. But in the shaft of light, when the light's beaming in and you see all these little submicron particles flying around, you're thinking, okay, what is this stuff that I'm actually breathing? And so now we're in a situation where all of a sudden I'm smelling inside of my house something that I shouldn't be smelling inside of my house, a forest fire. Where is that coming from? And why is it that I'm smelling it inside of my house? And I think it's interesting when you think about the way houses are constructed today, or buildings, even commercial buildings are constructed today. It really isn't surprising that we are beginning to smell inside the contaminants that we're seeing outside. And some people live close to paper mills, for instance, and they're going to notice that there's something going on outside. Now, all of a sudden, they smell it inside. Now it's an issue. Now, how do I deal with it?
Well, to put it into a context that everybody's going to understand, you gave the example of a bottle of water. Well, that water is filtered and processed. The indoor air quality isn't. And because of that, you're running into issues with people having to visualize a problem. If that bottled water was brown or cloudy, nobody would drink it. If their air is cloudy or brown, they don't have a choice. You still have to breathe. So what do you do?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Well, of course, I think the main thing is trying to figure out where that's coming from inside of the house. How is it getting into the house? And are there things I can do that can actually mitigate that? And one of the big differences in the way I look at building construction from, I know some builders do, is they talk about a house being able to breathe. I'm not altogether sure that they know exactly what they're saying when they say that. Does a house need to breathe? Well, it certainly needs to have a balanced pressure of some sort. But if the house is pulling in things from the outside, say it's under negative pressure, you're creating a vacuum inside the house. What is it that you're pulling in from the outside, and where are those contaminants coming from? The smoke that we smell is not just a problem because we're smelling it. I'm sure you've already addressed through some of the people that you've talked with, there are some pretty strong contaminants in that smoke that we're breathing. And how do you mitigate that? How do you keep that from coming inside of your house? So I have a couple of suggestions that might help when you start thinking about things like air infiltration issues, the idea of fresh air makeup. Fresh air makeup, of course, is a great idea to bring air in from the outside through your air conditioning system. But the question is there a way to reduce that or to mitigate that? So I have some ideas that I might be able to share here that people could do pretty quickly to begin to seal off what's going on the outside. That's at least one step, and that's to begin to seal up that environment so that you're not bringing stuff in from the outside.
That was one of the questions and concerns that came up when I actually did an episode with Michael Pinto over sensitized individuals, that normally indoor air quality is up to 10 times worse than the outside air. So people that are sensitized, which is like 20% of the population, they go outside to feel better. When the outside is, so choked with smoke from forest fires, thousands of miles away, what do? Now you got to retreat back to the area that's a problem.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So for sensitized individuals, one of the methods that we use to determine how are those things getting inside the house is by doing what's called a blower door test. And essentially what they do is they take off the front door and they'll install a door that has a gigantic fan on it. And then they'll turn that fan on and put the house under negative pressure. Essentially what you're doing is you're creating a vacuum inside of the home. And guess what happens when you do that? Now, all of a sudden, you're pulling air in through the cracks and crevices around the windows, cracks and crevices around the doors, places that you don't really even think about. A lot of people don't realize that wall cavities, exterior wall cavities, actually breathe. And what I mean by that is that moisture and vapor will actually move through those walls. And so now all of a sudden, when that house is set up under negative pressure, and you run a blower door test, created that vacuum, now what you're doing is you're even pulling it through the electrical outlets. And whatever is in that wall cavity is now coming into the air that you breathe. And that may sound really like, that's a little too detailed for me. Do I really need to be that concerned? But that's the answer as to where are those things coming from. They're coming from the outside. Even if you kept your doors and windows closed, you're still going to smell that smoke that's from the outside. And whatever that smoke is carrying, you're actually going to be breathing.
I'm in New Jersey, and we were directly affected by the smoke coming out of Canada from the fires. And 4:00 in the afternoon, the sun's high in the sky. We went through 3 days of not a cloud in the sky, and it looked like sunset. I have some incredible pictures of that. But because of that, trying to close up your house and make it airtight doesn't seem to work either. There's got to be a balance. There's got to be some way that you can survive inside and out other than just running away from the entire part of the country.
Well, I wish there was an easier answer, but there really isn't. I think that you do have to do the best you can to seal up those cracks and crevices with weather stripping, with caulking. They make a little product called a door saddle that fits on the bottom of the door, where you can slide that down and tighten up the threshold so that there's not air coming in from underneath the door. I think once you do that, of course, as we've always said, it's got to be a holistic solution. That's at least part of the problem. But if you can take the time to seal off some of those entry points where the smoke is coming in from the outside, then you can address the indoor air quality with good filtration, good purification, those kinds of things that are more proactive in terms of oxidizing those contaminants that are in the air. So it definitely can be done. I think it's just maybe a little more effort than most people are willing to take. I think they'd almost rather go to the mall.
During those 4 days that we had the really bad smoke conditions here, I have monitors all over the place. I have outside monitors, inside monitors for my air quality and conditions. And I have one unit called a Fubot, which I know you're familiar with, in my office. I intentionally in my office did not run air purification, and I had a door open. I was keeping it open to the outside. The thing was glowing so bright orange. You probably saw it from Louisiana. It was just, the air quality was absolutely awful. In the house, where I kept doors, windows closed, and ran a lot of purification technologies, very proactive stuff, it was really fine. There was no odor inside the house. Whether I think we went a little bit on the positive pressure side, which would have helped with that also, keeping everything out. But there was a tremendous difference with that. I have graphical readings that I actually show in an interview with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner that shows in the morning before the smoke hit the first day, everything was very low, almost not detectable on outdoor air quality. And as it hit, it spiked really high and stayed there for almost 4.5, 5 days. Slowly started to go away. But, you know, it went away. And again, people go back to the out of sight, out of mind philosophy. I don't see this going away. There's a film all over everything that's out there, from the smoke, the ash that was out. What kind of concerns are there for long-lasting effects from the stuff that people have breathed in and what's still out there?
Well, I think I think that's a really good point. Of course, I'm not a medical doctor, but I do know that people who are breathing poor quality air over a long period of time typically are going to have some pretty negative health effects. I mean, you think about all the people that have suffered from their efforts to solve the problems during 9/11, all of the people that suffered after Hurricane Katrina, and they were in these contaminated environments working, and they weren't protecting themselves at all. You know that there's got to be some long-range concerns about those contaminants that are still hanging out. So I think the key is, for me, would be to do the best I can while it's going on right now, but do the best I can to keep the surfaces clean, to keep the air clean, to keep the air purified and filtered, to do the best I can now so that I can offset the potential for what might be a buildup of contamination over a long period of time. I remember reading several years ago in Reader's Digest about a single cigarette producing over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And the article went on to say, interestingly enough, that secondhand smoke that a person would be breathing who's not smoking was in some cases more dangerous than the person who was smoking, that it was affecting the person who was breathing that smoke worse than it was affecting the person who was actually doing the smoking. So I think there's a lot for us to learn long term, but at least to begin with, I think the answer is, what can I do right now to make sure that I'm creating the cleanest environment that I possibly can? Because one of the things that I do have control over, may not have any control over what's going on outside, but I certainly have control over what's going on inside. And you know as well as I do that there are ways that we can do that will make sure that we're breathing the best air that we can breathe in spite of what's going on outside.
I just want to change directions real quick, because I did another episode with Dan Reese. He's let me get his title. He is a wildfire strategist and an aviation advisor dealing with wildfires. And we spoke at length about some of the things that are going on out there, the lack of education, what people don't understand and know. And I said, what are you concerned about? And he talked about the two different types of wildfires. One is where it's burning a forest, putting smoke in the air from the trees, the brush, and stuff like that. The other type is when it's burning a forest and starts burning homes and businesses and factories and putting all of these other unknown chemistries in the air.
Right.
You know, it takes it to a whole nother level. Now, in my area, they were talking about every news channel wearing your N95 mask or your N100 mask. Well, that's fine for larger particulates, but it's not going to do anything for the gases or the chemicals that are in the air. They go right through it like you're not wearing a mask whatsoever. You know, where's the concern on that?
Yeah, I think we know that, don't we? I mean, we all went through COVID where we were wearing masks, and yet we could still smell a lot of what was going on around us, and the heavy perfume that somebody was wearing. So I think we got a pretty good education on the ineffectiveness of masking for smallest particles, the smaller submicron particles, and for the gases that are in the air. So again, I don't know that there's an actual solution. I mean, I'm not the kind of guy that's going to walk around outside in a hazmat outfit, you know. But the truth is that I think the recommendation that they made about staying inside is really not a bad one. If you can stay inside and you can control the air that you're breathing inside, if you don't have to go outside, then there's not a reason to, because you're exactly right. I think the the thing that concerns me about these kinds of fires are all of the other contaminants that are in the air besides just the wood burning particulate.
Absolutely. And, one final comment on the masks. Wearing a mask is going to help, but you can't get that full sense of security saying, oh, I'm wearing a mask, I'm protected, because you're only protected from some of the larger particulate, not the gases, the chemicals, and everything else, just like viruses would go right through a mask. So that's a definite concern. So without rebuilding your house, preparing for the next time the wind shifts and blows the fire smoke this way, which it's going to happen again, just because of weather conditions and everything else, what can people do?
Well, so several years ago, you probably remember the Colorado fires, and we had a lot of contact with some folks that actually lived there. In fact, one of our real good friends lost their family cabin from the Colorado fires. They lived in Colorado, but they also had a separate place, which was their cabin, and it just burned to the ground. And as soon as those fires started, we sent them some proactive air purification technologies. And I don't know how much you want to talk about that, or if you've got other people you want to talk about those technologies. But I'll tell you, I'm convinced that that's one of the first things that somebody could do to deal with the particulates and the chemicals and the odors, something holistically, proactively that could be put in the environment to actually purify the air. So I think those two things kind of go hand in hand. One is do the best you can to seal up the environment with, again, weather stripping, caulking, saddles on the doors, exterior doors to close up the thresholds and keep those tighter. Put on insulators on the electrical outlets to make sure you're not pulling air in from the wall cavities. Those kinds of things to me is absolutely a first step. And then the second step would be make sure that I've got really, really good air purification technology, something that's got a good HEPA filter, got a good PCO technology or ionization technology that's going to get rid of those chemicals and those odors and those particulates. Something holistically, proactively dealing with the air quality. That's where I would be.
I agree with you completely. Actually, I did an interview for one of the segments with Michael Pinto. I think I may have mentioned that. And besides just talking about the sensitized individuals, we talked about, and I don't want to talk too much about the episode, but a safe room. Just like you would have for a tornado or a hurricane or a severe event going on, one smaller area that you can protect even more than the other areas. And that's something else you can do depending on your situation.
The interesting thing about this is just from every kind of, like I said, I'm not a health professional, but I do know that one of the reasons why we do so well when we sleep well is because when we sleep well, it builds up our immune system. It strengthens us when we get a really good night's sleep. And I feel the same way about our indoor environments. If I can create a safe environment in which I can breathe good quality, clean air, at least as good as I can, compared to what might be going on outside, or just like drinking purified water over a long period of time, when I'm exposed to that bad water at the restaurant or somewhere else, one time, it's not going to affect me because my immune system is strong enough to be able to deal with those periodic times that I'm having to deal with contamination. So I think in the long run, it's creating a lifestyle in which I'm creating the cleanest, healthiest, safest indoor environment I can for myself in every way that I can, so that when those times come where I can't control the environment, at least my defenses are up to a point and my immune system is strong enough that I can deal with those issues. And I think that's the idea of the safe room. I'm big on creating a safe house.
And I agree. It's like layers of an onion. You just keep putting more layers of protection out there to help and keep you in the best possible situation that you can be in.
That's right.
So Mayor, I believe it was Adams from New York City, talked about good filters or putting a filter in their house. Again, it's a step, it's a layer, but does it really deal with all of it?
No, and I think that's sometimes the wrong impression is left. I remember back during COVID, you probably remember too, Dr. Fauci talked about going and getting a filter. Nothing wrong with getting a filter. I mean, a HEPA filter is a HEPA grade filter is a great product to use to take larger particulate out of the air. In some cases, smaller particulate, depending on how effective it is. But in terms of indoor air quality, there's got to be something in addition to that will actually oxidize a lot of the smaller chemicals and viruses and those sorts of things. So I think you've got to take it to the next level, and that's the idea of having more holistic solution than just having a filter. I kind of laughed the other day, Lance. I was looking at somebody that had actually built an air purifier. This was their concept of an air purifier. They took 4 filters and taped them together, large filters like you would have in your air conditioning system. They took 4 of them, taped them together in a box, like a cube, and then put a box fan on top of it. And they said, see, we're sucking the air through the filters and now everything's great.
It's that dual track or partial logic that people fall into. The people that were wearing the paper towel masks when COVID came out. See, I have a mask on.
Exactly.
Yes, you do. Is it doing anything for you? No. And that's kind of where we're at with this. People have to be very cautious as to their information sources. I mean, the internet's out there for everybody, but somebody says, here's a widget that'll take care of this for you. Well, it takes care of a part of it, but is that enough? Is that enough for you to now say, I'm wearing my paper mask and I'm going to go out into the smoke-filled environment because I'm wearing my mask?
Yeah.
It does nothing for your eyes or even filter anything. So it's a concern that, people look for reliable sources of information, and think through the process. Again, the dirty glass of water, the cloudy water, you're not going to drink that, but if I filter it, the chemicals are still going to be in there. You're just not going to see the sediment that makes it look bad. Same thing with the smoke. The statistics as of now on the fires in the United States and in Canada separately, they both burn between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres of forest a year. It's a massive amount. To date, not even 6 full months through the year, Canada's burned almost 9.5 million acres. So it's 1.5 times in 6 months instead of 12 what they've burned so far. California right now has had a shift in weather. I was just talking, like I said, with Dan from California, and he says that the weather out there is gorgeous. It's cooler, it's not that hot, but that's going to change. And this is just what's happening. In the Northeast, we haven't had rain here in 3.5, almost 4 weeks. It is bone dry out. A small brush fire right now could become a very large concern. And again, the air quality, the ash that's already out there, the film on the cars, the film that people keep stirring up when they walk out there, we're still breathing that, even though it looks nice out. So keep that in mind.
Well, I wish people would talk more about indoor air quality and as much as they talk about outdoor air quality, because again, indoor air quality is something that you can control. Outdoor air quality, a little more difficult.
Well, what the biggest problem that we've always talked about with indoor air quality is people become nose blind. 5 minutes in your environment, you don't smell the odor that somebody coming over would say, oh, what is that smell? You go, what smell? What are you talking about? And outdoors is completely different because it's so large. It's not where you feel closed in and you're breathing, which is fine. The only time people complain is when they see the yellow forming on their cars from the pollen, when those pollen seasons hit. But other than that, people take it for granted that it's always going to be there for them.
Yeah.
That's the false sense of security of the paper mask, or it's always going to be good until it isn't.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, I think we've got an opportunity to address this in a very positive way. And the truth is that if people would take the time to create cleaner, safer, healthier indoor environments, that's going to be long lasting. And that's going to help them in a lot of different ways when the next issue comes our way.
Absolutely. Doug, I appreciate you spending the time with us here today.
Great
And
to talk to you.
And we will chat again in the future.
All right, man. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, everybody, we're back here live again at the expedition. I have another interview to do, and we're going to be talking with Mark from Respiratory Labs, correct? Did I get that?
That is correct.
All right. What was your last name?
Rataco.
Yeah, I knew what it was. I wasn't going to try to say it, so bear with me on that. So tell us about the company.
So I always think it's helpful to give a little background information about myself. I had a mold remediation business up in Portland, Oregon. Started that in 2011. Very fortunate enough to sell that in 2022. And at the time, we were doing about 4,000 mold remediation and assessment jobs a year. And one of the frustrating parts for me was, as an owner, we had individuals that no matter what we did, there's something in that space that was making them sick. And we couldn't determine what that was. It didn't matter whether we did, indoor air quality, VOC canisters, brought in industrial hygienists. There was something they couldn't go back in. Looking back at it now, there's probably mycotoxins left behind after the remediation.
And that's something new to this industry, at least mainstream.
It absolutely is. I mean, a lot of individuals, especially with remediators, don't even know what mycotoxins are. We haven't been really trained on it. We don't know how to assess for it, and we certainly don't know how to remediate it. And that's where this lab comes in. Now we can verify whether they're in the indoor air, and then verify if the remediation protocols for these mycotoxins are actually removing them.
Okay, and I've heard that some of these mycotoxins almost act like tar balls. They're sticky. They're hard to get off of surfaces.
Yeah, they're very sticky. And, one of the things, because now that we're able to test the indoor air, we were able to determine actually how they're becoming airborne. And a couple of ways that we saw was, one, through the evaporation process, we're drying down these structures. Most of the mycotoxins are hydrophobic. They're going to sit on the water molecule, and they're being released into the air through that evaporation process. We also tested a lot of, HEPA scrubbers. Most of the ones that we tested, we didn't find one that were actually removing the mycotoxins. They're actually increasing it. I'm sure there's something out there that actually works. We just haven't been able to find that and verify it. And then the interesting thing is, in order to get them out of the indoor air, what we did find that works was actually dehumidification. So dehumidifying the environment, actually removes it from the indoor air. So there are methods to actually, test if it's there, and then also see if it can be removed, down to acceptable levels.
Well, that seems like an entirely new path for training, because that's contra to, I guess, everybody air scrubbing.
Like I said, there may be some air scrubbers out there that actually work. We just haven't been able to validate them yet. And I'm hopeful that there are. The more methods we have to remediate these mycotoxins, the better the industry is going to be. I really think the industry has to start looking at mold and mycotoxin remediation, not only on the testing side, but also on the remediation side. Otherwise, we're potentially opening up ourselves to liability.
So do you still do remediation work now?
No, thank goodness I no longer have to do remediation.
No more. Just consulting at this point? Or are you trying to avoid that too?
No, trying to avoid that too. Our goal is just to be a lab, but because we're a lab and we're actually the only lab here that is actually testing using our system for airborne mycotoxins, I get a lot of questions on how to, remove them from protocols, things of that nature, products. We don't want to be in that position. That's why we're excited about our partnership. We're working with Normie to help get protocols down that everybody can have some success.
Well, it's an exciting new field, the way I look at it. I mean, I've been doing remediation for about 20 years, or assessment and remediation work. And this is something new that's come up, and it's become part of the vocabulary that even the customers are using.
It certainly is. I mean, right now we're getting a lot of people who are actually, going to functional medicine doctors. They're doing a urine or blood sample, and they're coming back with elevated levels of mycotoxins. And they really need to determine whether it's the environment that's causing the issue, whether it's something they're ingesting, or maybe it's at their workplace. And this test allows them to help make those determinations.
Well, that's exciting stuff. I mean, it's something that's needed. We know that even the sensitized individual population has grown fivefold from what it was, just 10 years ago. So it's the way we build, the way we live, the things that we do. And this is all stuff that's needed, and it's exciting. We're right on the edge of this new stuff.
Absolutely.
So, Mark, thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks.
Take care.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
We hear about it in the news. It's an issue that we all want to be aware of. We need to be aware of it, especially in the cleaning industry. What are we talking about? Meth contamination in facilities. We know what happens. Today's episode is going to spotlight what we need to know right now in the cleaning industry. With me today is Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director of GBAC, and also Scott Vogel, the Chief Operations Officer with EmergiClean in New Jersey. And I'll say this before I let them talk. They have a lot of initials after their names. I don't have any, so I'll just ask the questions. So, Gavin, Scott, welcome.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Well, let's get right into this because we want to help the industry. Gavin, let's start with you. Why is meth contamination cleanup in facilities, that topic, so important for us?
It's back in the media, Jeff. Drug use in public spaces is everywhere. It happens. We know that. But more importantly, exposure to drug residues is a known risk for every cleaning professional. And I just wanted to highlight, Jeff, what's happened in the news this week. And again, I'm going to start off by saying this is not a problem in public libraries. It's a problem everywhere, in every space that we in the built environment. So in the news this week, the Englewood Public Library in Colorado was temporarily closed due to meth contamination after tests showed exhaust vents were contaminated with meth. Now, this is important, above the Colorado state threshold levels. So you might think, why was this library tested? Well, because another library in Boulder a few weeks ago, about 35 miles from Englewood, was recently closed due to meth contamination. Now, the tests that were done on January the 6th at Englewood Library were done as a proactive measure. The results showed the restrooms exceeded state thresholds for methamphetamine contamination, but there are other spaces in the library that reflected lower levels of contamination, but they were still contaminated with meth. And I just want to highlight for everyone, Jeff, but in 2021 and now 2022, in 2021 specifically, more people died in the US from drug-induced deaths. Most were overdoses from meth and fentanyl. And if you look closely at this data, yes, you see meth increased and there were more deaths in those cases where it's always been used, but it also appeared in other parts of the country where it was previously unheard of. So again, I want to emphasize, Jeff, it's not a problem just for libraries. It's a drug use is in public spaces everywhere. And this is a known hazard for every cleaning professional in the cleaning industry.
When someone goes to a library, you would think it's safe. Who would have thought that they would find this there? Other facilities as well. Scott, let's go to you. Those watching this might wonder, well, I can clean it up. I can go in and I'm a cleaning company. Do you need to be certified to clean this type of issue, meth contamination or other issues like this?
Well, the answer is kind of complicated. It's a yes and no. In the United States, there's currently no federal regulations regarding the cleanup. There's only instructions like support that the government has given us. So in 2007, the Meth Remediation Act was passed by Congress, and that empowered the EPA to put volunteer guidelines in place. Since that, a lot of states have adapted standards or some type of certification but there's a lot of states lacking. And like what Gavin was mentioning before, it's become such a widespread event that the states that haven't created standards or certifications are really left behind. And in that document from the EPA that was released in 2013, what it says is if you don't have that state guideline or certification, then you have to resort back to the occupational health and safety for the 40-hour HAZWOPER, which is a hazardous waste and emergency preparedness and response. So we have to look at that as a whole. The certification is a lot more complicated because you have how you clean it up, and you also have the safety and health of your employees. So they come together, and really we've as an industry and well as the federal government, we have lacked on that standard completely.
Okay. I want to touch on processes here in a minute, but first, Gavin, set us up. Is this meth contamination issue a health risk for the cleaning industry?
I would state, in my personal belief, my expertise, Jeff, yes, it is. And I want to just highlight, again, it's a very highly addictive stimulant. If for those who don't know and don't want to know, but meth can be ingested by smoking, snorting. Now you could swallow a pill or injection. But more importantly, for the cleaning industry, smoking meth releases several contaminants into the surrounding environment. Again, the most concerning one that we have for cleaning professionals is the meth vapor itself. Now, the National Institute on Drug Abuse states that when people are exposed to secondhand smoke, can test positive for meth afterward. But there's no specific number, Jeff, that identifies what is that unhealthy level of secondary meth exposure. We're talking about third-hand exposure. And that third-hand exposure comes from that meth vapor, that meth smoke that settles that's in the air, but also settles on surfaces. And so it's not a debate today about whether workers will have serious risk of health problems. It's the debate that what we're talking about right now is that smoking meth can contaminate the surfaces and air, and we know that it can persist for months to years. Now, we do know that research on the health impacts from touching a surface that has meth residue on it is lacking. We know that. But when that research is lacking, Jeff, we go to worker health reports. So people that have got sick at work, have gone to the doctor or the hospital, and we know from review of those worker health reports that we've seen skin and eye irritations. We know there's been cough or asthma-like symptoms. We know that those people get increased respiratory infections, sleep issues, changes in mood, they get headaches, and then they also have memory difficulties. So even though the research is lacking about whether the third hand actually happens, we believe it does, based on the health reports, the clinical reports. But more importantly, the National Institute on Drug Abuse also says that the health risks are more significant after prolonged or a long time exposure to meth contamination. So regardless, Jeff, of how unclear the science and policy is right now, that risk of meth exposure, that drug contamination in areas where cleaning professionals work every day is a known hazard. And really, we firmly believe that no one should be going to work without receiving education and training on a known hazard.
Okay, good information. Scott, in your previous comment, you talked about training and maybe some certification. So can we assume there are standards, procedures for cleaning spaces that are contaminated with drugs?
Well, as I mentioned before, the EPA has come out with that EPA volunteer guidelines for meth and fentanyl laboratory cleanups as well. And that was actually revised in 2021 because of the increase of fentanyl. Now, you do have some standards that are coming out. The IRCRC is coming out with the S900. So there is some sort of industry-related standards that are coming out. Most of your standards are related back into the cleanup and the results and the levels which are allowed, which are based on the state guidelines, which every state is completely different. And we have to look at that. There's no universal number. It is, one could be 0.1 micrograms compared to 1.5. So it really differs. And that's why there's been no universal standard that came up, because everybody is indecisive on what that true number is and how to go about it.
Okay. Why don't you take a moment and just walk us through the process for cleaning meth contamination and validating cleanliness? I know you can't get into all the details, but big picture, before people jump into this, what should they know?
Well, like you said, I could be here for 48 hours just talking about how to clean it up. When we look at the processing and validation, I always recommend right off the bat a third-party laboratory for validation. Any type of testing and cleaning should be done on a third party. Just help your liability and anything, just to make sure, especially when we're dealing with meth or fentanyl and any illicit drug cleanup that we're dealing with. Now, when we go a little bit, people have to understand, when you look at the test results, take a sweet and low package, 1 gram of that. By the amounts of trace that some states require, spread that over 25 acres. And if one of that hits, then technically it's a positive. And we don't look at it that way. We think about it as just a small little area, but the results in some states require so detailed cleaning. If the process starts with HEPA vacuuming, ventilation, risk assessment, all of these are from start to finish. And each job will kind of decide a different way on how to attack it, as I would look at it. Are you dealing with a library? Are you dealing with a drug laboratory? Are you dealing with a school, a healthcare setting? Every type of situation will kind of lead you down its own path on the processes. And that's why I could be here for 48 hours. It's just a mere fact of starting off, it's essential that we really do that risk assessment. And then following, for example, the EPA guidelines. It's a really good package. They talk about HEPA clean, vacuuming, wipe down. They talk about all of that. And there are some third-party schools out there as well, like I said, the EPA volunteer guidelines that will give you guidance. But when it comes to the processing, really start and understand the beginning needs a risk assessment, and you need to know what you're going into. And then on back end, when it comes to validation, because what I talked about and how such a small level could make you fail, you have to have that validation from third party. And separating the cleaning from validation is essential when we deal with illicit drug cleanup from meth or any type of fentanyl, any other type of opioids.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to cancel my plans to get into the industry and do that kind of work. I'll leave that to you expert, Scott. Thank you for the details. Gavin, let's have you wrap up this episode and just talk about the big issues for the cleaning industry and what we need to know moving forward.
Yeah, totally agree with what Scott just said, Jeff. Again, let's focus back. Cleaning is about removing contaminants. Cleaning is based on science. Again, you and I have talked about this a lot, Jeff. What you can't see can hurt you. So it's not a matter of waiting for the document to be written or the policies there. It's the fact that this is a known risk right now. And when it's a known risk, again, I totally agree with what Scott said. We need standards for testing. We need standards for cleaning, and we need standards for validating. We need to ensure that everything that needs to be done, the processes, procedures, the equipment, the products in cleaning for health and safety when it comes to drug contamination is known. It's widely taught. It's widely educated. It should not be a secret, Jeff. So much of what we do in the cleaning industry remains hidden. We're going to be more transparent. Everyone in the industry right now should be trained, educated on how to clean up for drug contamination. And I thoroughly believe that, because from the data that we've seen across the country, that risk is just about everywhere.
want to welcome my guest today, Michael Pinto, who is the CEO of Wonder Makers. Now, I've known Mike for quite a few years, and we've done quite a few trainings together over the years and been at many conventions. And he is a wealth of knowledge when it deals with indoor environments as far as sensitized individuals. And that's the purpose of having him here today. The recent outbreak of forest fires in Canada has really changed what's been going on, at least in the central to the eastern part of the United States. Now, I know California has its own issues with wildfires, but that hasn't reached us to this point. But this is a new situation with these fires, with the winds coming out of the north and northwest blowing straight down into the major population areas of the United States on the eastern coast. So I want to bring Mike in here and let him say a quick hello. And if there's anything I missed on the intro, Mike, please let me know, and whoever else is watching this know also. So, Mike, say hello.
Well, thanks, Lance. I appreciate being here very much. What I would say, however, is that it's not just the eastern coast that smoke plume from the Canadian forest fires is literally cutting across the good section of the Midwest, too. So here in Michigan, we're not quite as bad as you guys out there on the East Coast, but it's not good either.
Well, I was going to ask you, I mean, you're obviously further north and closer to the Canadian border than I am. I'm in New Jersey. Is it affecting you, and how is it affecting your area?
Well, yes, it is affecting us. And as I said just a moment ago, it's not good. Anytime you get outdoor air quality that's worse than what you typically get inside, that's a whole flip on the issue in terms of the things that we're used to thinking about and even teaching in a lot of our classes, because the standard line from the EPA is that the outside air can be up to 20 times cleaner than the inside air, and people spend 90% of their time inside, and so bad indoor air can cause a real problem. And a lot of us in the industry are focused on that, and then when we are faced with a situation like this where the outside air is the case, it is literally dangerous to people, then what do? Where do you go to hide, so to speak? So it is impacting us here in the Midwest. The way that it sets up, there's kind of like an arc of smoke that's coming down from Canada, and we're on what would be the left-hand edge of that arc here in Michigan. And Lake Michigan seems to be the borderline in terms of keeping the clean air, over to Chicago and to the west. But right down through Michigan and Indiana and Ohio, and then over Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, the entire East Coast is pretty well hit right now by the residue from the forest fires.
Yeah, we've seen, especially wintertime with Lake Michigan, it creates its own weather systems. So I could see how that would become a border, keeping the weather at bay or the smoke at bay in that part. But, what's really interesting is all the news stations, that's all they're talking about now, the unhealthy air conditioning outside and inside that we have to deal with. And, this is kind of like the dirty water glass scenario. We know what's in the outdoor air and the indoor air all the time, and you can't see it, so nobody pays attention to it. Well, not nobody, we do, the industry people do. But if you were to hand somebody a glass of water that had a brown tinge to it, it was discolored, people wouldn't drink it because they could see it and they would know there was things in there that they don't want to take in, even though it does contain, mercury and all kinds of other nasty contaminants regularly. And the same thing that's happening now with the air quality, people can see it. And that's really, I think, what's jumping out and causing people to really take notice to what's going on. You're absolutely right. Normally, the outside air is much better than the inside air. So when people are inside, they normally go outside to breathe better, and they can't in this case. They have to hide inside. So that brings us to the sensitized people that we were talking about. This is something that's, very close and dear to you. We deal with it on a daily basis here at Normie with people that can't get help from regular assessors, remediators, people that are in the industry, which is why you have a class. You're the lead instructor, the NCRSI class, the class for sensitized individuals. Actually, it's teaching remediators how to deal with them. And also the certified mold professional, which is expanding even beyond that. So those are two of your specialties. And with that, maybe you can answer this question. How come the outside air right now, obviously beyond people being emotionally reacting to it, so troublesome for sensitized individuals, even more so than regular people?
Well, what I would start off with is saying that I think when you're dealing with outside air like we are today, it's everybody has to be concerned about it. The difference is that the sensitized individuals have to be concerned at a higher level than even the normal folks. So I'm sure you've heard over there on the East Coast, they're canceling certain sporting events and outdoor activities and things like that because the air just isn't healthy. And so you want to be, limiting your amount of exposure, just like we tell people in a, water damaged or mold damaged house. Sometimes they have to get out of that house to protect their health. The problem here, of course, as we've been talking about, where do you go if it's the whole outside that's contaminated by the forest fires? And so we're literally looking at it, flipping the whole script upside down, if you will. We now have to think about the houses and the air in the houses being a refuge for the people from what they're potentially going to be exposed to on the out of doors. And for the sensitized individual, it's even more significant for them because a lot of times we talk about mold sensitized individuals, and that's where it starts. But virtually every sensitized individual that I'm familiar with and have worked with over 20 plus years now, they develop cross sensitivities. So they start out with a mold exposure that causes a decrease in their health, and then they become sensitive to other things. They become sensitive to tobacco smoke that they weren't sensitive to before. They become sensitive to some of the chemicals like, low levels of formaldehyde in the home that perhaps they weren't sensitive before. Perfumes, all sorts of things. They develop these cross sensitivities. And when we're dealing with the outside air that's impacted by the wildfires, it's particulates, it's volatile organic compounds, and it's gases. So if they're cross sensitive to anything, it's going to be in one of those categories, and then they're going to have problems with it. So that's really the issue.
I have a few calls into different contacts at different labs that we normally use, especially the ones that deal with VOCs, the volatile organic compounds. And I'm waiting on those callbacks that we just made recently. But I'm looking for what might be in this new smoke plume that we're getting that could be so offensive to people with and without sensitivities. I don't know if you know any of the chemistries that may be, involved with this, though I have noticed the burning odor, and it's different than normal. This isn't like a wood fireplace or a fire pit.
Right. And some of that is going to be dependent upon what sort of forest are burning, whether they're hardwoods or evergreens, things like that. The evergreen forest, which is a good share of what's burning up in Canada right now, because they're closer to the Arctic Circle and that sort of stuff. So those are going to have a lot more PAHs, aromatic hydrocarbons in them, and that's from the oils and everything that's burning in the pine trees and the spruce trees and that sort of stuff. So then you're also going to get a whole chemical stew, if you will, from that, because depending on the temperature and whether they're exposed to actual flame or just the heat from it, where it is, whether it's protected by the bark, all these other things, you just get this massive amount of organic compounds that get liberated into the air during these fires. And then the ash and the smoke, which is basically both of those are small particulates, those tend to sometimes be even more airborne than the VOCs because the chemicals can be a little sticky and a little heavy. but when they attach to these small ash particles, then they're, transported, as we're finding out, thousands of miles into the airstream. The heat of the forest fire pushes them up a mile or more, and then they're in the airstream and they're, heading downstream. But by the time that it gets to New York City or Kalamazoo, Michigan, where I am, or things like that, most of the gases, the carbon monoxide, the excess carbon dioxide, the nitrogen compounds and that sort of stuff, that's pretty well mixed and diluted. So the two things that are impacting the folks there on the East Coast and the sensitized individuals are mostly going to be those volatile organic compounds, which are those PAHs and particles. So,
on a small scale, I've been involved with emergency medical services for almost 50 years. And I've seen over the years people having severe reactions to being around a fire pit or a campfire. And when you start to look into it, you find out that it wasn't from the wood that they're burning. It was from the accidental dumping of poison ivy into the fire pit that was still around some of the logs. And as they burn the poison ivy, it's aerosolizing and getting encased in that smoke, and they're inhaling that and having severe reactions to it.
Well, and then think of everything else that's going on there. The PAHs I was talking about, the first word for the P is phenols. So there's all these different phenolic compounds that are getting burned up, and that's your oils, and that's your your irritants, like you were talking about with poison ivy. But remember, forest fires don't stay forest fires. They run across roads, and they literally will melt the tar on an asphalt road, and sometimes the roads actually start to burn. So now you've got all of that oil product, anything that's a building in the way, or a vehicle that gets trapped in the fire, or a house. Of course, you're going to have all of the man-made products, artificial products that then burn. That all goes up in the air, and comparatively, that may be a small percentage of what's burning, but from the sensitized individual, that can actually be a bigger issue sometimes than just the individual smoke particles. Like you said, it's what attaches to the smoke particles. And then those smoke particles are so small, they get breathed in, they go deep into the lungs. And that whole combination, small particles going deep into the lungs and small particles carrying, pardon the expression, crap deep into the lungs. That's not a scientific term there, by the way, Lance. That's just a common term. But there's so much stuff that's on it. It's hard to know from breath to breath what's actually being taken in. And so, again, caution is the byword for anyone, but particularly for the sensitized individuals.
In the remediation industry, in the meteorological industry, they refer to things, especially with hurricanes, hide from the wind, run from the water, because of the amount of damage that can be done. You can hide from the wind, take shelter of that, but in water you can't. Water's going to seep into everything. But we're dealing with something that's unique here because we're 1,000 miles away from these fires, and we are severely being affected. So running isn't really a realistic situation. I think knowledge is something that would help. People understanding the risks, understanding, maybe today's not the day to go outside and, cut my grass, and spend a good 2 hours or 3 hours out there in this serious weather or this heavy fog of smoke. And understanding that will definitely help people. But forecasting this is also an issue. So where could people go to find out how bad their area is and what their risks are to being outside?
Well, I'm sure everybody has their own favorite sources, and there's, weather channels and local governments and state governments, and everybody's kind of jumping on the bandwagon. The one that I use, and it's just, again, my favorite because it's going to be there anytime you have these wildfires and stuff, is a federal government website, and that is, let me make sure I've got it here so that everybody knows, fire.gov. airnow, as in AIRNOW.gov. Airnow.gov. And that one's really cool because you punch on that and it brings up a map of basically North America, and it shows where the plume is coming down with the smoke, where the air quality is being impacted, and then it rates it at each major city, and it's not even just major, it's each fairly significant size city has a dot on it that's either green, which means that it's good air quality, or yellow, which means it's questionable. And then most people think, well, then you get to red and that's bad. But this map actually goes 2 other levels. It goes to like purple and to black. And I looked yesterday, Lance, at it, and knowing where you are in New Jersey, I just kind of looked to see where you are, blew it up to look and see in your location. You guys were black. So you're in the heart of it right now.
Yeah, yesterday was really bad. This morning it wasn't too bad, but then we did get an alert that it was going to be going downhill as the day went on. And looking outside now, in June, not a cloud in the sky. It looks like sunset. So, it's that dark. I do have a question. If you were speaking to sensitized individuals as your customers or as a group, what would you tell them to do? I mean, normally, if they're inside their home and they're having reactions to that, they go outside. Now they have to stay inside. So what can they do now that they're in their environments that sometimes give them trouble anyways?
Well, I'm going to approach that from 2 different perspectives, if that's okay. The first one, and I don't mean to sound like I told you so, but you do have to understand, if you're a sensitized individual, it's important for you to take steps now to get your indoor environment clean, because we don't know when we're going to have situations like this where all of a sudden, from no fault of our own, like you said, 1,000 miles away, they got a forest fire and it's having a serious impact on us. And if for some reason our sensitized individuals are saying, well, it's not that bad, and if it does get real bad, or if it gets damper in the house, I can always go outside, or whatever it is, that deferred maintenance or that deferred decision making really is going to have a serious negative impact on them in situations like this, because there may just be times where you can't get away, get away from the problems in your house by leaving your house. You outside, you may be actually facing greater problems than you have in your house. So the first item is just never defer fixing things that you can fix now until some later date, just because it doesn't seem important to you.
Well, that's the clean glass of water. It's not a concern because you don't see a problem. As soon as it's, brownish or discolored, now it's on your mind. Same thing with the air.
Yep, exactly right. But it would be the same thing. That's why they have, on occasion, you'll have boil water orders as well, right? They don't know exactly what's wrong with the water system. And so they tell people to boil the water. That's why one of the things that they chat about, even in front of hurricanes and things, is get a few cases of bottled water so that you can survive, a couple of days if you have to, without having water coming out of your tap. Fix your house. If you know you've got things going on in your house that are contaminants or whatever, get rid of those, fix it, do the remediation properly so that you've got a good, safe place to be. And then you can, potentially survive a little bit better during these outdoor air quality incidents. But putting that aside, because at some point that's water under the dam. Either they have fixed it or they haven't fixed it, but now they're still facing what's going on outside. So the first thing, and the first couple here, I'm just repeating the standard safety precautions that you're going to get from just about any site. If you don't have to go outside, or you can limit your time outside, don't go outside and limit your time outside. If you do go outside, wear some sort of respiratory protection. I know that I'm seeing a lot of information where people are talking about, you can use your COVID mask and stuff like that. And the answer is, the face masks that were being sold as COVID protection, I won't get into that whole discussion all over again, but that is not going to be appropriate, particularly for the sensitized individuals. At a minimum, they're going to need like an N95, and we recommend N99 or N100 filtering face pieces. So that's going to protect a lot coming in. And remember too that a entry spot for some of this contamination into your body is not just the nose and mouth, but the eyes as well. And the fire residue is even worse because of the small particle. So when those get into your eyes and then get diluted by the tears and everything, it actually releases some of those chemicals that are on the particle itself. So the particle may wash out, and get it out of our eyes and everything. But what is left behind and what's being absorbed in through your eyes is some of the chemicals and stuff. So remembering to wash your face when you come in from the outside, wearing a mask to protect yourself, changing clothes if you've been outside for any length, you're not carrying a lot of this stuff in. A lot of similar things that we would talk about if you're coming in from a moldy environment or trying to protect yourself from a moldy environment.
You mentioned about masks, and again, I agree. I don't want to go down that path and let's talk about masks, good or bad, but just to remind people that just because you're wearing a mask, whether it's an N95, N99, N100, half face mask with cartridges, it doesn't protect you from the gases. You're getting filtration from particulates only. Now, that's a good and a bad thing, because especially if you are a sensitized individual, you may also have additional health issues and stuff. You're wearing a mask that's doing a good job filtering particulates. You're going to reduce the amount of air that you can actually breathe in without straining. And again, if you're not trained to wear a mask, if you're not trained to know when you need to take the mask off, when to replace the mask, it could be just as serious as not having a mask. So again, training, preparing, I guess, is kind of in the same thing that you were talking about.
Well, a little bit, although I would say in this particular case, as I mentioned earlier, by the time the contamination, goes 100 miles, 1,000 miles, whatever it is, the gaseous portions of that, we're not generally seeing high concentrations of carbon monoxide or even the elevated levels of the nitrogen oxides and stuff like that by the time it hits like New York City or something like that. So wearing the filtering protecting mask is actually a very good step, because as I said, even some of the phenols and the aromatic hydrocarbons, the volatile organic compounds, a lot of those are vapors. So that means that they're liquids that have been, the heat has evaporated and they're small droplets in the air. Then those droplets hang on to the particulates, and then the particulates get screened out by the mask. So that N95 is actually doing a fairly decent job stopping the vapors, which again have coalesced onto the particles and the particles. And then, as I said before, the gases have pretty much dissipated. So I'm rather optimistic that the